friends. I think we're live on all the places. Give me 1 second and I'll double check. Make sure we're live everywhere. Welcome in. Hey, it's Friday night, y'all. We should have a live one. Speaking of live one, the kitties came to play already. All right, we're live on the vertical. Let me double check the horizontal. We're live on the horizontal. I assume that one almost always works. We're live on TikTok, we're live on both YouTube channels, and we're live on Twitch. So welcome in, everybody. And before I forget, I need to turn my phone off, turn my volume down, and open up TikTok so I can manage the stream on my backup account. Oop, wrong button. Oops. Oopsies. All right, there we go. Now we're cooking. Very good. No, I don't need any of those notifications. Oh shit, Ian's live. Ian's live. Well, yeah, he's usually ending Ian's live stream usually ends shortly after I begin. So, and then they usually send me a raid. Awesome. All right, friends, welcome in. It's Friday night. Glad to see everybody. Although, hold on, I'm not live on TikTok. Let me try this again. I guess I hit the wrong button. There we go. Now we should be live on TikTok. That's better. It's like, why can't I see myself live? Well, you always double check your streams. Even if you think your stream's live, double check that. Make sure you're actually live. All right, now we're good to go. Awesome. Put that down for now. All right. Now we're ready to rock and roll. And Faraday is ready to rock and roll too. Although you might not be able to see him on the vertical. On the horizontal, you're going to see our boy over here. But welcome in, friends. It's gonna be a great Friday. We had two great guests this week. Earlier in the week, if you haven't seen it yet, I highly recommend it. Go back and watch. We had a stream with Unquestionable Calvin, and then we did a stream with Volsi Thoughts, two really well-known friends in the deconstruction community. And so if you didn't get to catch those streams, definitely go back and check them out. And if you're not already following the two creators, highly recommend it. Sam, aka Shmuley, thank you for the $2 super chat, friend, says, does hate in Luke 14:26 literally mean hatred? Kind of, yeah, for the most part. So if you look up the word, it's synonymous with the same Hebrew word for hate, sonē in Hebrew. In Greek, I forget which Greek word it is, but it basically just means hate. It has been used by some as being like a comparison, like love somebody or something less. That's not really a well accepted reading of it, like in like critical exegetical circles. It's something you get more in like the apologetic circles. So typically it just means hate, and Jesus is being hyperbolic. This is actually one of those times where Jesus is legitimately being hyperbolic, and you're allowed to say so. Like you don't have to make Jesus say something that he's not. This is like the one time people love it. They love to say that Jesus says things in a hyperbolic statement. This is one of those times where it's true. So just own this one. Jesus is saying something rather hyperbolic. I don't think he means it. I don't think he actually wants you to hate anybody. I just think he's using this to make a very stark comparison between how he expects you to treat him versus or how he expects you to treat him versus anyone else. Because remember, when you're the leader of a cult, everything has to center around you. You know what I mean? So fair question. I would do this though. Give me a second. I'll grab you the entry from the Thayer's Greek lexicon, because even in Thayer's Greek lexicon, they have a note in there that kind of like, what's the word? It's kind of like not casting doubt. That's not the right word to say it. They're basically saying, well, there are some people, when Trump says there are some people saying, they're kind of doing that. At the end of the entry, it says something like, there are some who have said that it means to love less. Let me grab that for you. All right. Hey, welcome in, Ems.
Hey, how are you doing?
I can't complain.
I
How
had
you
a Bible
doing?
question. when you're done
Sure.
with this super chat.
All right, let me grab this real quick. So if you go to the translation of this passage or of this word, it almost exclusively gets used to mean hate. If you look at how it's used in all the entries in Matthew, hate, 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 hate. That's basically just what it means. It just means to hate. And so like where are we getting this idea that it could mean to love less? This idea tends to be drug out of the Septuagint. There's a reading in the Septuagint about Rachel and Leah, where it talks about how one was loved more. And this word is used in the Greek Septuagint. Like, oh, well, it can't mean that he hated one of them, so it must mean that he loved them less. That's where the apologetic comes from. But if you just go to the, let's see if the Thayers has a entry. Let's see. Yeah, here's the Thayer's Greek lexicon. They've got it down to typically just hate. At the bottom of the Thayer's Greek lexicon entry, though, they've got this idea. Let's see. Not a few interpreters have attributed misane or asin in Genesis 20, so on and so forth. That's the passage we're referring to. The signification to love less, to postpone in love or esteem, to slight. And so there's basically a little bit of discussion about this. And but it's interesting because the commentary, or not the commentary, the lexicon itself doesn't actually give you that definition. Typically, when a word has two definitions, it'll give you like definition number 1 and then like definition number 2. It basically just gives you definition number 1, and at the end of the entry, it's like, hey, some commenters have said this. So I think it's trying to be charitable to this particular interpretation. Although I bet if you look it up in like the BDAG, which is a more scholarly lexicon, my assumption is not going to have any of the apologetics in it. But even at that, the Thayer's Greek lexicon, a conservative lexicon, isn't really doing a whole lot with that. What's your question, Ems?
Uh-huh. So can you pull up Deuteronomy 33:2?
Yeah, hold on. All right. Deuteronomy 33:2 states, the Lord came from Sinai, he dawned from Seir upon us, he has shone forth from Mount Paran. With him were myriads of holy ones, at his right a host of his own. This is a pretty popular passage. It shows up in the prophets as well.
What is it referring to? Because there was a Muslim woman who was referring to Mount Paran being referring to the Arabia, and the prophet, meaning it's prophesizing the prophet.
So Mount Paran is south towards Edom. So if you look up Mount Paran, it's going to be towards the Edomite territory. Mm-hmm. All right. See if there's a helpful map. Let's see.
So that is close to Mecca and Medina. So would it not?
Yeah, it should. It should be quite a bit south. There you go. So Paran is down here. If you go north, you get right to Edom. Although, sorry, this is really small. So Paran is here. You can barely read the text. I apologize. I thought this would be bigger. But just north of this red text on the right, Paran, if you go north, you get Edom. And it is. It's by the Arabian people. And so,
who's it referring
but
to?
This
because like you have. Go ahead. Sorry.
This is referring to the original location of Yahweh. So Yahweh didn't start out as an Israelite deity. Yahweh started out as a deity in the southern Levant. And it's if you want literature on this, I've got a bunch of it. Look up the Midianite hypothesis. The general idea is that people leaving Egypt, like Semitic speaking people leaving Egypt, found refuge with the Midianites when they left. And the Midianites actually worship this Yahweh character, and he seems to be very well connected with like copper smelting and volcanic activity. And the general idea is that they adopted this deity along with the Midianites, which is why you see like the Midianites so prominent in the Moses narrative. Even Moses' father-in-law is a priest of the Midianites. And so the general idea that this is kind of a cultural memory of how Yahweh actually got introduced into the Israelite people through the Judeans. So the people who left Egypt and settled in Midian with the Midianites eventually became the Judeans after the Bronze Age collapse, because all the civilizations basically died out, and they were basically waiting in the wings to take over the foothills. And so they took over the foothills of Judea with this Yahweh worship, and there was enough of them that when they merged with the northern Israelites, they kind of tried to merge Yahweh with El, even though they were completely distinct gods at one point.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I'll be having to drop down, but I might join later.
Sure thing.
Thank you so much. Have a
good to hear from you, buddy. WMs. Yeah, for friends, if you want to know like one of the leading hypotheses of where Yahweh came from, don't look at the Canaanite pantheon. I realize there's a lot of people that are like, oh, Yahweh was fathered by El. Hey, don't eat the plant, baby. You don't want to eat that, I promise. Yahweh was fathered by El, but that's not really the origin story. That might have been an adaptation at one point, but most scholars right now are really looking at an origin for Yahweh in the very like southern tip of the Levant. And so the Midianite hypothesis right now is really popular for that particular reason, and it explains a lot of different things about Yahweh. So, and obviously when he got adopted into the wider, Levantine pantheon, he took on some characteristics of Baal because, he had to fuck everybody up. He had to be the high god, right? So there's a lot there. Check out the Midianite hypothesis. You'll enjoy it. I don't think you'll regret reading anything on that subject. There's another book that kind of mentions this. I'll have to I forget who did that book. Hold on. I had to reference it years ago for an article, and I forget the name of the book now, but it's called Why the Bible Began. All right, Why the Bible Began, an Alternative History of Scripture and Its Origins. It talks a little bit about this. You also get a flavor of this conversation if you read the works by Zion Zevit or Theodore Lewis. Both of them write about the history of the religion in the region outside of the biblical narrative. Then, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. I really appreciate that. Hello, my guru. Hello to you. Yesterday, I celebrated 1 year as a member of the Kraken crew. What? Hell yeah, Zen. I really appreciate that. I Venmo'd you. I saw that. I sent you a message back. An anniversary gift. Also waiting for a response to my request to join the Venmo list of friends of Justin. I kind of forget that Venmo has like a friends list. I don't really check it or approve friends because I'm like, I don't understand why you need friends for this app. But I bet if I look, there's probably a menu under here, right, for like friends. Oh, I see. I've got 100 friends. I think they're all pulled in from Facebook, probably. I'll figure out how that works. I'll just go through and I'll approve all the friends. I'm not really sure I know how any of this works, but if you sent me a friend request on Venmo, I'll figure it out and I'll make sure that we can become friends. I do see like notifications, groups. We'll sort it out. But thanks for letting me know, Zen. I appreciate that. And MB, good to see you, says the fit is high key aura W unk. Fuck. Listen, I never claimed to have aura. That's why I've got two beautiful kitties. Also, there's an extra kitty you'll see roaming around here tonight named Heck. So that's going to be a real treat. Yuvul, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, I know you're not much of a gamer. That is true. Although I did spend a considerable amount of time yesterday trying to figure out how to play I Am Jesus Christ on my Mac in a virtual machine. And the reality is there's not a virtual machine currently that can run the Unreal Engine 5 games on a Mac with an M3 Ultra processor. It's just nothing's compatible there no matter what, even if you've got like all the top specs, which I happen to have. So I'm going to have to dig into my actual Windows computer, get it hooked up, and then try to stream it on that. So anyways, I would like to recommend that you get the Finish Him soundbite from Mortal Kombat for your debates. Rock Hard for like that's the good one, actually. I do have this one. So I've got one Mortal Kombat reference. That's in my age range. You know what I mean? Good suggestion though. And helping make a deconstruct says barbecue time. Did you see Russell Brand fail for Christ on live TV last week? I did, and it was wild. He's like, I need to find the verses in Isaiah. And then it just nothing. You would think if it was a really important verse, you would like highlight it or circle it or even just put like a dot next to it so you would remember where it's at, or at least remember the chapter. But I get it. Not everybody remembers things like when they read it. Like that's a peculiarity with my brain where like I can read some stuff and typically retain some of it. Not everyone can do that. Some people learn by hearing. That's just not. It's not my thing. But anyways, I did. Can we get another crash out tonight? Rock Hard for Doug Civil for sharing. You know there's going to be crash outs. Come on, guys. Let's get real. If we know anything about this channel, it's that there are going to be crash outs. And Helping Mega also says, DZ, do you think Muslims tell their children to check under the bed and in the closet before they go to bed for M's? M's, do you play saxophone? He's smooth enough that he should be playing saxophone. But if I had to wager a guess, yeah. People that are worshiping the Islam god they're terrified of M's, that's for sure, because he's got facts. And Lost in FRP says the fluffy kitten, a guest or new family member. New family member. We'll probably have more on that, but the name of the beautiful black cat is Heck. And Jordan, thank you for the super chat, says, is it true that Thomas was martyred for his faith? Well, we don't have really data for that. So what we do have for the martyrdom of the apostles comes typically hundreds of years after that. And so typically when we look at who was actually martyred, it's like the two Jameses, Paul and Peter, probably Peter. Outside of that, we don't have terribly much, actually. It's not something that we really have a lot of data on. So it's, neither here nor there. I'm going to grab one more super chat. We'll get our first guest in here. Jordan Jordan the Incorrigible. Good name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, is it true that the fatal flaw of Romans was that they killed Jesus in a T pose? Resetting Jesus's player mode allowed him to take advantage of the death exploit to respawn and no clip out of the cave. You know what? That might have been it. There's always a developer bug somewhere or an Easter egg. In fact, that's where the Easter egg saying came from, is that Jesus was able to glitch out of death in the simulation that he was placed in. And so, here we are, right? All right, let's get Andrew in here and we'll get our first conversation rolling.
Really data for that.
Welcome in, Andrew. Are you at least 18? Andrew.
Yes, can
Andrew,
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How you doing? Is your connection really slow?
I'm good, thank you. I just have a question.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, let's try this. I will do a delayed check. I'm going to count to 3. When you hear me say 3, I need you to say 4. 1, 2, 3.
4.
Oh, fuck. That's like a 6-second delay. Okay. I'm sorry, Andrew. It'd be like nearly impossible for us to talk or to have a conversation with that long of a delay. Get some Wi-Fi and come up back and we'll try it again, okay? Okay. Grab CC and hopefully get some debate rolling. Welcome in, CC. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but your connection is really bad.
I just put some questions in the chat.
I don't know if it's your connection, actually. I think it might be your microphone. Hold on. Let me see what you got going on here. like a USB Logitech microphone from like 1995. Give me a second to switch to your Bluetooth. Let's try that one. Anything? No? Okay. You said you put something in chat. I don't typically read the chat in Video Ninja because, like, you know, I'm debating. So, get your connection figured out, my friend, and coming back, and we'll figure it out. Okay. All right. Let's bring in Kim, and we'll try the next conversation. Kim, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Kim, are you at least 18?
And God, but I do have you and the chat with.
Is it crackly for y'all? Because it's really crackly for me. I only caught like half of those words. Your connection doesn't look bad. I don't see like any red bars. Yeah, it was crackly for everybody. Hold on. Steel Series Arctis Pro chat microphone. I think you might have a problem with your headset, my friend. Can you let me refresh it. Hold on. Dun, 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 dun. All right, try it now.
Microphones?
Yeah, it's just really kind of crackly. Now I can't hear anything you're saying. I see your bar moving. Maybe refresh your browser and try again. Whatever device that they called in on, it doesn't show me how good their connection is. Usually it'll give me like green bars, red bars, yellow bars, whatever. I didn't get any bars on that connection. I'm not entirely sure that they were even fully connected. We'll give them a second to try again. All right. Anyways, friends, if you're watching on TikTok and you disagree with the prompt, you want to prove me wrong, hit the guest request button. It's down at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching on YouTube, you can use, there's no link on the horizontal screen. Let me turn that on. There we go. You can use the link on the screen over here and over here to call in if you're using something other than TikTok. So you don't have to sign up for anything. We don't need like your email account. You don't need like a special Gmail account or any nonsense like that. You basically just have to click the link. There's a clickable version in the if you're watching on YouTube, in the comments or the video description. There's a clickable version of a link. Maybe I should pin it in the comments. Anyways, let's try Kim again. See if we're any better. How you doing, Kim? Kim? I see your bar is moving. Hold on. Say something again. Interesting. You're talking, but I can't hear you. Let me see if there's a reason why. Oh, I think I know why. 1 second. All right, let's try it now. Yeah, I can hear you now. Give me 1 more second. All right, I can hear Kim. Can y'all hear Kim? Kim, can you say something for us? All right, give me 1 second because it's not picking up your audio where I need it to distribute it. So 1 moment. All right. Make sure I didn't accidentally mute your tab either. All right. Actually, just give me half a second. I'll just restart my soundboard just to double check it. All right, soundboard is restarted. Let's see if we can hear you now, Kim. Oh, hold on. Try again. All right, one more time. Oh, now you're muted. All right, last time.
Okay.
All right, we're
Any
good now.
better?
Yeah, we're good now. Sorry about
All
that.
right. Wow, technical issues. Yeah. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not a Christian, but I do have that I think you and the audience will find quite interesting, and it's the latest research that happened in neuroscience when it comes to yeah,
Well,
how the
I
brain
mean,
works and all that.
do you believe in God?
No, I don't.
Oh, well,
But
we're
I
just
think this might be some sort of cure for religious beliefs. We sort of understand how brain works in a more physical way. That why we are so rigid in our beliefs and so on.
yeah. I mean, I'm pretty aware with that kind of research. If you know, you're welcome to share it in the Discord if you think people would be interested in it, though.
Yeah. I've been trying to get into your Discord, but I'm not sure if I did anything wrong, but I didn't find any chance that I can interact with as an atheist. So yeah, I
just
quit
go.
afterwards.
You could just use the general chat. There's a general chat location inside of the Discord.
All right. Well, yeah. All right. So I'll try there. Thank you.
All right. Hey, thanks, man. Okay. Hey, we're going to get some opposition eventually. Friends, please do me a favor. Only join up if you disagree with my prompt. It's not helpful to come up if you don't, like if you're an atheist, because it just kind of derails the live stream. Some Donk, it's good to see you. Says, hope you're doing plus ultra. I don't know what that means. I've nearly got my video done that I mentioned last time. I'll join your Q&A this week. Bob Saget. I do remember Bob Saget, but I don't know what plus ultra means. You'll have to fill me in when I talk to you on plus ultra. It's a new phrase for me. I don't know what that means. All right, let's try a guest here. We're gonna get Lucas. I think CC is back. Although, hold on, let me read CC's message. Okay, CC, if you're an atheist, buddy, we're just taking opposition. So if you're still in the box when I'm done with Lucas, I'll grab you. But please make sure you're opposition. Lucas, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 34.
All right. And do you believe in God?
Yeah, well, would it be God that's in charge of a simulation? So let's say, for instance, if this is like a program that's rendering, whoever's in charge of it, would that be God?
No.
So who would be in charge then?
It could be anybody. It could be an alien. A God is something that's basically responsible for creating all things.
Right, but do you believe the reality it's as it is, or you think that this could be something else?
No, I think simulation theory is pretty sad. I think it's silly.
Right. Yeah, but for instance, when you have very credible people that talk oh, we had a radar upgrade back in 2013, and then we start to fly we see these things flying out there, that clearly we know for a fact that because of distances, other things wouldn't be able to travel to us, and
I have no idea what you're talking about. Lucas, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Really?
I don't believe in the simulation. It's a nonsensical thing. It has nothing to do with God.
Well, smoke some DMT, bro, and I can assure you that you could realize very quickly that there's more to that.
All right, we're just gonna move on to hopefully somebody serious. We'll try Leo. Welcome in, Leo. Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Which God do you believe in?
The Christian God.
Cool. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
The Holy Spirit.
Holy Spirit, what about it?
I believe it's a quantifiable, pure, real thing that is just, it tries to negate negativity. And that's like how our brain tries to handle certain things as well. And I believe that
Wait,
the Holy Spirit
Did you
is
say that the Holy Spirit
sorry.
is doing the same thing our brain is doing?
No, it's like you know how like in your brain you try to fend off against bad stuff, and you're like whatever makes you feel bad or whatever you feel like is a problem in your life, a resistance. Like I believe that the Holy Spirit is doing like that same thing.
Why?
I believe that purity, for it to exist, you need to have resistance.
What's purity?
Purity, just like anything that's good, anything that, like, if you feel good off of anything, even if you're bad or good, that's a good thing. That's like, it's still a good thing for you subjectively.
I don't know what you're talking about. What you're referring to is like, I don't know, feelings. It's chemicals. Like something that makes you feel good is because your body is like releasing dopamine and other chemicals that would make you to
Right.
feel a particular way.
Right, and I'm solely, I'm solely allocating that ability to feel those things just only due to the Holy Spirit existing.
Yeah, I heard that, but I'm trying to figure out why. Why would we attribute that to the Holy Spirit when we can measure, like we could physically measure these behaviors without the Holy Spirit? We can manipulate them too. We can give somebody particular types of prescriptions that will alter their mental states, that will alter their feelings. It sounds like all of this is purely physical, nothing to do with the Holy Spirit.
I believe that they're one and the same. I believe I don't think it's a philosophical point of view.
Right,
I believe
right.
it's both.
I know
really
you
physical.
believe that, but what I'm asking you is why, right? I think most of us probably understand the claim that you're making, so you don't have to restate the claim. We're trying to figure out how
Right,
you
my
get
bad.
to the point to demonstrate that the claim is true.
Okay, so it's kind of a lot. I could be on here for a while.
I got time.
It's kind of a lot. Okay, so for example, I guess, just so we can kind of understand, like, so we can get a basis. So if we're all aware that trees fall down and then they like corrode into the ground and they just eventually there's no more tree left.
Yeah, that's how biodegrading works. Yeah.
Just completely falls apart, turns old, and just dies. Okay.
Yeah.
So
and goes right back into the earth,
we
and
later
those
then after
elements
that
are
tree,
used
yeah,
in other forms of life.
yeah, and then those elements sometimes they reproduce, maybe more tree saplings, or it feeds the life around. It's like that circle of life idea.
Mm-hmm. So what's this got to do with the Holy Spirit?
Okay, so I believe that the Holy Spirit is recursive. I believe
Nope.
that the Holy Spirit
Leo,
is
my friend. Leo, I don't know if it's helpful to tell us what you believe. We're still trying to figure out why what you believe is true, right? If I said, I believe that the world was created by dingleberries, well, just restating parts of my belief doesn't demonstrate why dingleberries created the universe. I need some sort of evidence that the Holy Spirit exists.
Man, it's so much to put in words. I have it all down in notes right now. And I can't believe you don't recognize me or remember me at all.
I've talked to a lot of people,
I know
Leo.
it's been a little bit since I came back here.
Let me see.
You put my name down on a little piece of paper.
Leo, let's see. Ligar. All right. Let me see if you're on my spreadsheet.
I was also I had like a high score of something.
Oh yeah. You're the one that maxed out. Actually, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. Who you are now. You maxed out on our MSRI calculator. When I plugged in your numbers to the unified quantum Wu equation, your Mysterium solar resonant index value was quite high.
So you have context now of who I am. I would like you to understand, from my point of view, what I've been trying to do since our first interaction. I've been working on a paper to try to help like describe this thing, and I finally got a call back from Center of Consciousness Studies, and they have my information right now on it. It's a full working paper. I found stability in it. The workings all there. I would love for you to be a part of this knowledge, so because you kind of inspired me to continue this search of, what the hell's going on. And so, man, if there's any way I could email you, or if there's any way I could show you what I'm talking about, that'd be so awesome.
I listen, given the last couple times that we talked, I'm not likely to take any of this woo-woo stuff seriously. However, you are always more than welcome to email me whatever work it is you want to email me. I have a public email address attached to my Linktree and my YouTube accounts, so you're welcome to send it on over.
No, I understand. I understand your point of view and how you consider it woo-woo, but I guess my whole paper is that I broke the woohoo part, and now it's all just, it is what it is. I believe that I believe that no matter what, there's no death, there's no nothing. We're just going to completely continue doing life over and over.
Yeah,
and my paper suggests that there's 15 cycles.
That's great that you believe that, but again, until you can explain why that's true, it's kind of a useless concept to me.
So would me having like a script or something, like, I don't know. That's why I kind of want to get with you on this, so it can be more of like I don't know. I would love to disclose the information with you, but it's hard to speak about because of how much it really is.
Send me your paper over email and I'll gladly read it.
You're cutting out, but I believe like you said, send me the paper. So I'm going to do that. Just keep an eye out for me, I guess.
Okay. All right. Shoot me an email when you get a chance, Leo, and I'll read it with you.
Thank you, and I apologize for taking time.
No, it's okay. Take care of yourself, man. Leo's been nice every time he's been up here. I feel bad that he's stuck in this woo-woo nonsense, but we're doing what we can. Cynthia, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, love the necklace. You said you would explain. Waiting, Cynthia. Okay. So the necklace, the explanation for the necklace is that my significant other is my moonbeam, and this reflects light. So that's what's going on there. It's there's more. There's actually a long story behind it as well. That's highly related to woo-woo jokes. But in fact, Leo probably would have enjoyed some of those, but he would think that they're serious. Nevertheless, that's the situation. Texas Panhandler, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, good to see you sitting comfortably, buddy. Happy Friday, everyone. Well, thank you, Texas. And yes, the procedure Wednesday went well. Good news. Nothing's wrong. I'm just getting old, and I've got some old man conditions that need monitored, but nothing, no problems, nothing serious. Not the Bible, Jason. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Hope you're doing well. Sup, homie? We're currently turning wine into wine and listening from the winery. Mike says hi. Well, hi, Mike. Good to hear from you. And funny you mentioned, I just started a new batch of summertime cider. This is my first time. I'm doing apple and mango in a cider. I don't know how it's going to turn out. I'll let you know if it's any good. So anyone else, throw something in the comments if you've had any apple cider mixed with mango. I've had apple cider mixed with pineapple, but not with mango yet. So this will be kind of a new experiment. Kind of excited for it. Cameron, my friend, good to see you. Says Friday night shows are my favorite, and I hope we don't have to play the mute button games with this honest guest tonight. Just in time. Well, Cameron, my friend, I have to tell you, we're probably going to have some of that. I hope we don't, but we're probably going to have a little bit. And one more super chat for now from Sir Rubbable. Oh, good name. Good play on words for Zerubbabel. I appreciate that one. It says, if the God of the Bible existed, there would be no debate. It would be self-evident. He apparently had no problem letting people know he existed in the past. I agree. Listen, if there was a God and God wanted you to know about its existence, it would just be self-evident. He would just give you whatever you needed. You wouldn't be arguing like this. Like, he would just tell you, or probably she, to be fair. Nevertheless, that's another topic for another time. Welcome in, Nathaniel. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
All right. And do you believe in God?
Of course.
And which God do you believe in?
I'm a follower of Jesus Christ.
Awesome. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
Well, for one, we have the name of God, Jesus Christ.
Okay, if I said the name of God is bloopity doopity, and then I showed you bloopity doopity, does that mean that bloopity doopity is God?
There's no power in that name.
Oh, there's power in the name of Jesus?
Yes.
Oh fuck! What can Jesus' name do?
In Jesus Christ's name, is God real?
No, but I would give you a challenge. I'm going to hold the ball, and if you can pray in Jesus Christ's name and cause me to drop this, I'll convert to your religion. How about that?
Oh, so I have another question for you.
You're not going to pray then? So there's no power in the name of Jesus?
Are you not going to let me speak?
Are you going to pray? You're not going to pray? I have
a question for you when you're ready.
So you're not going to pray then? Just it's very smooth too. I could easily drop it, maybe even by mistake. You'd get a lot of converts just by mistake.
Let me know when I can speak and you're finished speaking.
I can lube it up. Maybe you might maybe put some Vaseline on it.
You can do whatever you'd like with that. So.
I can lube this thing up for sure. Make it really slippery. I can even put some soapy water on it, and then give you the chance to pray. Do you think that'd be more fruitful?
For who?
Well, for you. You're the one that's going to pray and save all our souls. Didn't Jesus tell you to do this kind of thing in the gospel? He says, "Pray for anything in my name, and I'll do it for you."
So my second question is: in Jesus Christ's name, are you a serpent?
So you're not gonna do the prayer then? I was actually kind of excited. I thought you were going to show me God's power.
Another question: are you not going to answer?
Actually, I'm not a serpent, but as it turns out, my friend Mezzo is.
Yeah, I just wanted. Can I see that ball again?
Yeah. Look,
I just want to try something.
So
why name? Hold on, Nathan. Hold on. In the name of Bloopity Blue, drop that ball.
Oh, it got heavy. I couldn't even hold on to it.
Okay, well, there's power in that for sure. Does Jesus have any?
All right, if Jesus has power, like I'll palm it even. If Jesus has some power, just let it roll right off the palm.
I'll try it. In the name of Jesus, drop that ball.
Nothing. And I mean, obviously, I'm not a serpent because the cats are like terrified of snakes. Every time they see a snake, they jump all over the fucking place. I got 3 cats in the room right now. They're perfectly happy.
Yeah, you said your friend Mizzo was a serpent. Why did you say that, sir?
Oh, because he works for the devil. Mezzo, didn't you sell your soul to the devil some time ago? That's why your music is so nice?
Yeah, and I got a great deal on it too.
So you do realize that Jesus Christ and his first cousin John the Baptist did call people openly serpents, and the scriptures do explain that there's a race of people here that are serpents and scorpions. So thank you for agreeing, Deconstruction. You also lied.
You mean lizard people?
Jesus Christ. Hear me out, because you did lie.
Is this like the
we prefer
day
reptile people?
Deconstruction.
Sorry, that's
what I'm saying.
Lizard is a word that
true.
just, it's only, we only use that with ourselves.
You're a serpent.
I think we want to be like really correct about this. To be fair, we should actually ask the people that are affected. It's not serpent people. What was it, Mezzo?
Yeah, we prefer reptile people or reptilians. Yeah.
Sure, exactly. Yeah.
Lizard is something just.
Well, Mizo, you're not the one who lied in Jesus Christ's name. Your friend Deconstruction is trying to hold his life together.
Well, in Jesus Christ's name, Nathan is really interesting. So there's a lie.
Oh fuck! Yep. Man, it happened all the time.
Let's see how many lies he'll tell in Jesus Christ's name.
You're right.
Jesus Christ's
you're
name,
right, Nathan. I'm
I'm
barely holding it together right now. Like
I know you are because I'm invoking the name of God on you, sir.
I'm shaking in my boots, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you're not answering any questions.
It's not even just me. It's Legion. Are you going to cast me into the pigs and send me to the water?
In Jesus Christ's name, is heaven and hell real?
I drown really easy, so don't put me in the pigs.
What's happened to your sound
this could
speech?
Be interesting, Nathan.
Deconstruction. You sounded very smart. Now you can't talk. Can you answer my question, sir?
Can I ask you a question, Nathan?
I don't think Nathan is actually capable. Try it.
Now in deconstruction, you can't talk. All of a sudden, you were very smart with other people, and you were very confident. Now you can't speak. You're looking for your cat. I'm over here.
Interesting.
I'm over here in deconstruction.
No, my cat was behind me, dummy.
Listen up.
Can the live host
Nathan, in
speak?
Jesus Christ's name, listen up.
Hey, Mezzo, I don't need your help.
Oh, we got a snake here. This guy doesn't obey the name of Jesus.
He's very slithery.
Guys. I invoke the name of God on him. He needs help.
He's very slick, like slithery. That's why he won't answer your question. He's a snake.
Deconstruction is not intelligent anymore. Now the conversation's awkward. Go ahead, guys.
The conversation is awkward because we're just making fun of you. Just pay attention to Mezzo.
Because I invoke the name of Jesus Christ. Be really honest here.
Nathan, in Jesus Christ's name, are you hearing me?
He called for backup.
In Jesus Christ's name, have you ever been attracted to someone under 18?
Well, there's an individual in the comments who did this to you, Deconstruction. I'm going to tell you his name.
No answer.
He didn't answer the question. All right, don't answer the question if you're attracted to minors.
Hold on. Here, where's the gentleman?
Oh my! Did you hear the
Nathan,
admission?
Wow!
Holy shit!
That's
famous.
Brutal.
Somebody got to
Amos,
call the cops.
Famous like Amos did this
you
to
gotta,
Deconstruction.
You gotta call the cops.
Because I told them I didn't want to come up here.
I think we're gonna have to alert. We're gonna have to alert the authorities. Actually,
they insisted Deconstruction, and they pretended to be your friends, and they wanted this to happen to you.
You mean Amos?
Where's the other gentleman's name?
Why are you calling them they? You don't like preferred pronouns.
I'm looking for the individuals that wanted this to happen to you in your comments.
Now all of a sudden these Christians like preferred pronouns. Holy shit! Okay.
Who's this anus guy?
I asked you a simple question.
Oh, anus? So
this is what happens when you invoke the name of God.
Amos is actually a really nice individual. So I've talked to famous Amos probably at this point.
Everyone notices the power in the name of Jesus Christ.
Actually, look at the power not in the name of Jesus Christ. I could just fucking mute him because Christ has no power. So famous Amos is actually a kind of a decent, nice Christian. I've talked to him a couple times. He's goofy, like he believes in really weird stuff, but he's actually quite nice. Which is why, like, if I've got a list right here on my spreadsheet of every conversation that I'm going to clip, and then the people who clip my videos go through my spreadsheet and clip them. I don't have famous Amos on here, not even once to clip, because he's actually really nice. Nathaniel, you're going to get clipped because you're like really stupid. And this is going to be really funny. When people see that you believe in lizard people, it's going to be like really hilarious, actually. Also, famous like Amos is saying that it's not him. He's actually in the comments. So I think, did the Holy Spirit let you figure out how to unmute yourself yet? I can. There you go. You got it.
One question, and you struggled with that one. Are you going to answer my second question?
Did you see the power of the Holy Spirit? Oh, like unmute him? Holy shit!
Deconstruction.
That's really
Jesus
strong.
Christ's name is heaven and hell real?
No, heaven or hell are not real.
Okay, that's 2 times you've lied in Jesus Christ's name. Let's see how many times you'll do it.
What's the point of the
deconstruction
test, Nathan? Nathan, what's the point of the test?
I have no idea.
Like, are you showing that Jesus has power and we can't lie if you ask us?
Mezzo, can deconstruction speak
hold
for
on,
himself,
I think
sir?
that was the point,
I'm asking
actually.
you a question.
Can he speak for himself, Mezzo? Or no?
Yeah, he absolutely can.
Okay, then thank you, sir.
I have my own question.
I don't even know who you are. You haven't introduced yourself. I was speaking to deconstruction. I don't know where you came from, bud.
I'm so sorry. My name is Mezzo. Hey.
Yeah.
Right. Let's let the host speak. He doesn't need your help.
Well, actually, I invoked Mezzo's name at the beginning of this conversation because he actually does have the power of Satan that I need. Because I tried selling my soul to Satan and he rejected the contract. In fact, I wrote it in the entry of my Bible. I tried to make a contract with them to Satan, right? It says with love. There we go. With love to Satan from Justin, but he didn't. I never got a call back. He ghosted me.
He doesn't value your soul very high.
So you believe Satan is real, but you don't believe God is real.
Oh, I mean, obviously.
So
that's why we sold our soul to Satan.
Though? This test where you say in Jesus' name and ask a question, what is it supposed to demonstrate?
Yeah, I was speaking to deconstruction, sir.
So you're not gonna you like the Holy Spirit didn't empower you to answer questions?
Why can't you speak
Justin,
for yourself? Deconstruction
for me,
it's really weak.
There were people in your comments, deconstruction, that said that.
So if I'm not wrong, Mezzo, I suspect what he's trying to do is what Jesus did, where he forces the demons to be honest as he's like casting them out, where they're like, "Oh no, Son of God, it is not our time yet." But he's not smart enough to actually know how the trick works. And so he's actually just like clowning himself. Oh, well, it's unfortunate. I was hoping to be cast out today, Mezzo.
Yeah, and I was hoping to like help, convince Satan to give you a good deal on the soul thing with the, but like you maybe clean it up first. Like, when you sell someone a used car, you kind of gotta like take it to the, get detailed first. And your soul, I don't know, I haven't seen it, but maybe it's just a little bit, you get some gum stuck on the bottom of it. These different things can happen to it, Just give it a once over.
Yeah, it's not that bad. Do you need me to unmute you again, Nathan, or God didn't tell you how to work the mute button? Or?
I mean, I'm just waiting for you to speak for yourself instead of your help that you have over there.
I did, and I answered a question. Then you conveniently ignored Mezzo's question.
I'm not speaking to Mezzo. Who is Mezzo?
Well, he's the guy that owns you right now. So I don't know if you know this, but according to 2 Corinthians 4:4, Satan's the god of the world, and Mezzo works for Satan, which means he's in charge of you. That's why he's owning your ass right now.
No, Mezzo's doing nothing. He's
in
he's here to help you.
In Satan's name, and I want to speak to Justin and me.
Mezzo.
Holy shit, he just did it. Do you see that? Mezzo commanded him in Satan's name, and then he answered to Mezzo for the first time.
Well, yeah,
fuck.
I've been answering to Mezzo. Have I not told Mezzo I wasn't speaking to him? So you just told a lie.
There's power in the name of Satan, y'all. There's power in the name of Satan. Man.
What do you need, Nathaniel? Did you want to ask me something?
I'm letting deconstruction speak for himself, but if he's done, yeah, I can speak to you.
Go ahead and talk to Mezzo. Listen, I'll be here all night. You can talk to me when you're done with Mezzo.
Okay. So I want the people in the comments to see that you don't want to speak to me and that Mezzo has to speak for you.
Well, I actually already have. I just want you to answer Mezzo's questions.
Okay.
Nathaniel, I'm just trying to figure out what the test is supposed to do. When you say in Jesus Christ's name, is heaven or hell real? Do you expect that we are supposed to like shake and quiver and say, yes, 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 it's real. Jesus is real. Like it's supposed to be like genuinely kind of a magical, like, what's it called when a demon gets taken out of somebody? Like exorcism? Or is it supposed to just be like, we don't say it's real and then you say we're lying? Because that doesn't really mean anything,
In Jesus Christ's name, I bind and cast your devils out, Mezzo.
But
yeah, okay, that's great, but it doesn't answer the question.
Now you have no help.
that didn't answer the question.
Now you have no help. What's your question, Mezzo?
But we're waiting for the question. Get answered.
The question is, what's the point in quizzing us in Jesus Christ's name? What's supposed to happen?
Well, a few things happen. For one, you're held accountable for your words.
Yeah.
For
okay
two,
with that.
the Christians are commanded
I already am.
to invoke the name of Jesus Christ in word and deed and in all things that we do. For three,
You do it when you take a shit?
I'm sorry?
Do you do it when you take a shit?
Well,
like if you're at a restaurant, do
foolishness. How come every time I invoke the name of Jesus Christ, foolishness comes afterwards and you can't?
We're actually
the demons are out of me. You just said
we're just making fun of you.
Question now.
Yes. So that means you have no intelligent nothing to say now because your devil's gone.
But no, it's the same question as before.
The devil's the intelligent part.
Yeah, remember you had all these wise things to say, and I cast your devils out. Now you're dumbfounded.
What was the wisest thing you think I said?
Now you're dumbfounded, and you don't have anything to say, Mezzo.
I want to know what the wisdom was.
No, I want Mezzo to question me like he was. What's your question, Mezzo? Or can you not remember it?
We're still waiting for the answer.
What I'm trying to figure out is what the point of your quiz is. When you say, in Jesus Christ's name, is heaven or hell real? Are we supposed to act like we're having an exorcism? Or is it supposed to be that we say it's not real and then you just call us out for a lie? Like, what's the purpose of it?
So what happens is a spiritual thing, sir. Okay. So when I invoke the name of Jesus Christ on you, if you lie, God will show up and manifest in your life to show you that he is real. And he'll also hold you accountable for your words. So that means beyond
like
this
later though, right? Not right now.
It can be at any time that he decides, Mezzo.
He's
but
powerless. He's powerless for
you will know at some point what you did.
But we've lied before, and it never came true. So we're just waiting. Also, but if you think there's only 400 people watching, buddy, wait till you turn on YouTube.
Right. Okay. I'm waiting for Mezzo. You're awfully silent now, Mezzo.
Did you ask me a question?
No, but you were interrupting me and you had all these things to say before I cast your devils out. So now that you're speaking by yourself and you have no help, go ahead and question me. Ask me anything you like.
Sure. Okay. In Jesus Christ's name, have you ever been attracted to someone under 18?
So Mezzo,
no answer.
You're admitting God is real because you're invoking the name of Jesus Christ. So you're a believer now.
Oh yeah, I am. Justin's an atheist.
Okay, so Mezzo's a Christian, you guys. You hear this? Because the title of the live is God is Fiction.
Do you think Satan is a Christian?
And Mezzo is now invoking the name of Jesus Christ.
Do you think Satan is a Christian?
If I'm hearing things correctly, Mezzo is a believer.
Do you think Satan is a Christian? Answer the question.
No kingdom divided by itself can stand, Mezzo. Next question.
Do you think Satan is a Christian?
The answer to your question is no, because no kingdom divided against itself can stand.
So believing in God doesn't make you a Christian. Satan believes in God.
Well, Can you read the title of the live? It says God is fiction, and you're up here to argue that God is fiction, but how if you're invoking the name of Jesus Christ?
Okay, in Justin's name.
Sounds like you're divided, Mezzo. You're dropping the ball.
Nathan, why are you dodging this question? Why don't you want to answer
He's dropping the ball, Deconstruction. I cast his devils out. He's dropping the ball on your live, bud.
You're the one not asking the question, Nathan. It's all you.
He's invoking the name of Jesus Christ on a fictional God is Fiction live.
We're still waiting for you to answer the question.
I'm doing that for you,
What's your next
Nathaniel.
question,
I'm doing that for you because you believe in Jesus.
What's your next question, Mezzo?
Do you want me to do it in Jesus' name or not?
I mean, I don't know. Are you saying God is fiction, or are you saying he's real?
It doesn't matter to me.
It does matter because
but for you, it matters,
God is fiction.
Right?
Prove me wrong. So it sounds like I don't know. Deconstruction called someone up here to help prove him wrong. Is that what you did, Deconstruction? Because the person you called is telling everyone they believe in God. He's invoking the name of Jesus Christ.
I'll do it like this, Nathaniel.
It's interesting.
In the name of Jesus Christ, Satan, Justin, and Mezzo, do you want to answer this question right now? Have you ever been attracted to someone under the age of 18?
Deconstruction, what's going on here,
man? That's a non-answer. He's running.
Third non-answer.
I'm not running. And in Jesus Christ's name,
I'm
not attracted to
honestly,
men
if I were a pedo, I wouldn't
put the dodge counter up, I suspect. Yeah. Let me get the dodge counter. Did he answer it? Or he actually did.
No, he's at 3 times.
Oh, shit. 3 dodges? Damn, okay. All right. Well, we'll do what we can. I'll set it to dodge number 3, and maybe
I'll try one with no Jesus name and see.
Hey, Mezzo, can I ask you a question?
Well, after you do this one. So you're at 3. Nathan, in nobody's name, have you ever been attracted to someone under the age of 18?
In Jesus Christ's name, when I was under the age of 18, yes. And in Jesus Christ's name, that is irrelevant to what we're talking about, Mezzo. Is it is it relevant or no? Are we talking about God being fiction?
Testing the power of Jesus.
I just want to point that out because
I'm
this
testing
is
the
another
power of
tactic.
Jesus.
This is a simple tactic. It's called misdirection. Let's go off topic and talk about something completely irrelevant because we're getting completely annihilated, like I said was going to happen. So can we get back on topic?
We're not talking about fact-finding committee.
We're talking about God being fiction or not. Can we stay on topic,
so,
Mezzo?
I just want to point out, I would say this too. I talked to Nathaniel Ward, let's see, March 20th, and the notes that I have are that Nathaniel literally visited heaven and thinks that the Holy Spirit is proof. But then you got literally cooked alive by my cat Volta, and I also wrote down that you sounded drunk the entire time. Are you sober this time, or?
What about the topic, guys?
So you're not sober. Gotcha. Okay, just double checking.
In Jesus Christ's name, I'm always sober.
Oh, sure.
Are you happy now? Can we get back to the subjection now?
That's what I say.
You misdirect.
When I call into people's shows intoxicated, I say the same thing, actually.
And then you act foolish, and then you try to misdirect when you're getting roasted. So can we stay on topic and let's not talk about girls? Let's not talk about last time and whether or not I was drunk. Let's just talk about whether or not God is fiction.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to talk about that either.
490 people, Nathaniel, they want to hear about you being proved wrong about God, not my personal life.
I'm with you on this, actually, Nathaniel. But I just want you to know the reason why I was asking you that was just testing your hypothesis. You said there's power in the name of Jesus. And then when you asked us questions in the name of Jesus, you said we were lying. So I was just trying it with you to see if you were. Do you hear that I'm in the middle of a sentence?
I like underage girls. That's what happened.
Do you hear that I'm in the middle of a sentence?
You went off.
Who's Bella?
You're still talking about nonsense, sir.
Who's Bella? You're only following 2 accounts on TikTok, and one of them is Bella. Who's Bella?
Now they're talking about who I'm following.
I want to know.
Can we talk about whether or not God is fiction or not?
This seems pretty important, actually. Do you?
Can we please talk about the subjection?
Do you not avert your eyes from this kind of material?
Right. So everyone in the comments, don't ask me to come up here again because you see what happens. They don't even want to talk about the subject. All right.
Sounds like
if you guys
he doesn't want to address very important topics.
I accept your retreat and I will leave.
Well, what we're trying to figure out is why you think that there's power in the name of Jesus when he hadn't done anything yet.
Yeah. So again, is the title of your page God is fiction or not, sir?
Yeah. I mean, sorry. Did you have proof that God's real? That'd be really cool. Yeah. Fuck, I'd convert right now.
The proof that he brought up was that there's power in the name of Jesus, and that's what we've been talking about. But it doesn't seem to work.
You're lying.
It didn't seem to work.
You've been talking about various things, all but that, and I'm asking you if we can continue talking about the topic.
What's the power? Oh, what's the power?
I'm still waiting to ask Mezzo a question.
Sure, go for it. Yeah.
So, Mezzo, in Jesus Christ's name, have you told any lies since you've been up here?
No.
Okay. So, in Jesus Christ's name, we can establish that you are a serpent.
Yes.
Okay. So, how can you be a serpent, Mezzo, and God not be real?
I don't understand the question. Snakes can be real and God isn't.
No. In Jesus Christ's name, how can you yourself be a serpent and God not be real?
I don't understand the question.
Well, doesn't the Holy Bible explain that the serpent was in the garden and that there's people among us who are serpents in disguise as people, essentially, if they're working with Satan?
Yeah, but that's like one example of it's one explanation of it, but that's not why I am. I'm just like really good at like pool. Have you ever heard like a pool shark? I kind of it's like that, but like with a snake more.
Yeah, let me ask you a more direct question.
There's other reasons why I have the nickname the Snake.
He's actually really good with his tongue.
So you're saying in Jesus Christ's name that you're not by DNA a snake?
No, but not by DNA. You wouldn't be
So
able to
you
hear
are
me
then
talking.
by DNA in Jesus Christ's name a snake.
Well, I mean,
No, not by
sometimes,
DNA.
Mezzo, I have heard you talk in a lisp every once in a while.
Maybe by DNA.
So Mezzo, in Jesus Christ's name, do you have an agenda to lead humans away from God?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you for telling the truth.
But
And
only
I'm
because I
glad
want the
that
world
I
to be
was
better
able.
in the future than it is now.
Right, and I'm glad I was able to display the name of Jesus Christ and the power in it.
That
By asking me questions and I'm answering honestly.
Well, that's the whole purpose of invoking the name of Jesus Christ is to cause you to answer.
See the
truthfully, sir.
I didn't actually see the power of the Holy Spirit, because as it turns out, I don't know if you know this, but you know, people can answer questions honestly without being forced to do it, right?
Deconstruction, you're sweating.
I literally went to.
I'm not here to hurt you.
I went to
in your comments
a
that wanted me to come
restaurant
up
recently. I went to a restaurant and they asked me what I wanted to eat and like what I wanted on my salad and all that stuff. I answered all those questions honestly, and they didn't invoke Jesus' name once. Isn't that weird?
What restaurant you go to? Because when I go to a restaurant near here, they do that all the time, and it's so annoying.
I know, because what if you actually didn't want pickles on your sandwich, and but you wanted to lie about it?
In Jesus Christ's name, do you really want pickles on your sandwich? It's so annoying.
Yeah.
So, deconstruction. In Jesus Christ's name, are you burning in spirit by any chance?
No, I'm burning incense. In fact, this is my incense burner.
You got a
well, I asked because you're sweating. You're sweating, sir.
Wait, how do you know I'm sweating?
We can see it. Look at the screen.
You want to see my armpits?
See the sweat.
They're actually perfectly dry.
See it on your forehead.
Actually, look at my
so I'm saying that because
see how
for
dry
those
they
who
are?
don't know,
Look, my armpits perfectly dry.
Is being burned in his spirit.
I got a little bit of sweat going on over here.
And the people in the comments,
yeah,
they're wanting you to continue suffering. Deconstruction.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that I'm glowing?
I'm telling you that
am I
the person
glistening?
in the comments named
my goodness,
like Amos,
what a sweetheart,
wants you to continue suffering.
I'm glowing. I didn't realize you were so sweet. That must be Jesus talking.
All that the transfiguration really was, as they went up there and they're like, Jesus, you are glowing.
I think that galaxy is for me.
Yeah, fabulous, actually. Actually,
so
the galaxy.
You guys have a good day, okay?
The galaxy was sent to Mezzo. Did you not see it?
You don't believe. Oh, he thinks that when someone sends a galaxy, it means they're getting kicked, because in other lives he probably gets kicked right away.
Oh, I bet. Yeah, no, I don't have that rule here. I don't kick people when they send me galaxies and stuff.
Well, Deconstruction's a committed Satanist. He's sitting here getting burnt by Jesus.
We just keep him on.
He's taking it. Look at him sweating.
No,
it's okay. He's a tough one.
This is the spirit of Sabumafu.
He's a tough one, Mezzo. Your buddy's getting burnt up right now.
Nathaniel, do you think that everyone who sweats is like getting burnt by Satan or something? Like when you just go to the gym and exercise, that Satan is what's giving you that burn?
It's not Satan who does it.
What are you talking about?
Are you listening? I said it's not Satan who does it.
I would say I had some pre-workout with some horns on it the other day.
We can let you sit here and suffer. Your friends are wanting you to suffer.
Nathaniel, who makes you sweat? Is it Jesus? Like which deity makes you the wettest?
Can we stick to sound speech, Mezzo, or no?
To what?
Sound speech.
Yes.
Okay then. What about the topic?
Well, I guess what I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can help me out. Give me a second to show you what I'm talking about. I'm going to see copy image address, and then I'm just going to copy and paste. I was at, literally just this week, I was at the gym, and I had some of this black magic villain pre-workout. I've been feeling kind of funny ever since. I've had some voices talking to me, especially like, like mid workout. Is that normally, or do you think it's the kind of demonic?
Nathaniel, is the workout powder demonic? Answer the question.
I want to talk about the topic.
My cat's got his tongue. That's how powerful the cats are. Egypt was right.
I want to talk about the topic. Can we talk about the topic?
Right. Sure. Yeah. Why is God real?
Right. Okay. So how did existence know to give you eyes so that you could see, or a tongue so that you could taste?
It
But
didn't.
yet you have
there
them.
are animals that actually don't have eyes and they function just fine.
But you have them. What about
yeah,
you?
because we evolved. Did you graduate high school? Do you know about evolution?
Well, how did existence know to evolve one, not the other?
I could be wrong. Like Mezzo, you had to learn about evolution in high school, right?
Why do you keep running to Mezzo for help?
I'm just making sure.
A little bit more in college, in high school, just a tiny bit, but yeah.
Yeah,
just the basics.
Okay, so Mezzo, maybe
you've heard of it, right?
How did existence know to give you eyes and these animals that don't have eyes no eyes?
It didn't.
But it did.
It didn't.
Okay.
Oh, then you answer. How did it know?
Teeth.
Nathaniel, if you think it did know, tell us, how did it know? How does existence know?
Well, in the Bible, existence explains himself to be God, and he's alive and conscious, and he discerns and he gives one this and he gives
just
one
demonstrate that to be true. The Bible says lots of things. We don't believe it, so prove it's true.
I can look at you and see that you have teeth to chew in your head, and that someone had to know to give you those teeth. Something new to give you teeth so you could chew.
No. So the way evolution works is if you've got some sort of adaptation that allows you to survive in your environment, then that adaptation gets passed on. Now, if it turns out, like say you're born without teeth, say you've got a defect, you have no teeth, well, you're going to die off, right? And this is crazy. You know, there are birds that used to have teeth and now they don't, and they still have all the pseudogenes for making teeth. If you just look at the one part of the pseudogene that's broken and you actually kind of turn it on, which researchers have done, you can get fucking chickens to regrow teeth. Isn't that wild?
But why do you have teeth? What power made sure to give you teeth so that you could chew?
I evolved from a species that had teeth before me.
So who gave that species before you teeth?
Our parents were just apes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, who created the apes, Mezzo?
No one.
They did. The apes did.
No one created the apes?
Well, to be fair, Mezzo's answer is technically more correct. The apes created the apes because they were, in the jungle, the mighty jungle situation.
I just mean
so
my ape
the
parents were created by their ape parents.
And then the apes evolved into you.
What?
That's what you said.
I mean, technically,
the apes created the apes because you evolved from the apes.
Technically, we are apes. We're in the ape family. We have a common ancestor with the apes.
So where did you come from, Mezzo?
My ape parents.
Yeah.
Your ape parents. Where did your ape parents come from?
Their ape parents.
And where did their ape parents come from?
Their ape parents.
Where did the very first apes come from?
There weren't very first apes. It's a blurry line between species.
So there was no first apes.
Yeah, there's not like one where you would pinpoint and go, that's it. They've done it.
Yeah, it's a spectrum.
So there's no beginning for the apes is what you're saying, Mezzo.
It's a blurry line between them where some had some features of it and others had other features of it and were crossbreeding so that there's not going to be one single individual who's the first ape. It's going to be a blurry line between species.
For the recording, let's just make it known that Mezzo says there's no beginning for the apes. It's a blurry line. So that's what
single individual.
Yeah, that's what
this is classic. This isn't from Mezzo. This is just look at any middle school biology textbook. There's no single individual who's like the first ape. It's a blurry line between species.
Yeah.
So according to Mezzo, his God or his creator is the blurry line between species.
Well, no, it's not a creator in the sense that something is like actually creating.
You got there, Mezzo.
It's more or less a progression of small changes within a species that allows it to turn into what becomes a new species.
Yeah,
Mezzo has told
me it's kind of like each following generation was like made in the image of the previous generation. You know what that's about, right? Like you think man was made in God's image.
Okay, so
is that right, Nathaniel?
Mezzo, I believe in God. All right.
Yeah. So do you understand that in your view, humans were made in God's image, and they were also made out of dirt, which means your God is dirt?
No, it doesn't mean that. It means that God's likeness is upright
Dirt.
with
He's
2
dirty.
arms, 10
He's like
fingers,
sand
2
and
legs.
clay.
That's what it means. A head on the top of his head, eyes in the front of his head. We're made in his image. It doesn't mean that he's dirt.
Actually,
You're saying
this
that.
is actually the one thing we agree on is that in the Bible, when man is created in the image of God, it literally means that God has like a physical likeness, and we're similar to it, which is why in Genesis 5, when we hear about Adam's next son, it says that he had a son in his image, same exact Hebrew word. Just turns out that that's all that means. So you would agree then, Nathaniel, that God has a body?
Correct.
Isn't it weird then that like in Jeremiah 23, he says that he's everywhere?
You have to understand the nature of the spirit.
That's a big body. Hey, Justin, I got to step down and do some work, but thanks for having me. Thanks for having me, Nathaniel.
Mezzo, good to see you, buddy. I'll message you back. We gotta plan a night to do a split screen, okay?
I know I was supposed to call you like 100 years ago, and I'm being really crappy about it, but
it's okay.
you know,
it's fine. I won't tell Joel if you call me later.
Justin, like you can't keep pressuring me all the time, okay?
That's on me.
In Jesus' name, keep me on this live forever.
Oh, well, so Jesus' name had no power.
I don't need to put you through this anymore. My purpose is not to harm or humiliate. It's to maybe help you get on the right path.
You really put me through the ringer. Man, that's why you're running right now. Man, he's scared.
I don't have to run. But
he's diving. He's like diving head first, like off the cliff to get out of here.
If you want to have, a literature, I know the word. You can speak on that if you want.
Sure, yeah. Speaking of the word, let me ask you a question. Like, is the word true?
Yes.
Like, how much of it, though?
All of it.
Like, all of it? How is that possible?
Yes. Why would it not be possible?
Well, because it says things that are, like, contradictory.
Well, you have to understand that it was written by men, and that in Jeremiah 8, God even rebukes the tribe of Judah for the scribes messing up the word.
So it's not all reliable then? So it's not, the lying pen of the scribes. So
we know that.
Are you suggesting that it's not all reliable then?
Hold on. We know that it leads to God, so it's very reliable.
Yeah, but I'm asking, is it 100% reliable?
Yes, because it leads to God.
No, I'm not asking you if it's reliable in leading to you to God. I'm asking, is it reliable in every single claim that it makes?
I choose to believe yes.
Oh, okay. Can you tell me like approximately like what year Jesus was born according to the Bible?
Well, I believe it's 3 BC.
Pretty close to that. It's typically 3 or 4 BC. Yeah. And which gospel can we find that in?
So I've done teachings on this, and it's actually his birthday is in the feast of trumpets. It's sometime in April, the early April, either April 1st or April 2nd.
Yeah, and it's really weird
his real birthday.
I'm sure it is, because if you go to like Luke chapter 2, right, the other infancy gospel, says in those days a decree went out from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be registered. This was the first registration that was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. Well, that's really kind of interesting, because if Jesus was born during the census of Quirinius, that's 10 years later at least. Actually, if he's born in 3 BCE, it's 11 years later. Isn't that weird? How many times did Jesus born? Wait, was Jesus born again?
I'm not even I'm not really following what you're saying has happened.
I thought it was pretty clear. I can draw you a chart, though. I understand that sometimes words are difficult. So I do have, I've got some some paper and a notepad here, just for this occasion, in fact. So let me get that ready. And I do have, because I know that sometimes reading charts are difficult, I do have a special writing utensil that should make it a little more clear. All right, so we're going to do a timeline here. It's pretty easy. We're going to put 2 marks on the timeline. Now, as it turns out, these 2 marks are going to be 10 years apart. I'll draw some arrows there. And the first is going to be 4 B, C, E. And the second is going to be 6 CE. Now, here's the fun part. In 4 BCE, right? This in 4 BCE is when Jesus was born, according to Matthew, right? Now, according to Luke, he was born 10 years later in 6 CE under the census of Quirinius. So I'm confused how he was born twice, unless he was born again.
Or the census of Quirinius does not have the correct date. We know that he was born in 3 BCE because
that's actually not the case.
Hold on, because the calendar, do you believe in the calendar deconstruction?
As it turns out, I do believe in calendars. Yeah.
Right. So today, then, if you believe in the calendar, then you believe it is 2026 years since Christ was born.
Actually,
so if Christ was,
that's not wrong, because if he was born in 4 BCE, then you need to add 4 more years. You need to add
33 years.
Well, it's got to be 4 BCE because Herod died.
If the starting point,
so just pay attention, Nathaniel. Herod,
you're cutting me off, and I wasn't done talking.
Well, you're wrong. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you and the Holy Spirit right now.
You're not letting me speak, which is another tactic that you use.
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
You're cutting me off
before you make a fool of yourself. I'm trying to
not being kind enough to let me say.
I'll just pause it. So I'm trying to help you, dummy. Herod died in 4 BCE. That's when he died, right? So what that means actually is that if Jesus was born, that's what Matthew says, Jesus was born prior to the death of Herod. And I listen again, numbers are hard, right? So you might not know this, but if you divide this, let's put a division here. We're just going to call this 0, right? If you count backwards from 0, you actually have to add numbers, right? So if Jesus was born prior to the death of Herod, he must have been born prior to 4 BCE. And prior to that, on a negative timeline, would put him at either 5 or 6 BCE, not at 3 BCE. I suspect that you didn't realize that number lines counted backwards when you're, pre, CE, right?
I suspect I was talking and you stopped me and said whatever you wanted to. You didn't let me finish talking.
So what year was Jesus born?
So again, it's 3 BC. Can I tell you why?
Sure.
Right. So on a timeline, sir, if we know that Jesus died in 33 AD, to count those years properly, it must be 3 BC because the timeline goes back 3 years. 30 years starting from 0, 3 years starting from before he was born.
How do you know he died?
That's how it's counted, sir.
How do you know he died in 33?
The Bible says, I believe, in 33
AD.
AD.
Yeah, show me that. I'd love to see the verse. In fact, you're going to give me you'll give me an education tonight. Show me in the Bible where it says 33.
I said it might not be.
That's what I'd like to see.
Since I spoke about it, but I know that if you count the number of years, and Jesus was here for 33 years, if you look on a timeline,
not according to Luke,
it has to be. Hold on, it has to be
John.
The 3 years prior to year 0, sir. It has to be for him to be 33 years old.
Just to be clear, you think that Jesus was born at 0 or 3 BCE?
So I feel like this is just a ridiculous conversation because it has nothing to do whether or not God is being real. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out.
I'm just trying to figure out
that you guys do.
Was Jesus born in 0 or 3 BCE?
So according to you, God is real because you're talking about Jesus, sir.
Well, was
you
Muhammad
see how the title
real?
of your live is God is fiction?
Was Muhammad
real? You're talking
real?
about Jesus. So I think my job is done. You prove
actually,
to everyone you do
your
believe
job
in Jesus
isn't actually
and
done.
that God is real because I'm having a conversation with you about Jesus.
Nathaniel, do you think that Muhammad was real?
Right. So we know God is real because you're clearly.
So we're just going to try this again. So I should stop asking you questions because I know you're not sincere enough to answer them. So my point is this: Muhammad was real. but I don't believe that Muhammad was a prophet. Jesus was real. I don't think that Jesus was a prophet or the Son of God. So your task is not to prove that these humans existed. Your task is to prove that they're actually what they say they are. Now, as it turns out, I'm talking about the biblical reliability right now. I'm just trying to figure out, according to the Bible, when was Jesus born? Because if he was born prior to the death of Herod, and Herod died in 4 BCE, then that means he had to have been born prior to 4 BCE. Now, the reason why you get to 33 AD, you know how that counting happens? They actually start that by counting from the death of Herod. That's actually the starting point. That's how we know when the 30 years starts and stops. Remember, in the Gospels, he starts his ministry at age 30. According to the Synoptic Gospels, his ministry goes through 3 separate years, or basically 3 Passovers. So for 3 years, that means he lived for a period of 33 years. Now, you have to ask yourself, when did that period start? Well, if Matthew is to be trusted, that period started in 4 BCE or just before 4 BCE. Do you understand?
I'm done here, man. I think I've proved my
was
point.
Math was too much for you?
Yeah, no, because this is just a way for you to try and recover by just
Gotcha.
going to the literature. And then you're muting me also. So that's why I'm leaving. You're not letting
going
me
to the
freely
Bible?
Speak.
Oh, I
You're
shouldn't have done
muting me
that.
and you're
I'm sorry.
interrupting me.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone to the
You're getting
Bible.
speak. You're getting
That's
to
on me.
speak and I'm not.
That's on
You're
me.
getting to speak.
All right. Well,
and
I'll
I'm
make
not.
you, Nathaniel.
See
I'll
how
make
you're
you.
talking when I'm
I'll make
talking?
you. I'll make you one deal.
This is
I'll
why
make,
I'm leaving. Because
well, I'll
you're
make
not
you.
letting me speak.
I'll make you one deal.
And that's why I'm
I'll let
going,
you. I'll let you have the last word.
Good day.
I'll let you have the
a good day,
last
sir.
word, and I won't even respond to it. Or you just leave. Wow. Are you guys Christian? I feel like during that conversation, I almost converted. I think if he had stayed for another 5 more minutes, I might have converted even. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Nevertheless, powerful argument, strong stuff. People are saying that maybe God's real, you know? Not a robot, I swear. Good see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says these Christians need to get Christianity Plus. Comes with better Wi-Fi and Holy Spirit Pro. By the way, have you added the words don't mean words soundboard? I haven't. I'm sorry. I haven't done that yet, and I haven't added M's saying sure. That's on the addenda, but I apologize. I've kind of been working on other stuff, but we're going to get to it. Not a robot. And Yoda, good to see you. Friend says, good evening, whores. I would add verts as well. I hope you had a great day. Yes, even you. Don't forget to break your local flock cameras. Wait, what? Flock bird cameras? Or like church cameras? And now I'm really confused. I don't know much about these cameras. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and simply what for Sharon. Well, thank you, Yoda. I appreciate that. But now I've got questions about the cameras and what we're really dealing with. Sir Robable says, if prayer worked, scientists would have figured out exactly how to pray to get maximum shit done. That, and the fucking military too. Could you imagine if prayer actually worked? Like we figured out the formula to get prayer answered. Oh my gosh. Like there's nothing the military wouldn't do to harness that. That'd be like Indiana Jones and the Ark, the Ark of the Covenant, right? William Rogers, good to see your friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says reading through the message for laughs. It's good. And I've got the remix, which is really good. Psalm 7 verse 14 says, look at that guy. Oh, look, he's having the baby, a lie baby. No fucking way. The message. All right. Now I gotta pull it up in the message. Psalm 7:14. That's crazy. I really hope a Bible Gateway has the message. Hold on. Is it message or the message? Now I gotta check. Hold on. They've got the mounts. Oh, they do have the message. This is gonna be a treat. I hope it says what you were talking about here. All right. Oh, what? Psalm 7:14. There we go. Look at that guy. He had sex with sin. He's pregnant with evil. Oh, look, he's having the baby. A lie baby. Oh my God. That's the best thing ever. You can see, friends, when I actually was a Christian, why I hated the message so much. Because it really, if you want to have real adult Bible study, the message is not going to get you there. But if you're an atheist, it's funny shit. Thank you for that. MK Ultra says, instead of selling your soul, you can now do a timeshare scheme with Christ and the devil. true. Demonic chime shares actually sounds pretty dope. Genji, good to see you. Thank you for a $20 super chat, friend. Says, I have heard Nathaniel a few times, and I really don't think he's all there. I got to be honest. If Nathaniel wasn't such like a pompous asshole, I probably wouldn't entertain him because I think it might be swinging too far down. But it seems like he's earning it the best he can. And Furtive Patach, good to see you. I was just doing a deep dive on the Furtive Patach the other day because I was trying to give I need to put some data on the cheat sheet for why Yahuwah isn't a proper translation for the name of God. And the Furtive Patach actually plays a role in that. But anyways, Nathan, when Mezzo, yeah, very angry. Nathan did not like Mezzo. He was very terrified of the devil at play, actually. And Design says, I don't know, caller. Maybe try this bit in the voice of Skeletor. Oh, fuck, that would do it. Skeletor would scare the shit out of most of us. Not the Bible Jason says, did Jesus even know his last name, Silly Goose? I mean, obviously it was Christ, and his middle name was H. That's what I was told. In fact, every time I got in trouble, my mom invoked the name of Jesus H. Christ for help, obviously. So, Laya Tanvas, I think I remember that correctly. If Nathan was any denser, he'd be a neutron star. Fucking true, actually. Few people, listen, we'll give him credit. Few people can rise to the occasion as being as dumb as Nathan. And Gretchen, my friend, good to see you, says, hey, Nathaniel, please call in to Joel Reed's Bible. I promise Mezzo probably won't show up there. LL. That's true. Mezzo hates Joel Reed's Bible, but I bet you'll cook Joel. Like, you will just call in Joel, you'll roast him alive. He doesn't even have Doug on his side. Herbie Shine, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 10-pound super chat. It says, Promise Eve was framed, did a live Q&A this morning and said that she's reached out to you to discuss her book, which comes out on the 26th of May. I'd love to see her see and hear you two in conversation. Any chance? It's happening. It's true. I apologize. I need to reconnect with her. We talked maybe a week or two ago, but yes. And I feel horrible because they reached out to me months ago to read it and write a blurb for the back of the book. And I forgot. I just had too much going on and I brain farted it. That's on me. But now the book is already done. They're going to come out. So obviously I'll have Eve Was Framed on the channel, and we're obviously going to be discussing the book because I'm sure it's going to be great. But yes, that is something that's going to happen. Look forward to that, friend. And Astronova, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, my name is Nathan. I'm sorry about that. I'm insecure and inadequate and pretend I'm a proxy for Jesus to make myself feel like I have control in the world. I also refuse to deny I'm a pedo. W. Justin and Serpent Mezzo. Actually, Serpent Mezzo might be my favorite Mezzo now, actually. It's a good one. Devils PD, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says Nathaniel, be on the lookout for a sulfurous process server. You can't just cast my client out of his residence like that. You have to follow the proper eviction process. That is the case, actually. That is the case. You're gonna see some papers showing up. There's a whole thing. Like they might come to your work. We'll let you know. It's gonna be, but you're gonna want to buckle up for this one. Birdkeeper Mikey, thank you for the super chat. Says we've got to be punching down at this point. This is hilarious. In Jesus Christ's name, may He come on me and all of us in here from His cloud that He comes on. Rock hard for Doug in Jesus' name. Gay for Justin in Jesus' name. LOL. Thank you, Birdkeeper. I really appreciate it. I'm going to grab just 2 more super chats, friends, and then we're going to get our next guest in here. I've got more super chats, but we'll save them for between the next guest. Carnage, great to see you, and thank you for the super chat. Nathan doesn't realize that you're only sweating because you got caught eating 6 bumbleclot egg for breakfast. That is, I've been in deep shame because I an entire 6 bumbleclot eggs for breakfast. It was wasteful. I almost got kicked out of my house, and even. I'm still dealing with the fallout. I'm going to have to talk to Dr. Joe, in fact. But that you got me, Carnage, actually. Carnage out here telling my secrets now. And Pepe Silva, thank you for the super chat, says, I like the evolution analogy of 2 Latin-speaking parents don't give birth to a Spanish-speaking baby. It's a blurred line, like Mezzo said. Language evolves just like species. And you know what, Pepe? I've heard that analogy a long time ago, and I kind of forgot about it, but it might actually be one of the best analogies ever for how evolution works. Because a lot of shit evolves, not just DNA, language all the time, right? Sonus, my friend, great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for sending out 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that. And speaking of which, I've got new stuff on the cheat sheet this week. And this weekend, I'm adding 2 new tabs and a bunch more laws. I've been reading through the Mesopotamian laws, and I've been documenting them for the cheat sheet tab that's just called laws, where I do a cross-reference of the biblical laws as they compare to all the ancient Near Eastern laws. And I've got a bunch of them already on there, and a bunch more are going on real soon. It's gonna be pretty cool. Now, with that being said, let me grab Larry Spaghetti. Larry's been waiting the longest, and then after that, we'll get Craig. And before we do anything, though, let me grab my friend Critically Crystal, and we'll get things going here. Welcome in, Crystal.
Hey, Justin, how are you tonight?
You know, I can't complain. How are you?
Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, Team Carnage Asada all the way. You know you're in trouble. You did something. I'm with her. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. In fact, now I'm actually sweating.
Of course, you should be. Team Carnage. I came up here to remind everybody today is your last day to bid on your Bible. Tomorrow it ends at 1 p.m. Pacific time. If you want a signed vintage or antique Bible that was signed none other than Justin, Deconstruction Zone, then you need to head over to my Discord server. The link is in my bio. And go bid on one because people are bidding. It's been a lot of fun, actually. This has been really fun. And you want to go pick one up. They're all cool. They're all vintage or antique. One is over 100 years old. So make sure you head over. And also, if you're not following me, you should. You should be following me.
Yeah.
Because I'm really cool. I have cool friends. You never know who's going to stop by my live. And I'm a nice lady. It says so in my bio. So it has to be true.
And follow her podcast. In fact, somebody you know is going to be making an appearance on her podcast in the near future, I think.
Well, we have some information that Justin and I did a little video together regarding my podcast. Follow my podcast, Anti-Sermons, AUNTIE. Everywhere you listen to podcasts, we decenter men and ask the women of the Bible to step up and take the microphone. And we're doing a sermon for every woman of the Bible, named or unnamed. So check that out everywhere you check out podcasts. And follow me on YouTube. I am Crystal J, CRYSTALJAE. I love you guys. Have a good show. Bye.
Hi, Crystal. Love you. Make sure you're heading over to Crystal's server so you can get one of those signed Bibles. Larry, welcome in. Are you at least 18? Larry? Larry? But do you have a microphone plugged in, Larry? There you go. I got you. Yeah, how you doing, Larry? All right, give me 1 second, though, because I'm looking at your audio and I didn't see it get picked up in my soundboard. So 1 second. Yeah, I know you can't. Don't worry, you guys can't hear him. I don't know why. Give me just 1 second to double check why that might be the case. Weird. We just took a guest off of Video Ninja a second ago, and it wasn't a problem. I can hear him now just fine, but y'all can't. Give me 1 sec. That's what it is, actually. You nailed it. Yeah. Soundboard's been acting funny tonight. It's weird. Let me change the audio output and then put it back. All right, what about now?
Yeah. Can anybody hear me?
There you go. Everybody hear you now. I just forced the audio to a different track. Seemed to fix it. I don't know why it wasn't picking you up on the original track, but whatever. Anyways, everyone should be able to hear you now. So Larry Spaghetti, welcome in. We know, I think you already answered you're over the age of 18. And do you believe in God? And if so, which one?
Yeah, I believe in the Old Testament God.
Sure. Okay. And do you believe at all in the New Testament God or just the Old Testament God?
Old Testament. I'm Jewish.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Give me 1 second. Have we talked before? Oh, okay. Just checking. We don't get too many callers that are from the Jewish religion, so this should be a lot of fun. All right, so we'll start at the beginning. And my opening question for everybody is, what do you think is a good argument or perhaps a good piece of evidence for the God that you believe in?
Yeah, I think I would probably make the moral argument for the give it to you in deductive form, which I'm sure you're already familiar with it. But, premise number one, if God does not exist, objective moral values and duties do exist. Objective moral. It's a powerful argument.
Hold on, my cat's trying to destroy
because it seems like I'd have to basically disregard my own reality and say that morals are subjective in order for that to be not true. So I guess what are your thoughts on that on objective morality?
Yeah, I have no reason to believe in objective morals. Is there like evidence that they actually exist?
Well, I mean, like if I were to light a small child, listen, died, I guess I'd have to deny my own objective reality. Actually, that it's just.
Actually, that's not really an argument about why objective morals are real. It's an argument for why you don't like subjective morals. Do you have a better argument?
Well, no, I mean that. I guess we're having a dialogue as to whether or not there are objective moral values and duties. Like, ought we do? Or can we get an ought from an is? Something like that.
I think we ought to do things because we're agents and we have goals. So, for example, in like a subjective moral framework, basically what happens is it starts really easy, which is why even animals have moral frameworks, which is like, hey, listen, I actually don't like getting stabbed. Also, I would point out before we get going that lighting a baby on fire isn't wrong in the Christian or the Jewish worldview or the Christian worldview, but we can work on that next. Nevertheless, first of all, I don't believe that objective morals exist. I don't think even if they did exist, we could know what they are. So it's kind of a useless argument. But the way moral systems work is we have preferences because we're all agents and we all have opinions. And I say, listen, I actually don't think I want to get stabbed. In fact, I don't want to get stabbed so much. Maybe I'll encourage the people in my community to, see if maybe they want to pass a law to make sure no one gets stabbed. And as it turns out, as a society, when we poll people in society, I don't know, almost 100% I'm like, yeah, actually, I don't want to get stabbed either. So then we pass a law saying, okay, actually, it turns out we all just kind of agree that we don't want to get stabbed. So we'll pass a law. It has nothing to do with whether or not this is objectively good. It is obviously just a preference based on agency.
Right. So you would have no issue if I were to say convince society that we should gas, all the Jews. I'm not really doing anything wrong in your worldview, right?
Well, in my worldview,
incentivize everybody to actually do that thing.
In my worldview, right and wrong are subjective. So just like you might say, actually, I think the color green is the best color, and Bob might say, actually, I think red is the best color because obviously Bob's a tomato. These are subjective preferences. You can have opinions about them because they're subjective preferences, but that doesn't mean that your opinion is objective.
Better than vanilla. I agree with you on that.
You'd be wrong, but
objective truths when it comes to certain moral claims. So
why?
Again, if I were to posit that to you and I said, hey, I wanted to exterminate all the Jews on planet Earth and I convinced everybody to do it, I haven't really done anything wrong in your worldview.
There's no right and wrong in my worldview. I don't know why you keep asking me that.
No, so I'm just want to clarify that. So for you, if I were to exterminate all the Jews, I've done nothing wrong. That's totally okay.
But there's no objective right and wrong. That's why I keep trying to tell you. So yeah. Obviously my opinion would differ from yours. I would say, listen, I actually don't think we should be doing this because in my worldview, it turns out that first of all, I'm a utilitarian for the most part. And also it doesn't make a lot of sense. It defies logic to do that. And I think logic is kind of paramount. So I would put my opinion
logic to do that. You think it defies logic to destroy all the Jews?
Yeah, because as it turns out, the cooperation of our species, the cooperation of our species is like the thing
Yeah,
that
but I could
helps
make a
us
logical
survive
argument,
the
right? That
best.
like
When
I can make a
species
logical
like
argument that
fail
the Jews own
to
all of
like
the media,
when social
right? But
species
they
fail
don't.
to develop moral systems, then sometimes they just kind of get wiped out, or they'll cannibalize each other.
Yeah, but I mean, I can make an argument like that the Jews own all of the major media. They own,
Wait,
you know,
hey
a lot of the
Larry,
government
for
positions. I could make a real logical
hey
argument
Larry,
for it, right?
for a guy who's claiming to be Jewish, you keep using some phrases that sounds like you're actually anti-Semitic.
Well, there's nothing wrong with me being anti-Semitic in your worldview, right?
Wait. Are you actually Jewish? Because it
Yeah, I
sounds
am.
like
Is there
sounds
something
like
wrong with being
you
anti-Semitic in
actually
your
might
worldview?
be a fake Jew.
Yeah, I am a fake Jew. I'm an anti-Semite, but what's
Oh,
wrong with that in
gotcha.
your
There we go.
worldview?
Just making sure you're a
Yeah,
piece
no,
of
I am.
shit.
But what's
At
wrong
least
with
he
that in your
owned it.
worldview?
He owned it. So in my worldview, there's no objective right and wrong, but we do have subjective like rights and wrongs that are based largely in like mass opinion. So the thing that I get to do in a subjectively moral framework, which is really fun, is I get to publicly shame you, right? Because if morals are basically subjective and they're essentially built by the will of the masses, it just happens to agree. It happens to be like, I don't know, I'm going to say 99% of the people here think you're an absolute piece of shit because you're anti-Semitic. And that may or may not be the case, subjectively, because we don't believe in objective claims like that. But my opinion is that, you're obviously a piece of shit, anti-Semitic idiot. Yeah.
Appealing to the collective, right?
Yeah,
So you're
I
basically
am.
saying, right,
You got
I
it.
disagree with your position. People think that you're
Yeah.
a piece of shit, but ultimately it's meaningless. Like, well, who cares, right?
Yep, agreed. And again, so is objective morals, because you can't demonstrate that they exist, right? So the reason why I told you at the beginning of this is your complaint with subjective morals will never be an argument for why objective morals exist. And if you think morals come from God, then they're subjective too. Like maybe you could benefit from looking up the definition of objective and subjective.
Yeah, well, I mean, to me, an objective moral would be something that exists outside of the human mind for grounding, right?
No, not human mind.
Unchangeable.
Read the actual definition. It doesn't say human mind.
Well, to me, I mean, like I'm giving you my definition.
Well, I don't care about your definition. I care about the actual way the word is used in philosophy. If we're talking about objective ontology, it means it exists outside of all minds. If your God decided what is moral and what is immoral, that means it came from a mind. It can't exist outside of minds. So again, try to follow here, right? If your God decided what morals are, had any stake in what is and isn't moral, that just makes it subjective. You got subjective morals too.
No, God would be an objective standard for morals.
No, he's not objective. Is God a mind?
Yeah, I would say he's a mind. He
Does
is the ultimate mind.
Does God have the power to decide what is moral and immoral?
Yeah, he does.
So if God's mind decides what's moral and immoral, that means you've got subjective morals. Why should I care about your God's subjective morals? No, he wouldn't.
The creator of all things.
No,
he's still
again, you're misusing the word objective.
I mean, like there is.
I mean, I can just show you the definition. Hold on. So we could say definition of objective. All right. Objective refers to knowledge, truth, or existence that is independent of individual minds, personal perspective. Individual, not humans. You know what the word individual means.
Yeah, doesn't mean it's a human mind. It's something outside of the human mind.
Individual just means minds that are distinct, a mind that is distinct from another mind. That's like this is an individual can, not a human can. It came in a pack of 6, but this is an individual can. That's all that means. Do you need me to give you the definition of individual now?
No, so what you're saying basically is that since God has a mind, then he's the subject. I guess that's what you're arguing.
Yeah, that's what that means. Yeah, anything that comes from a mind is subjective.
Go down that road, I guess. So if it is just a subjective interpretation, and God is the creator of all morality, so what?
Okay, great. So what I'm asking you then is, if you have subjective morals that come from your God, and I've got subjective morals that come from human minds, why should I care about your God's subjective morals?
You don't care about my God's subjective morals either way.
But I'm asking you why I should, because it sounds like you care about them.
my perspective, God is all good. He's all knowing, right?
How do you know he's all good?
Basically, and logic and reason come from that God.
Yeah, but
right?
how do you know that he's all good?
Well, I mean, that's by definition, that's what God is.
No, it's not. God's definition doesn't include goodness.
Pull up the definition of God.
No, the word goodness, like goodness in the dictionary, it has nothing to do with God. You want me to show you that one?
To be a maximally great being, he would have to be all right.
No, in fact, I don't even know what it means to be good because, like, for example, let's just imagine like Satan and Yahweh existed. And I don't know if you're a real Jew. Real Jews wouldn't believe that Satan's like the supreme evil. I mean, some of them do, but if we imagine tomorrow that Yahweh disappeared and Satan was now the most powerful being and he got to decide what he thought was good and what he thought wasn't good, would he be the arbiter of good?
Well, isn't this the old Euthyro dilemma? Like,
No.
are things good because God deems it good, or are things good because God is good?
That is
right?
the Euthyro dilemma is basically getting at the point that I've already demonstrated to you, which is when God says it, does it become good because God said it, or can God only say what is already good, meaning it exists objectively? That's the Euthyro dilemma. So if God says it and it becomes good, that's divine command theory, and that's subjective, which is why I told you, if your God decides what's moral, you have subjective morals in the framework of divine command theory, which is why there's like
divine command theory.
Which is why people will like say it's okay, for example, to I don't know, murder babies, like in 1 Samuel or Numbers 31 or Deuteronomy 20, like all these passages where you just get to murder babies, or even Hosea 13, where God says like he's going to have pregnant women ripped open. Like you would say that that's like good. You think that's a good thing?
Well, I mean, in your worldview, that's not bad either.
Well, I'm just asking you, do you think it's a good thing?
Well, I'm a divine command theorist, so if God commands it, then
it sounds
good,
like.
But I'm just trying to.
Sounds like
you
should just answer the question then. Is it good when God has pregnant
saying,
women? But is it good? I'm asking you. Is it?
It's a bad thing.
Yeah, I didn't say it's bad. I'm asking you. I didn't say it was bad. Do you think it's good?
I told you if God commands it, it's good.
Right. So I just need you. So I just need you to answer the question then. Is it good when God commands women to be ripped open?
If God commands it, it's good.
Oh, gotcha.
That question.
Okay, and then when God has, I think you're confused because you think that you're in charge here, but you're not. I got one more question. Then you can answer. You can ask me your question. So my second question, which is a follow up, is it good when God has women raped? Because he does that in the Bible too.
Can you bring that up?
Yeah, a couple times. Yeah. In fact, he does it on multiple occasions. One of my favorite is in 2 Samuel 12. Have you read the story of Absalom and David and Bathsheba?
Yeah, but bring it up. Let's go through it.
Sure. Yeah, it's a really easy passage. I mean, I know words are difficult for believers, but for anyone who can read, it's pretty easy. God is mad at what he did to Uriah the Hittite, and he says, "Thus saith the Lord." This is Nathan speaking for Yahweh now. "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he will lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." So it sounds to me like God is causing some women to be sexually assaulted for David's sin.
Again, but what's wrong with that in your worldview?
I didn't say it was wrong. I'm asking your opinion. You have morals, not me. I'm asking your opinion. Was it good when God had these women raped?
Again, I'm a divine command theorist.
I'm just trying to get you to say it out loud. So you would agree then. So you would agree that it's good when God has women raped.
Sure. But what's wrong with that?
Gotcha. Again, it's not objectively wrong. It's subjectively wrong, which is why I'm going to do the same thing we did before. Watch this. This is a cool thing about subjective morals. Everybody in the comments, if you think this guy's a piece of shit because he thinks sometimes it's okay to rape women, put a 1 in the comments, or just put a bunch of puke emojis in the comments, and we'll see how subjective morals work. Here comes the public shaming. This is the public shaming I was talking about. Gotcha.
Anything.
If God said that if your wife, I don't know if you're married, let's assume that you are. If your wife cheated on you, committed adultery, and God said as punishment, I'm gonna rape Larry, you'd be okay with that decision?
I mean, so you're basically saying that like you're making a hypothetical.
the same reason why he punished David's wives. No, you found the contradiction. Thank you. You did it. See, David sinned,
what's the contradiction?
and the women got raped for David's sin. So you said that's illogical. I agree, because that would be a perversion of justice. Like the idea of justice, which God is perfectly just. Deuteronomy 32:4 says so. If God's perfectly just, it would seem that he wouldn't punish like bystanders if they didn't commit the crime. But he actually does that quite a bit. You wouldn't call that justice, would you?
Well, it would be more if my wife were punished for my sins, right? And that would make sense.
Well, that's why I'm asking if you're I'm sorry. It's okay to rape women but not to rape men then?
Well, if I did something wrong, I guess what I'm saying is your hypothetical is inaccurate.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if you just reverse the roles, just like in David and Bathsheba, right? Just imagine your wife commits adultery and then covers it up by having somebody murdered, and God says, "Hey, because you did this, Larry's wife, I'm gonna have Larry raped, and it's gonna be done in broad daylight." That'd be a fair punishment. You'd be okay with that?
Well, yeah, I'm a divine command theory, so yeah, it would be fair.
Oh, gotcha.
Again,
Just checking. Okay, so well, actually, it's not that it's wrong morally. It's that it actually contradicts in your worldview, because in your worldview you believe in justice, and justice is one of those really cool things where the definition actually has like a real meaning. Like the idea of justice is not actually all that moldable. It's the idea that people get what is fair. Fairness, I think, is something that's a little more tangible in both of our worldviews, which is the idea of fairness is that if you commit a crime, like you get punished for that crime. You don't punish somebody else for the crime. If I commit a crime and then they put my second cousin in jail who had nothing to do with it, we wouldn't call that fair. Now, it turns out God says that all of his ways are fair and just, which would lead me to believe that, well, the Bible just seems kind of contradictory now.
Yeah, I guess I would just rebuke that entire claim. I think in the absence of God, everything's just none of that even exists. It's just things that we construct.
So the definition of fair wouldn't exist if God didn't exist, because as it turns out, human beings created words. Like does fairness, the concept of fairness, right, as an abstract idea,
a human construct. So
yeah.
The concept would exist.
Do you agree? But actually, this is an interesting thing, right?
No, hold on.
You agreed with me.
Do you think rights exist?
You agreed with me that fairness had like an actual meaning.
Do you think that rights exist?
I don't. Not from God. No. So again, we're going to try this. We're going to try. I'm showing you. I'm showing you right now where the contradiction is. If you quit talking, you'll see it. Okay. Your God in the Bible says that he only does what is fair and just, right? You told me that it's not fair to punish an innocent party for the crimes of their spouse. Are you taking that back?
If God commands it, then it is fair.
Okay,
I've already stated that.
So then in your worldview, then it actually is fair to punish spouses for their partner's crimes? Well, no, I mean, just, as a principle now. I mean, if God commands it, then it's automatically fair. God wouldn't command it if it's not fair.
Well, I think you're applying that principle to everything, right? So if God commands this thing one time to teach somebody a lesson, does that mean that it's fair and just across human history?
So the definition of fair is relative then.
To do rights
wild.
Exist,
so we started out with an objective moral argument, and we've already determined that you have subjective morals that are now relative. It sounds like a lot like you've got the same moral framework as me, except you're getting your morals from like a vengeful, bloodthirsty, imaginary God, and I'm just getting mine from like logic and humans.
No, you don't have any morals at all. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Fairness doesn't.
No, I do. They're subjective. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Morals are definitionally subjective, which means they exist abstractly. Human minds made them up, just like we made up language, just like we made up mathematics, just like we made up like cave art.
You don't. Do you want to engage? Let's at least engage and at least answer some.
It's wild. Like when I try to speak and he speaks while I'm speaking and then complains about it.
I've been letting you speak the entire time. So let me get my answer.
As it turns out, Larry, you don't have to let me speak on my live stream. I get to let you speak on my live stream. That's usually how that works.
Okay. If you believe, for example, in my subjective interpretation that murdering Jews is okay, why am I wrong?
Again, there is no objective right and wrong. You keep asking a nonsensical question. How many times do you want to ask the same bad question?
So just say you're not wrong. You can kill all the Jews. That's not wrong. Just say
no, you're subjectively wrong. You're just not objectively wrong.
Yeah, but if I'm subjectively wrong, it doesn't matter because I'm
this
subjectively right as well.
is the fun thing about subjective morals is they actually do still exist. Like the difference is now you're going back to asking objective claims when you've already admitted that objective morals don't exist. Now you're contradicting yourself. You already told me that you have subjective, you have no, you're wrong. It's not human mind. Now you're misusing words. I don't accept your definition.
I don't accept yours.
Well,
so
sorry, well, your argument is with philosophy, not mine. If you're using words to form a philosophical syllogism, then you and I have to actually be using the same definitions. And it just happens to be, if you don't like the philosophical definition of objective, then it turns out that you need to find a better definition, because that's the one that's used.
Right? Isn't that what
out of any individual mind, not human minds, from any mind. Well, is God a mind?
Definition that says outside of the human mind.
Gotcha. So you're still complaining that you won't accept the actual definition. You could actually just go, like, you can go to the wiki page. You know, there's a wiki page on the difference between subjectivity and objectivity in philosophy.
By the way.
So it says something is objective if it can be confirmed or assumed independently of any minds. That's what it says. So I'm just giving you the way the word is used in philosophy, and you're just saying, well, I don't like that word. I don't like that definition. Well, I'm sorry. That's how words work. If you don't like the definition of the word, you can find a better word.
I'm telling you that objective moral values and duties are grounded in something outside of the human mind. I'm sorry that you don't like my definition.
What are they grounded in? Are they grounded in your God's mind?
God.
Yeah. Oh, which is a mind? Okay, so then they're still subjective, yeah.
Does God have a mind?
God is a mind, according to most definitions of God.
Can God exist without a mind? Can God exist without a mind?
No, I don't think so, because the definition of God is typically that he's an agent, right? So if God's an agent, it means he absolutely has a mind.
So by default, he has a mind. What's the contradiction?
It's not a contradiction. It's just that you don't. It's that you don't have objective morals.
He's not objective.
I think you're just confused.
It's a fallacious
no one's saying. No, it's not fallacious. I didn't say God's not objective. I'm saying that God makes up morals makes the morals subjective, not God. Like God can exist without God. God can exist as an objective entity, just like say this ball can objectively exist. Now we have to use our brains to come to that conclusion, which means we're still stuck with subjectivity. But the reality is, this is not a moral claim. Something existing like this objectively is not the same as morals existing objectively.
Yeah, again, I don't think that we're too far off here. I'm basically,
but they're not
objective.
It is subjective.
Ask you, okay, well,
definitionally speaking,
to kill all the Jews, subjectively right to
me.
I've done nothing wrong by doing that.
You'd act in your mind. I agree. In your mind, you wouldn't be doing anything wrong, which is why we would just continue to publicly shame you.
Nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Morals aren't objective.
I agree. They're not objective, which is why I say it's wrong. You say it's not wrong, and then all of us who disagree with you just tell you that you're a piece of shit. And maybe, I don't know, maybe society can put enough pressure on somebody to act a particular way. So what you've done so far is you said, I don't like subjective morals, boo hoo hoo. That's your whole argument so far.
Well, I mean, your prompt is God is fiction, prove me wrong. So I'm just saying, hey, there are objectively right or wrong. Like, so.
But you already told me that your God decided what morals are, which makes them subjective. How many times do you want to have this argument?
If God exists, right? Can morals be objective without God?
There are no objective morals, and if morals were objective, they would exist with or without God. That's the definition of objective.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, if morals were objective and they exist outside of God, where are they grounded?
They're not grounded in it. They'd be self-grounding.
Self-grounding, that'd be subjective.
No, it wouldn't be subjective. It'd be objective.
Okay, then how would it be self-grounding? Grounding to what?
The same way God self-grounds. No, God's not everything. God is specifically not everything.
Objective
God is specifically not everything. He even admits it in the Bible.
He admits what?
That he's not everything, which is why he has to travel. That's why he's afraid of feces. In Deuteronomy 23, he makes you bury your feces outside the camp so he doesn't have to see it. So he's obviously not everything because he's afraid of feces. You haven't read this book, have you? You're just like a weird guy who like pretends to have like opened up a philosophical journal once and then like didn't read any of it. This is really embarrassing for you.
Grasp on philosophical ideas,
which is weird that you didn't know what the word objective and subjective meant. Then it's weird that you don't know what those words mean.
And then you try to transition over to Deuteronomy, and you're like, oh well, it's because he makes people poop outside.
Yeah, I mean, is God everything or not?
Some sort of conversation or one point.
Is God everything?
All you have is emotional appeals.
So you don't. You can't actually address Deuteronomy 23, then, can you?
If I win the emotional appeals argument,
okay, so as it turns out, it's actually not an emotional appeal argument. It's actually just an argument from words. Like if you look at Deuteronomy 23, God says quite clearly right here. Let's see, verse 12: You shall have a designated area outside the camp to which you shall go. With your tools, you shall have a trowel. When you relieve yourself outside, you shall go dig a hole with it and cover up your excrement, because the Lord your God travels along with your camp to save you and hand your enemies over to you. Therefore, your camp must be holy, so that he may not see anything indecent among you. How is it that if he is feces, that he can't gaze upon it?
I agree with that. Human excrement is disgusting. I agree with God 100% on that one.
Is God everything or not?
God is everything.
So he is human feces, but he can't look at himself. That seems like a contradiction.
No, I don't think God is human feces.
Tell you what,
when I say everything,
tell you what, Larry, we'll end on one point of agreement that your God is a piece of shit, and so are you. So come back later when you want to talk about something real, okay? Also, you're going to get clipped, and fucking everybody's going to make fun of you for a long time. This is really painful. This is going to be a bad one for you. You're not going to get a good look here. I know you think you cooked like you just ate, but you got fucking roasted over open coals, buddy. Famous Amos, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, sending my tithe for putting Justin through that annihilation by Nathaniel. Also, I think someone else goes by famous like Amos. That's not me. I'm not a Christian, and I'm she, her, Justin fucking Rock, and straight for Justin. Famous Amos, there is another one, by the way. I have talked to a Christian with almost a nearly identical name. It might be slightly different. I think it actually is just Famous Amos, not Famous Amos Squirrel, or Famous like Amos. I'll have to double check. Your name is different. I think they're on TikTok and not on YouTube. I'll have to double check. But nevertheless, I don't have them on my clip list because they're obviously not a piece of shit like Larry. You know what I mean? But listen, I don't know. Larry fucking cooked me. I should believe in the subjective morals that it's okay to like sexually assault women. Crazy. Tracy, formerly Iantu, good to see you, says Justin, in Doug's name, touch your ear now. Doug, the power of Doug's name, holy shit. Rock hard for Doug, rock hard for Justin, simply wet for Sharon, and simply wet for Justin. Thank you, Tracy. It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing better than that guy that just left. Yeah, or he didn't left. I cut his ass because he was going to get my live stream taken down by keep saying shit about the Jewish people. But Hunter Girl, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Hey friend, can you please give info on what outside services you use to help you host calls? I'm having trouble setting up a channel to debate. So it's clearly something in addition to YouTube. Thank you. Rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon. Hunter Girl, you nailed it. So to bring in guests that are not on TikTok, I am using Video Ninja, and then I'm sending the audio from Video Ninja to my soundboard, and then from my soundboard everywhere else. So that's what's happening there. Now, as it turns out, you don't have to do that. There is now built into StreamYard, not Streamlabs, StreamYard. StreamYard finally has a decent plugins for doing custom vertical and custom horizontal layouts at the same time. And obviously you can bring in a guest using StreamYard. The only problem is a monthly fee. You have to pay like $40 a month or some nonsense for it. Whereas Video Ninja is free. It's not perfect, but it is free and everyone can use it. The other thing you're going to need a sound mixer. There's a lot of good sound mixers out there. I use Wavelink by Elgato. It's simple enough that anyone can use it, but it's got enough features and complications that you can use it for some complex tasks. So that's that. I'm going to grab a couple more super chats and then get Craig in here. Simeon Urchin, good to see you, my friend, says Flock cameras are AI-powered security cameras that can track you basically anywhere you go and destroy everyone's privacy. People started making them where they saw them, and the CEO called them terrorists. Oh, like what they've got in like Singapore, right? Where they're tracking. Okay, I got you. Never mind. It's the nanny state cameras. I see what you're saying now. Some of them are even overhead. I don't know if you know that they've got like even in in Ukraine, they've got overhead and even like satellite cameras that they're using to do all kinds of really crazy shit. So, yeah, the nanny state cameras are getting pretty real, friends. It's kind of crazy. Thank you for the clarification though. And Ziphole, thank you for the $20 super chat. I hope you're doing well. I feel like I'm always around people that would have me to endure he, him, father, and son as my creator, but I want male and female be my creator. Is wrong to believe male and female is my creator? Not wrong, Ziphole. In fact, for the vast majority of like the history of the gods, there was a female and a male god that created almost everything. In Mesopotamia, it was like Anu and Ki, and then later it was in like the northern Levant. It would be El and Asherah or Atirot. And there's a bunch of them, you got like Mother Gaia. There's so many different gods in the ancient world that mothered and fathered everything. It's pretty abundant. Christianity / Judaism is like the only one that started to kind of move away from the concept early on. Misha, good to see you. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Friend says, Justin, I prayed to Doug, rock hard for Doug, and stood up a rock representing his holy image on earth, and it fell over, so I have decided to commit myself to the holy order of the whores. Praise be our Lord Doug of the horizontal stream. Listen, I can't argue as a prophet of Doug with what Doug has done. I don't want to blaspheme the holy rock. Wouldn't do that. MK says, opening argument, burning a baby is objectively evil. Later in conversation, killing babies is good if God says so. Go self-own. Isn't that fucking crazy? That this guy literally thought he ate with it's objectively wrong to immolate a baby or to execute a baby. But also, if God says to do it, now it's actually good. It's good. Sexual assault women, whatever you want. It's all good. Diabolos Ursa, hey, if that's the world you want to live in, friends, adopt Christianity or fake Judaism. There's no way that guy's a real Jew. Diabolus Ursa says, wait, Larry critiques subjective morals by suggesting they permit anti-Semitic Holocaust, but is himself anti-Semitic. So is he just flagrantly disregarding his own standard? What good is it then? Well, he was fucking around. This guy, he wasn't really Jewish, friends. I've met I've made a lot of Jewish friends. None of them will talk about the Jews by saying the Jews, that in that derogatory manner. It's ridiculous. Miss Meg says, I found a tiny kitten in the middle of a major road in town. Oh, is it okay? 4 weeks old and adorable. Well, fucking all cats are adorable, obviously. I do not need another cat. Well, I mean, come on, we can always use another cat. But she's so cute, and I've paid the vet fees for meds. Doug, help me resist. Listen, you've already bought in. The cat's gonna bond with you. You can't get rid of it now. I don't know. Let me know how it goes, Miss Megs. We'll send help. Friends, I'm going to get just 2 more super chats, and then we're going to get Craig in here, and then we're going to get Benson after Craig. Rock hard for Doug. Good to see you tonight, and we'll see you later tonight. You're going to be live streaming when I'm finishing. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Oh my Doug, we just tuned in, and Larry Spaghetti is the only person we've ever kicked so far from our own live stream. Isn't he fucking wild? I see his exhausting circular logic argument hasn't changed. Justin's fucking rock. It doesn't change. You got to remember, these idiot apologists, they don't have any good arguments. They just take the same bad arguments and they shop them around over and over and over again, hoping somebody's going to fall for the bullshit, but we're not going to. Handbest, good to see your friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $69 super chat. I really appreciate that. Keep up the fight against ignorance and violence, DC. Canbest, you fucking know I'm going to. If we get these assholes up here advocating for that type of behavior, you know we're just going to clown on them. We're not just going to sit back and, oh, golly gee, you got a really good point, though. No, we're going to fucking clown on them and show them why they're an embarrassment to their entire lineage, and their mothers should be ashamed that they ever had them. Which, by the way,
your mother was wrong for having you.
I didn't say it. Minar said it. Let's get Craig in here. Welcome in, Craig P45. Are you at least 18?
I am, yes.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I'm a Christian.
Cool. And I guess, given that the last caller did what they did, do you think it's okay to immolate the entire Jewish people?
No, I thought that was horrible, honestly. I thought that was completely terrible. And I think you did a good job. I mean, we're going to disagree on stuff, but I thought you did a good job handling him, honestly. I'm not just saying that just to say it, but I'm very much against, that anti-Semitism.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. No way he was a real Jew.
No. Yeah, you sniffed that out pretty quickly.
Anyways, so tell me, you're a Christian, so what do you think is like a good argument or piece of evidence for the Christian God?
Well, just a couple of things real quick, or maybe one thing. When you say God is fiction, are you saying like you for sure there is no God, or like it can be falsified, or what does that position mean? Or you just take that like I lack a belief, or I guess what do you mean by that?
It's actually a little bit like all of the above. So I would say, first of all, God is clearly a fictional character. We find him in all the books, and almost every book that talks about God, you probably think is fiction. Just not the one you believe in, right? So my claim is actually pretty simple. All the gods are fiction. I just have one more fictional God than you. But the other thing I would say too is there's also a lack of evidence, which is pretty characteristic of something that is fiction. And then I would say the other thing, and not everyone agrees on this, but I think the most definitions of God are actually just illogical. And I'm not convinced yet that the laws of logic can necessarily be broken. I think maybe quantum physics might prove me wrong eventually, but as far as I can tell, the laws of logic are still true in nearly all cases. So if God violates logic, I'm just not inclined to think that thing is real.
Got it. So when you say you just believe in one less God, and I'm not going to try to press you on it, but I'm just trying to understand. So would you say then that God can be falsified then? Like you're certain there is no God, or you're saying like if it was demonstrated, I would believe it, but
no. If it was demonstrated, I would believe it. In fact, I used to believe in God, and I changed my opinion on that. So if there was a really good evidence for God, I suspect I would believe in God. I'm not sure which God we'd be able to demonstrate. It probably, if there was a demonstration for God, it would be like a generic God or maybe a generic pantheon. I would say my belief or my lack of belief in a God is malleable, but my lack in the Christian God is not really malleable. The Christian God is too illogical and nonsensical, and the Christian text contradicts itself way too many times to really take seriously.
Okay, gotcha. Makes sense. Okay, yeah, I probably had a couple more questions on that, but we can go into what my thoughts are. So before I kind of go into the Christian God, how do you view time? Do you believe like the universe has an infinite past? Do you believe the universe began to exist? Like there's time B theory? I guess how do you have an opinion on it?
I'm a little bit agnostic on A theory versus B theory, but I do believe in an infinite past. I can't see any good evidence that would suggest the universe didn't exist at one point. If there was evidence, I guess I would change my mind. But all the evidence I know of seems to suggest that there's some sort of fundamental reality of our universe that, like, for example, we might say energy, right? That can neither be created nor destroyed as far as we can tell. And so if you can't get something from nothing and you have something, it just seems like you've always had something.
Okay. So, I mean, do you believe like the Big Bang cosmology of like the universe, as my understanding would be like that it began to exist? Or would you say like, no, there's an infinite past going like you just before that and it kind of lasted forever?
Well, my understanding of Big Bang cosmology is not that it's like the start of time, matter, and space. It's just that that's an explanation for our current like state of the observable universe. And it's actually, I think the claim is even smaller than people might realize, because it's really only talking about our observable universe. Like there's it's possible outside of our powers of observation. There's many worlds or an endless universe. We have to be kind of agnostic on that one.
Okay. Maybe like a multiverse type situation, or like an infinite amount of big bangs, or something like that.
Yeah, well, you described my position. I hold to the concyclical model of Big Bang, Big Crunch. Back when I first discovered it, I guess I was like, I don't know, it would have been 2004 or 5, and they used to call the elastic universe theory back then. But it's always, to me, been the most convincing alternative to God. And to be fair, I think the longer science does its thing, the more that theory becomes more credible. In fact, there's a lot of articles that are being written on it right now because of the newest round of DESI data that's been collected.
Okay. So here's kind of my questions about an infinite past, because I don't think the infinite past would be possible, because to me that would mean that there's an infinite amount of days that would need to take place in order to get to today, and I don't see how that would even follow. Like, there would be an infinite amount of yesterdays, and if there's, by the very definition of infinite amount of yesterdays, like, how could today ever arrive, type thing. Like, that's what I think I struggle with.
Yeah, that's fair. And this is kind of like what Hilbert's Hotel is trying to demonstrate. But I think the reason why this fails is because it basically is just a category error. And so the question is, and follow me here, the basic question at hand is, if the universe has no beginning, then you can't get from the beginning of infinity to now, because it would be infinite. But that's where the category error comes in. You can't say from the beginning of infinity, because there's no beginning of infinity. You're trying to apply something out of the wrong category. The minute you have anything like a moment in time of any kind, it is now on a finite point on the timeline, and all the points on the timeline you can get from one to another.
But then like, how could we have, though, an infinite amount of prior days, though, and then still arrive at today? Like, it just seems incoherent. Like, how would you describe it, or like, prove it maybe is the wrong word, but how would you conceptualize it if that's your belief that there's an infinite past?
I guess I don't really see where the problem comes in, but I've used this illustration before with, there's two illustrations I kind of like, which is, we'll start with numbers, right? We, both of us probably agree there's an infinite amount of numbers.
Sure.
And you can count infinitely negative, right?
Well, you could count, but you would never be like, oh, I've reached infinity. Like, you would just keep counting. And
well, you can't.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you got it, right? You can't reach infinity because it's infinity doesn't have an endpoint, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could be counting. You couldn't count forever, but you could be like counting forever. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
I mean, because I personally couldn't, right? Because I'm human. But like, imagine, imagine I lived forever and I was just counting negative. Like, there'd be no end of the negative numbers, right?
But at some point we would be like, okay, now he's at like 600 trillion, right? So it wouldn't actually be infinity, because there's always like that next number.
Well,
like, you could be. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just getting excited. I mean, I agree with you. Yes, there's always a next number, which means you never get to the edge of infinity. That's why I'm saying, like, so the minute we're asking about, hey, how do we get from the edge of infinity to here? It's just as backwards as asking, say, how do we get here to the edge of infinity?
I agree.
It's not a thing that, it's a category error. There is no edge.
But then how did we get to today then?
Oh, this is where probably my favorite illustration starts. So while we agree there's infinite numbers, we can always traverse from 1 to 2 to 3 because those are finite points. But if I asked you, how long can I traverse this circle, meaning traveling like around the circle, how long can I traverse the circle before I reach the end point?
I don't think. Well, there is no end point.
Right.
Or sorry if I'm mistaking it.
Yeah, there's no end point.
Oh, sorry.
Right?
Yeah,
you got it.
Point, yeah.
But if I asked you, am I capable of going from that hash to that hash? You'd be like, of course, you can go from that hash to that hash.
Right.
Even though technically, like, there's no starting point and no ending point on this travel, because all of the moments that are in time are in fact finite, and we're in time. Right. You and I were in time.
Right. But then the whole circle thing would, like, your first question would be like incoherent in a sense, right? Like it wouldn't work. Like there wouldn't be no place to even start your problem. So how could we even have that for an infinite past? Like we couldn't even start it, like, obviously. So then we couldn't even get to today because it would just never get to today.
No, you got it. There is no start. It goes on forever because every moment in time is its own starting point, right? The minute you're in a sliver of time, even if it's like at the blank time, that's a moment, and between any two moments, it's finite.
But there isn't two moments. There's a moment which would be today, and then an infinite past that doesn't actually have a, quote unquote starting point.
But the infinite past is not a moment.
Correct. It isn't a moment. Like we have right now is a moment. But the infinite past isn't there is no moment to start. So
right.
Then,
it's infinite moments.
Right. So then, how? I don't mean to go in circles. No pun intended. So somebody like
no, that would have been a really good pun though. I wish you had.
I know. I said it, and I maybe should have meant it. But so somebody kind of described it to me this way. So if I wanted to take a drink of water and I needed to have like an infinite amount of permissions, like first I had to, let's say I'm a kid, I had to go to my brother first, my brother has to go to my mom, then my mom goes to my dad, then my dad goes like the mayor, and there was an infinite amount of permissions that were needed. Would I be able to drink that cup of water?
Yeah, because you're doing the same mistake that you did with the prior example. You're assuming that there's an endpoint on an infinite, so you've made a category error.
But it's still contingent, right? Like in order for me to drink the water, it's contingent on these steps. Just like today is contingent on the day before, and then the day before, and then the day before. So I don't think it's a category error.
It actually, not to interrupt, it actually proves my point, right? Because there's a solution to the problem. The solution to the problem is that you need an infinite amount of time to complete it, which means time is infinite.
But not with like time A theory though. It's not actually infinite.
I don't know that much about A and B theory. I'm just saying that the solution to
like time, time like clicks forward though. Like to your example, like could I count to infinity? Like no, I couldn't, because like there's always one more number. So I couldn't actually count forever. Like I couldn't. I mean, I wouldn't be able to like arrive at forever to get to that next number over the hill, or you know what I mean?
But you can count endlessly. Like if you could live endlessly, you could count endlessly.
Yeah, you could, but at some point you would be at like, again, 600 trillion. So it actually wouldn't be endlessly, because there'd always be 600 trillion and one.
Well,
so it wouldn't actually be able to be physically possible. Like theoretically maybe, but physically like possible to actually count for infinity. You could act like you were, but you wouldn't actually be doing it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like there's a difference of like the concept of it and like the reality of it. Like if you had to actually go about and get an infinite amount of permissions, like you would just never stop counting. And as long as you're never stop counting, then that kid's never drinking that water. So you couldn't have like that moment of the kid drinking the water. It wouldn't work. It's like incoherent. That's why I don't think an infinite past is possible, because you would just keep counting, but that doesn't mean you've counted for infinity.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like if you assume that you have an infinite amount of time, you actually can do the puzzle.
But you don't have an infinite amount of time. That's my
that's
thing.
That's what you're trying to prove, right?
But at what point,
now it's become circular.
Yeah, but at what point, like just in reality, right? Like not the concept of it, but like in reality, like at what point can you say, okay, kid, you can drink that water? Like at what point?
Oh, I mean, at what point? Well, that's where the category comes in, the category error, right? Because if you're trying to put an end point on it, there is no endpoint. That's like asking what's north of the North Pole. That's an illogical question.
Which I would just say I mean, we don't have to keep going around in circles again here, but I would just say in the same way that's illogical, it's illogical to have an infinite past with a present moment.
Where's the contradiction?
Because you would never be able to actually achieve, if we want to use that word, infinity.
Why not?
You wouldn't, because there's always one more day. There's always one more number. It would look like we were counting forever. But again, if you were just be like, wait, pause 1 second, you'd be at 700 trillion. And it'd be like, well, I actually haven't gone to infinity yet. I have to keep going.
I don't see the problem. Like, is God going to exist forever?
Well, I'm just saying in this, like, I think the universe had to have a beginning. That's my point. I don't think it could have just been fluctuating endlessly.
But is God going to
crunch and a bang?
Is God going to go like live forever?
Well, I would say that it points to there has to be some kind of eternity that would have to exist.
Why?
Is my point. Because there is this infinite regress problem, and it doesn't work in our like.
I don't see the problem yet.
Well, it doesn't work in our system, in our current, like, if we want to use it. I don't know I'm not a philosopher, obviously, but I don't like the closed system where time clicks forward and then you can click backwards and those sorts of things. Like, it doesn't, it would be incoherent.
What's incoherent?
Wouldn't work. The whole idea of an infinite past.
Why? Yeah, I'm still waiting for the contradiction in every example you've given me were actually just category errors, which is why they don't work. It's not because there's an actual contradiction. The contradiction's in your formulation.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like, so if I were to ask you, okay, and tell me how how it's a contradiction. If I were to ask you, okay, here's a test. Like, you can live forever, right? Like, you've got that ability. Like, go out and get these infinite permissions and then call me when you've done that so I can drink the water. Like, how would you do that?
Well, it depends on what you mean by infinite. Are you assuming that infinite can be collected? Because your statement describes an infinite as though it's got a boundary, and infinites don't have boundaries, which means, again, you've created a category error.
But the boundary is today. That's my point. With an infinite past, we've got a boundary of today. It's the same boundary.
The boundary doesn't stop, which means it's infinite. If the boundary stopped, then it would not be infinite.
But you and I have this present moment right now. We're not saying the future exists. We're saying right now, like 10 seconds from like right now doesn't exist. It doesn't.
A boundary is something
so we have a point.
A boundary is something that contains it. It's a stopping point, and there is no stopping point.
But I'm saying, like, right now, the present moment that you and I are experiencing in this moment is a boundary. It's a moment. It's a stopping point.
Actually, don't know it is, because it's not stopping. It's continually moving. Our time is not stopped.
True, but if we were just to like freeze everything like right now in this moment, like, you have to admit the present does exist, right? Or are you saying the present doesn't exist?
Well, I think clearly the present does exist, but the present is not static. It's moving. No.
How is the present not static?
Because it's moving. Something that goes on forever, let's say the arrow of time going on forever, just means that it's continually changing forever, which is what we're doing. We're continually changing forever because we're in time.
But then how does the present exist?
Because we're in it. It's a gift, baby.
Well, yeah, but what does that mean?
It's a gift. It's a present.
Yeah, I got you. Sorry. That was a good one. No, but I mean, seriously, how does the present exist then? Like, I don't understand that then. If it's just a continual movement, then you wouldn't have a present moment. You would just have a stat, and then at that point, then everything exists at all times. Like the future, in the past, and everything is continually always existed. There has to be some progression.
Well, the progression's relative. So there's no stationary timeline, and you're like, oh, you're here and you're here. No, time is measured between two relative points.
But does 10 seconds from now exist? Like,
it will exist.
I'm speaking. Yeah, so it doesn't, right, so it doesn't exist. So then there's a boundary. There's some boundary between now and 10 seconds.
It actually depends on if you're A theory and B theory. And remember, I told you I'm agnostic on A theory and B theory. So what I'm saying is, if it will exist, that means that time is still moving. right? If you have moving, like a continual change, you have endless change, which means it'll be infinite.
Well, will exist is a little bit of a loosey-goosey term. We don't know if it will exist or not. That's the whole point of the future.
Do we have a reason to think
we don't
that
know
it won't?
if 10. Well, we don't know. I mean, we don't know. I mean, if your crunch theory is true, I mean, 10 seconds from now, we'll get all crunch. I mean, we don't know 10 seconds will exist right now. We think it will. We assume it will. I'm sure it will. But we can't. I'm just saying there's a boundary to these things. And that's why the time A theory with an infinite past doesn't make any sense to me. Because the idea with time A theory is like the future doesn't exist. So there is a boundary. It's right now in this moment. You can say like it's infinitely changing, but you can't say that 10 seconds from now actually exists.
But infinite time isn't saying, like if you're A theory, right? Infinite time is not suggesting that there is currently an infinite amount of time. What it's saying is that the change, the progression, the sequencing of events, the thing that we call time, the relativity, will go on forever. It will never stop. That's what it means to have an infinite amount of time. It doesn't mean that like yeah. So however much we have right now, if it continues to grow and change, it will be infinite until it stops.
But it stopped. Well, yeah, but you would agree that the future doesn't exist, correct?
Actually,
like if we're just using time A, can we just do time A? Because I don't want to vacillate between the two.
So I'm agnostic on whether or not the past and present still exists, but I would say for normal dialogue, I kind of default to A time.
Okay. So then the future doesn't exist, does not exist as we're speaking right now. It could, but it doesn't as we speak. So then therefore there is a boundary. And that's my point.
No,
we have one boundary.
The boundary's moving, which is why it's infinite.
It's not moving. It's not real though. 10 seconds is not real right now.
Why? Why not?
Because in time A theory, it doesn't exist. Only we have the present and we have the past. We don't actually have the future.
I actually don't even know if we have the past. Do you think the past still exists?
Theory, we'd have to. Well, with time A theory, we would have to have experienced the past.
Do you think we can go backwards in time? Because you would need the past to still exist to do that.
But then what's an infinite past if we don't have the past?
Well, an infinite past just means there's an infinite series of events. It doesn't mean that time still exists.
Then let's use that term. An infinite of time that is reality has existed in the past, but we can't say that about the future quite yet. Because again, it all could collapse into nothing. We don't even know.
Well, no, it wouldn't collapse into nothing. It would collapse into a hot, dense state, and then it would expand again. But there's time even, at the beginning of the expansion. There still seems to be time.
Well, what do you mean the beginning of the expansion? I thought you said it goes on infinitely in the past. And I'm not trying to be like annoying or anything. I hope I'm not coming across. I'm trying to like dig into all this stuff. And I think these are concepts that we need to nail down. I don't think that time, with a time A theory, would say the future exists, but it would say the present did exist, right? And we have the present moment. And so therefore, there is a boundary. And that's why the whole water couple, I think it does.
I don't know how many times I've said that that's not what the boundary is. If the boundary is moving, it's not a boundary.
But you would also agree, then help me with the contradiction of that the future doesn't exist then, if it's constantly moving.
Because time is just a measure of change. So for example, you've probably, I don't know if you've seen Dr. Blitz hanging around, but Dr. Blitz's analogy of time is one of my favorites. He says time is what the clock does, meaning it's just a measure of change between any 2 points, whether it's in the material or immaterial sense, like in a quantum state. So anytime you have items or a reality that is changing, meaning it's not static, you have time. That's what time is.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, I definitely agree. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, and we don't need to stay in here forever.
Well, let me ask you a question if you don't mind.
But yeah, sure.
So I think, first of all, I don't see a contradiction in the worldview of time being eternal, because it seems like God is eternally in time. And the reason why I say that is because I don't think it's logical to be outside of time and then have any causative power, right? In order to have causative power, you actually need to be able to cause stuff, and causation happens in time, right? So, for example, the creation of time seems to be a contradiction itself. In order to cause time to be created, you need time to already exist, which means creating time is illogical.
Yeah. I heard that argument just the other day in like ex nihilo. Is that like the ex nihilo position?
It would be, but yeah. Right. Not everyone subscribes to that, by the way. I mean, that's basically the Christian position, but there's a lot of people like in like ancient Greek thinking where they would think that the timeline is infinite in the past and the future, that time itself, the arrow of time is endless, and they believed in God too.
Right. I guess the kind of the bigger point that I was trying to make, and maybe I failed to do so, but I think with the whole, if we're going to use, I have problems with time B theory because I think it's just like P and not P. It's like everything's always existed, but also not, like multiple things were happening at once. But I think the issue with the time A and the infinite past, I already described it, and maybe I didn't convince you, but I just think it would, like, the universe would have to begin to exist in order for us to have what we have. And then, so then the options would be like, okay, well, did it come from nothing? And then for me, that would be like a married bachelor situation where it's like, well, something can't come from nothing. I mean, if someone can prove it, I'm not going to it's not a black swan file. Say I'm open to someone proving it, but to me, that's kind of like a married bachelor situation.
We agree on that one. I don't think that nothing has causative power only happens if you have things. As far as I know, like an absence of things would mean that there's no causative power.
Yeah, so we agree there. Yeah. So then the other option would be like, or was this Big Bang and this crunch, or these like multiverses? But every one of these, or they're fairies that made it. Like every one of these issues run into some kind of infinite regress. That's my thing with it. So to me, it just points to, and you can say it's fine if you want to say the God of the gaps, but that to me points to an eternal source of some kind. Because if you have the infinite crunch, that's an eternal regress. If you have some multiverse, that's an eternal regress. Like everything is going to come down to some kind of, either something comes from nothing or an infinite regress. And so therefore, I think there's some kind of eternal source, if you want to call it, or energy, if you want to call it, that exists out there. And that's where I would call that God. But I just think or another word for it would be an infinite regress that exists somewhere, whether it's in this universe, which I don't think it can, because I think I demonstrated how infinities can actually happen in this universe with the one point of present and an infinite past, or there's something unknown to us that's infinite in its source. And that's where I go with it. But you can feel free to tear it apart if you want.
I don't understand. Let's imagine for a second that I believed in an initial state, like a prime mover of some nature, which I don't. Sure. And again, I fail to see I fail to see why the infinite past is illogical, since God has an infinite past. But the reality is, let's imagine there was no infinite past. There was a first, like a prime mover of some nature. I failed to see. Yeah. I failed to see
for the universe. Okay.
Yeah. I fail to see why it would be a God. Like, for example, if we're just saying, listen, there's an initial state, it seems to be that we lack explanation for it. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, okay, let's put our brains together and think of something that could cause an initial state. And some people would say, well, I'm going to posit a God. God's actually way too much. You can have a naturalistic cause that literally the only thing the only thing we know about the cause is that it has the ability to defy logic and be a prime mover, same way God would defy logic and be a prime mover, right? The difference is with a naturalistic prime mover, even like a non-sentient demiurge, you don't have to explain all the nonsense. I don't have to explain why, like, he cares where you put your penis. I don't have to explain like why he was motivated to create humans and then also motivated to light them on fire for all of eternity. So Occam's razor, I think, would land us on, even if there was a prime mover, the prime mover is some sort of naturalistic cause. And we know that it exists because it just exists by necessity. And if we're positing that something exists by necessity, then the lot less assumptions happen when you have a necessary naturalistic prime mover.
But would you call that God? Or would you be okay with calling that God?
I wouldn't. In my mind, a God is something that is sentient, that is a thinking agent that said, I want to create. And then he created.
So then, would that necessity, as far as you know, if you don't know, it's okay. Would that necessity have to be eternal?
Well, it doesn't actually have to be eternal, although it certainly could be. It depends if it's necessary. Then it depends. If it has the power of coming into existence, because we've defined it as necessarily being able to do that, then that would be the case. But if we defined it as, let's say, always existing in a timeless state, meaning just like God always existed in a timeless state, we're to say there's a naturalistic force. We don't know it yet. It existed before time, space, and matter. And its only job, like the only thing that it does, is it can create shit. And in fact, it very well could be like a quantum foam, which is like a non-materialistic state, and that gives, quantum fluctuations give rise to particles, which give rise to matter. And so it seems like even if we have a prime mover, the prime mover is probably some sort of naturalistic cause.
Okay, fair enough. So that's actually where I come to. Like that, what you just said is exactly what I come to, and then I call it God. Okay, now, and maybe you granted me some there for the conversation. Maybe you believe that, maybe you don't. But that's like where I arrive to. Okay, and that's what I would call a God. And then the leap that I would make, and this is a whole nother separate discussion, would be we're either stuck with like that exact explanation that you just gave. And it's like, well, what even is this thing? We know we can kind of deduce that it's there. We can call it God, or we can call it quantum foam, but we don't know. But there's some kind of prime mover, right? So there's no way to know what that is. But that seems, at least to me, logical. Unless the prime mover revealed itself to us as human beings and told us what it was. Then that, to me, is where I become a Christian. Because I believe Jesus is that prime mover. I believe Jesus Christ is that prime mover. That's where I make the connection between what you just said and what I believe to be God. And to me, and I'm sure you've heard all the arguments. I'm happy if you want to go into them.
Sure.
But to me, I genuinely believe that Jesus Christ did rise from the dead. And when he rose from the dead and he said, before Abraham was, I am, I think he's saying that I am that prime mover. And I could, if you wanted, to go into the reasons why. But that's just where I am. Like, that's my position. And so I think Jesus is that prime mover because I think he rose from the dead. And like, again, you've heard all the arguments, but that's how I just connect it all together. And that's just that, that's what it is for me. That's all I can really say on that entire matter, and happy to unpack anything else.
So I guess we should probably get into some of the nuts and bolts about this. First of all, I don't believe that Jesus resurrected, but let's pretend that he did. I still don't see how this would make him God. Like, Christianity still seems false on the face of it. For example, in Deuteronomy 13, God says he'll send false prophets who can do omens and portents and predict the future. But don't follow them. Don't turn away from, don't worship any other name, and don't turn away from the law. If I'm sending this false prophet to test you, right? So I think if Jesus was anybody, like if there is a God and that God is somewhere in the Bible, it seems like Jesus is actually just a false prophet, because everything about the New Testament is just a walking contradiction of the Hebrew Bible, which means if the God of the Hebrew Bible is true, then Jesus certainly can't have it. There's no way Jesus has anything to do with this God. He does nothing but lie all the time.
So by the way, I don't take this position at all, by the way. Like, I believe Jesus, is, of course, right, the God of the Old Testament and all that. But let's just say I granted what you said. What happens if the God of the Old Testament isn't, and I, forgive me, Lord, for even saying it, but what happens if the God of the Old Testament then isn't the God and Jesus is the true God? Like, what would that, like, could you take that position with with what you're saying about the inconsistencies of the God of the Old Testament and Jesus of the New Testament? Could then
well,
Jesus
then it would
be
mean
the real God?
Well, it would just mean that Jesus is a liar, right? Because the God of the Hebrew Bible told you everything to look for when the Messiah comes, and then
that's a good point.
Jesus didn't do it. And then Jesus lied about his second coming even. He said he was going to come back within that generation, then he didn't.
No, I agree. No, that's a good point. That's a good point. You're right. Yeah, no, that's why that wouldn't work. You're right. You're right. Yeah, I mean, again, just depends on how much you want to go into it. I don't know where Jesus would have contradicted all the laws of the Old Testament. And again, if happy to try to get into this as much as you want, but I don't see that being the case. I see Jesus fulfilling the laws from the Old Testament and bringing about this new covenant rather than blood and goats being the sacrifice, that he was the sacrifice. And so I wouldn't see it as a contradiction. And
sure.
Again, I would just hang on. If you're going to grant the rise from the dead thing, for me personally, that would be enough. Other people might need more, but for me personally, that would be enough to be like, okay, it's good enough for me to go along with everything he says. If it actually happened, which I believe it did.
Yeah, we'll run it two ways. We'll run it first with I'll assume the resurrection happened. And then I've got a second argument after that where, I mean, theoretically, we could assume he resurrected as well, but the argument was actually going to work either way. So the reason why I don't think this is convincing whether or not he rose from the dead is because the God of the Hebrew Bible said that you're going to follow these laws forever, including the sacrificial laws. There's like literally nothing in this book that would lead me to believe that those laws are going to change. And we'll even go to Jeremiah 31, which there's kind of two things in there that I find interesting. But if you go to Deuteronomy 29, God says to the children, through Moses, obviously, the secret things belong to the Lord, but the revealed things belong to us and to our children forever to observe all the words of this law, meaning Deuteronomy. And then in the next chapter, he actually doubles down, right? He says, moreover, the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants, so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. And so we're like, okay, well, when's this period when God's going to circumcise the heart of all the people, and then they're all going to do what God wants? They're all going to love God with all their heart. Well, this is like the eschatological end period, right? The new heaven, new earth, new Jerusalem, Isaiah 65, Isaiah 66, Ezekiel 40 and beyond. But look what he says in verse 8. It says, then you shall again obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today, which would lead one to believe that, hey, listen, whenever this eschatological period happens, this law is still going to happen, and we're still going to be giving offerings of bulls and grain and have Levites, and that seems obvious in Jeremiah and Ezekiel
like in the new
as well.
Heavens and new earth. Would that be the new heavens and earth you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that this is basically saying, that in heaven there's going to be these continual offerings that are taking place, and there's obviously no death in heaven. So how would that take place? Is that
I don't think in heaven, no.
Oh, then what are you saying?
So in the eschatological end period, the like the pattern, the glorious pattern, the one that God lives in, God's actual throne room comes down to earth. And that's what we see in Ezekiel 40 and beyond, the building of the new temple, the new Jerusalem, everything's reapportioned. The Messiah comes, chapter 36 and 37, Messiah shows up. And then they wage the final battle with Gog and Magog. And then they have this eternal new Jerusalem, right, that gets set up. And they commence with all these offerings and sacrifices here on the earth, not up in heaven.
Oh, yeah, the new heavens and sorry, is this like the 1,000 years? Or you're saying like this is like the new heavens, new earth, like it's the new heavens and new earth has started?
Well, I would say the new heaven and new earth. In the Hebrew Bible, there's this 1,000 year period doesn't exist anywhere. That's purely a fabrication.
And I'm not sure about that either. Yeah,
that's in Revelation,
either, to be honest.
chapter 20.
It's Revelation. I just know when you're talking about eschatological, what exact timeline you were referring to.
But let me read one more passage real quick since we're on the new covenant, because I think like there's a couple portions that address the new covenant. Ezekiel 36 addresses the new covenant. Jeremiah 31 addresses it too. But it says something peculiar here that if this is true, if this is a real prophecy, Jesus couldn't have ushered in the new covenant, right? It says, you already know, the new covenant I will make with them, the house of Israel after those days, yada, yada. But verse 34 says, no longer shall they teach one another or say to each other, know the Lord, for they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest, says the Lord, for I will forgive their iniquity, so on and so forth. So this is interesting. I mean, even if we think that this is only for the Jewish people, I mean, Christians don't, they think it's for everybody. But even if it was just for the Jewish people, it would fail because like 50% of the Jewish people are atheists. They don't even believe in God. So how could this be the new covenant?
I wonder if that part, though, is referring to that New Jerusalem. Like, is that part, like, where, meaning, like, when the final judgment has happened, the sheep and the goats, all that, good stuff. And now eternity has started for the children of God. Like, is that the time that that's referring to right there? Or there isn't?
Yes.
Okay.
We agree. Now, here's the fun part. If you go 2 more chapters further in Jeremiah, go to chapter 33, we get this period of like messianic restoration. And it says, the days are surely coming, talking about the restoration in the previous paragraph. The days are surely coming, says the Lord, when I will fulfill the promise that I made to the house of Israel and the house of Judah. In those days and at that time, I will cause a righteous branch to spring up for David, and he shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. In those days, Judah will be saved, and Jerusalem will live in safety. So that's what they're expecting the Messiah to do, which you could say he's going to do that when he comes back, and that's fine.
Right.
But listen to what else he's going to do. It says, thus saith the Lord, David shall never lack a man to sit on the throne of the house of Israel, and the Levitical priests shall never lack a man in my presence to offer burnt offerings, to make grain offerings, and to make sacrifices for all time. So he's saying there's going to be priests, Levitical priests, as described in Ezekiel as well, that will be giving like actual offerings and sacrifices forever.
Yeah. So I would say, and this would be, I'd have to look into all this, and it's fair for me to go back and look into it. Mm-hmm. But again, I think that would be the sacrifices, not literal, but of like the heart, that there will be continual. And I think Hebrews talks again, and you probably know Hebrews even better than me, in the New Testament, about kind of the sacrificial system of the old way is done. And now there's this new sacrificial way, which is obviously of Christ. But then the sacrifices of God, like in Psalm 51, is like the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit and a contrite heart. That's what God actually desires, is not the burnt offerings, but it's the broken spirit, a contrite heart. And when a follower of Christ is broken over their sin and they go to God and ask for forgiveness in true humility, that's where the true sacrifice, that's where the grain offering is happening. That's where the blood sacrifice is happening. Again, in a spiritual sense, not in a literal sense, because this new covenant has come about where Christ opens the way for us to be able to come through him to the Father and to continual offer sacrifice of humility, repentance, thanksgiving, those sorts of things. I mean, if you're saying I'm trying to jam in Old Testament theology, I can understand that. But that's how I would interpret it. And I think like passages in Hebrews would probably go through that way. It's okay if you disagree, and maybe it sounds kooky, but that's how I would respond to it.
So that's how like most Christians, if they've read the New Testament, would address it. But I think the reason why that fails is because the Hebrew Bible describes these as actual ritualistic sacrifices and even obeying the festivals still yet, right? So for example, in Zechariah, in chapter 12 and chapter 14, we read about this like final battle. You might call it Armageddon. And it says, then all who survive of the nations that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the festival of booths. If any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts will be there. The Lord of hosts, there will be no rain upon them. And so they're saying, listen, these nations, the Gentiles really, that are left over are actually going to have to participate in the festival of booths. It says, such shall be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all the nations that do not go up to keep the festival of booths. And then he actually includes meat sacrifices with that, right? He says, every cooking pot in Jerusalem and Judah shall be holy to the Lord of hosts, so that all who sacrifice may come and use them to boil the flesh of the sacrifice. And there shall no longer be traitors in the house of the Lord of hosts that day. So like the boil of the flesh of the sacrifice seems pretty pretty much not spiritual. It seems
Specific. Yeah.
very specific.
Well, and I think you probably know this, but my understanding of the sacrifices was it's not this like literal like sacrifice to just because it's arbitrary and God desires it. It's ultimately to bring the people back to Him. And when they would do these sacrifices, it wasn't just that they were doing it to doing it. It was doing it because it was reminding them to come back to God, to come back to the Father. That was the relationship that they needed, not not to do all these other sins. And so it was like the elements needed, but the bigger law, the bigger picture was like reconciliation back with God. And the means that He used was the physical, sacrifices, the grains, the goats, all these sorts of things. And so now with this new covenant, the idea is that come back to me with the sacrifice of like yourself, of just total humility, because that's ultimately what I want. I've done away with the grains and the bulls because people didn't really understand that anyway. People made it about, well, I gave 1/10 of my grain and so I'm good now. And that's not what it was about. They were missing the heart behind it. And that's why, again, Psalm 51, just reading it, verse 17 is the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart. Oh God, you will not despise. Like that's what He's actually desiring. And it was brought about by those physical elements. But now that we have Christ, we can go directly to Him, and the sacrifice is just as pure to Him as long as He has our whole being. And that's like what it was trying to bring us to. And too many people in the Old Testament made it about the elements and not about the relationship. And so that's why I think it's like, whatever you want to use, I just want you back to me. And that's like what God is bringing about with this new covenant. So if you want to like tithe and you want to, give part of, whatever you want, that's fine. But just give me your heart. That's ultimately what I want. And that's what Christ was like showing. Go ahead.
But when the heart gets revamped, it's going to be still following the law.
Correct.
In fact, talking again on the circumcision of the heart, I had Ezekiel 46 pulled up, but I'm going to go to Ezekiel 44 first.
Can I pause you 1 second? Or do you want to?
Go for it.
So just like 10 seconds here. So I would say the law, when you said brings us back to law, there's like the lowercase law, which is like those elements and the sacrifices physically. But the uppercase L is the sacrifice of the heart. That's what He was trying to bring us to, the sacrifice of the uppercase L. So anyway, go ahead.
Well, I actually think it's both. I don't think it's just one of them. I think it's both. So, for example, when you get the new heart in Ezekiel, it will force you to follow these commandments. But anyways, in Ezekiel 44, when it talks about this period, it says, "Thus saith the Lord, no foreigner, uncircumcised of the heart and flesh of all the foreigners who are among the people of Israel shall enter my sanctuary." So the circumcision of the flesh is very specific. He includes the circumcision of the heart and the circumcision of the flesh. He wants both.
And is that context for that moment, or is that prophesying for the future? Is there a mention of a future in that verse, or is it just about that current time?
This is the future messianic kingdom. So this is chapter 44. The Messiah shows up actually in chapter 36 and 37, and then He wages a war. And in chapter 37:24, He lays out like the general requirements. He says, "My servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my statutes. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes." So He actually wants you to follow these things. And He says, "They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David shall be their prince forever." So that you would probably say, well, that actually hasn't happened yet. That's going to happen when He comes back, right?
I don't know. I don't know if I would. That might be. I don't know if that would be when Jesus comes back, or if that would be considered the circumcision of like the heart in like the New Testament.
Well, it couldn't have happened yet, because it says that they're going to live. The Jews are going to be collected, and they're going to live in the land that was promised to their forefathers. So that's a physical place.
Well, there could be a couple of things. I mean, that could be the new heavens and the new earth, like a physical Jerusalem. Maybe there will be. I don't know. Or that could be as some would say that when Paul talks about, I think in Romans, about how there's going to be like a mass kind of conversion of the Jewish people to the Christian faith, maybe then that's when it will happen. So maybe it hasn't happened yet, but when there's like and these are different theological differences. Maybe not people are going to agree with me on that. I'm not trying to just jam in like any kind of theological thing that I can think of, but
well,
yeah,
I agree with you. If you're a Christian, your interpretation is that these messianic passages, these all from chapter 36, 37 and beyond, these are all end times prophecies, right? You've got the Messiah, you got the final battle with Gog and Magog, and then you've got the new temple. These are all end time stuff, which means what we just read isn't going to happen yet until the end is here. But if you keep reading more stuff, like chapter 44, after the battle's already waged, after the new temple's been set up, people are still going to get circumcised. And in 46, he goes into pretty good detail about what's going to happen inside of the temple. And it says, the burnt offering, verse 4, says, the burnt offering that the prince offers to the Lord on the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish and a ram without blemish. Like physical, actual offerings. Like these aren't spiritual offerings. He gave you a number, 6 lambs, baby.
Yeah, and so I just put in, I'm totally transparent here, because I don't have as much knowledge on this as you do, but I just put in, is Ezekiel 44 prophecy about current times? I'm just, to be completely honest, put it into AI. And there's multiple thoughts. There's that millennial kingdom, which dispensationalists will hold. Some will say it's the current church age. So I think even amongst Christians, you're going to hear different interpretations of it. But if it hasn't happened yet, I'm not trying to say like, well, we can just hang our hat on that. But if it hasn't happened yet, well, maybe the prophecy hasn't been completely fulfilled yet. So we can't say, well, Jesus didn't fulfill it.
Well, that's my point. That's my point, is this contradicts what the New Testament says, right? If the Messiah is going to be giving offerings and sacrifices in the temple, even sin offerings, which it says in the same chapter, then he couldn't have been the final sacrifice.
But Jesus also says, like, he is coming back. He hasn't come back yet. So, like, we can't say, if we're going to grant that it's all true, there's still stuff that's going to happen. Like, it isn't, like, Jesus was, yes, like I believe the fulfillment of the Messianic prophecy, but not every Messianic prophecy has been fulfilled. Like, we know that the Old Testament, maybe we do, maybe we don't, like, would prophesize about, like, that new Jerusalem, like the end of the world. That hasn't happened yet. But we can't say, well, because we're not in the new heavens and the new earth, that means the prophecy's false. It just means that prophecy hasn't actually happened yet.
Well, no, I'm saying it can't happen because it's contradictory. Also, I would say the next thing is that Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies, like not even one. But we can talk about that next. The idea that Jesus is the final sacrifice. Remember in the book of Hebrews, it says that the old sacrificial system didn't actually work because you had to keep offering over and over again. You never had permanent forgiveness of your sins. So Jesus came and sacrificed once and for all. So he's a final sacrifice. But if Jesus is the final sacrifice, we should never see, after he's dead, we should never see more sacrifices and offerings to Yahweh, which means he just can't be the final sacrifice.
Well, I would just again say he's the sacrifice that brought this new covenant of a circumcision of the heart. And that's the difference. And that these grains and these bulls, again, they're not literal. They're spiritual sacrifices of humility. They're spiritual sacrifices of brokenness before God, like again, Psalm 51.
What is a spiritual lamb?
I'm sorry?
What is 6 spiritual lambs? In Ezekiel 46, when it says that there's going to be an offering of 6 lambs, what does that mean?
Well, we know 6 has some kind of significance. Usually it's like 7 is complete, and so 6 is like less complete or something, like, I don't know, incomplete. So I would have to look up exactly, like, you brought up a lot of passages which are great, but we'd have to like deal with each one of them one by one. And so you're asking me like the specific, and I'm not trying to run from it, but I would have to like look into the understanding of what that specific lamb meant.
Let me read you like a paragraph to kind of illustrate where I'm coming from, and I think you'll catch it.
What's the passage, just so I can follow along?
I'm in Ezekiel 46. We're just going to read a little bit more than what that one verse, right? It says, the people of the land, so it's a physical land, the people of the land shall bow down at the entrance of the gate before the Lord on the Sabbaths. So Sabbaths and new moons, those are the festivals, laws of Moses, right? It says the burnt offering that the prince offers to the Lord on the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish and a ram without blemish. So now we got a ram in the mix, and it says the grain offerings with the ram shall be an ephah, so a physical measurement. And the grain offering with the lambs shall be as much as he wishes to give, together with a hin of oil to each ephah. Like, these are just very specific measurements that anybody reading the text would be like, oh, yeah, these are just the Mosaic offerings with actual measurements for how to do it. Like, no, like, unless you like were already invested in the New Testament, nobody would read this and be like, somehow these are all spiritual metaphors.
So, I mean, I'm just putting in on the fly here I'm not putting in like, what's the Christian apologetic? I'm just simply putting in, what are the Ezekiel 46 on the spiritual 6 lambs? And it's saying Ezekiel 46, the specific requirement for the prince Sabbath offering 6 lambs and a ram, all without blemish. And it's saying for the spiritual and symbolic purposes, 6 lambs carry 7 layers of meaning. Okay, blah, 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 blah. In biblical numerology, 6 is often number of humanity and work, as man is created on the 6th day and 6 days of work before God rests. The 7th represents divine rest and completion. And then I don't need to bore you, but later on it basically goes on and says the number 6 lambs is human labor, the 6 days of a week, or humanity's role, and then the 1 ram 7 is leadership strength, and the +1 that completes the divine 7. So it's kind of these symbolic things. It's not an actual 6.
Why would we think that? You've got a grain offering. Like, what's an ephah of flour and a hin of oil represent? Like, all of this, if for a normal person would read like physical stuff, because it says it's happening in the land. It says when the people of the land, these are people in a physical land, come before the Lord at the appointed festivals. Whoever enters by the north gate shall worship. To worship shall go out of the south gate. Why would we look at this and say all of these are metaphors now? And who actually gets to determine what the metaphors are? Because if it's up to me, I'll make it about me.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And that's why I would say personally, this is where when Jesus is rising from the dead, right? Like, to me, that like supersedes all of it. So it all like, it's not trying to be a cop-out, but because if you're going to grant it, it's such an incredible event that's happened. Something very special has happened here, again, if you're going to grant it.
I'll grant it, but it's not special.
Yeah. Well, I would say resurrection of the dead, if it historically happened the way that it was written down, is quite special. But even if you don't think it, that's okay. Well, I guess that's where I disagree. I think that's amazing enough for me to go along with it. That's me.
We'll cover it. I'll show you why it's not special. We're Deuteronomy 13, then I'm going to show you some other people that resurrected, right? It says,
but just to finish the point is like, it'd be like if we thought all these things were literal, and then the guy who came back from the dead is like, no, it's not all literal. This is actually what was meant by it. You may have understood it differently, but this is the true understanding of it. Like, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. I'm good with that.
But Jesus didn't say any of that. Everything you've said is stuff that people made up about Jesus after he was dead. None of this came from Jesus.
Correct, unless the revelation of the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit is part of the triune God, and he's inspiring the writers of Hebrews, right? And I know that's like, whoa, how'd you get there? But if you're going to grant resurrection, then I think it's fair to grant that as well. And if you don't want to, that's fine. But that would be the argument, at least.
I can show you why it wouldn't work, right? So Deuteronomy 13 says, if prophets or those who divine by dreams appear among you and show you omens or portents, and the omens or the portents declared by them take place, and they say, let us follow other gods whom you have not known, let us serve them. You must not heed the words of those prophets or those who divine by dreams, for the Lord your God is testing you. Know whether indeed you love the Lord your God with all your heart and all your soul. The Lord your God you shall follow, him alone you shall fear, his commandments you shall keep, and his voice you shall obey, and him you shall serve, so on and so forth. So God's actually going to send false prophets that can do miracles.
But the omens, if it said if he will bring about a resurrected man from Bethlehem, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's obviously false. But a bad omen, and whatever word used, to me, that's not would shoot down a physical resurrection.
What do you think a portend is?
What is sorry, I don't know what a portend is. Is that a deception or something?
A portend is typically something that is a sign or an indicator of some sort of like miracle, or even a prediction for the future.
Well, I would say if it was a physical resurrection, that wouldn't be a sign. Like I would say if it was like a fake resurrection, then yeah, that would be like then the whole Christianity would be a lie. If the disciples all just lied about it, or there was a mass delusion that he was really risen from the dead, then that would be like a portend. But if he actually historically rose from the dead, then I would say, well, that's not a sign. That's like a reality.
But there's a guy in the Hebrew Bible that literally resurrected from the dead because he was merely thrown into the same grave as Elisha.
Yeah, I would have to. So we could go through that, but to me, if you're going to grant that Jesus, as it was written, crucified, buried, literally 3 days, came up in a new, physical yet spiritual body, I wouldn't say, well, that's just a sign. I would say that is, that's a reality. Like that's something that should, again, I would think that's a special thing that should be noticed, that only like a God could do.
He would. Well, yeah, God did do it. God rose him from the dead because he's the false prophet that is testing his people, which is why Jesus' predictions didn't come true, and he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, and the New Testament contradicts the Hebrew Bible. The Hebrew Bible says
I see your thinking. I see the argument. I see the argument. I think, though, to me, it's one of two things. It's either he is that, and it's the whole liar, lunatic, Lord thing. Like he is a liar.
Yeah, he is.
He is.
He's a false prophet.
He is, right. Or he's Lord.
Yeah, but he can't be because he contradicts Yahweh.
So you're saying that, so if we're going to grant that the New Testament God is true, and the New Testament God would raise Jesus from the dead to confuse people,
test them? He literally says he's going to do that to test them, yeah. To see if you indeed love the Lord God with all your heart and soul. And it turned out that most of the Jews did, because the Jews didn't follow Jesus. It turned out to be those dirty, rotten Greeks and Romans that like Jesus so much. But if you go to 2 Kings 13, look, it says, as a man was being buried, a marauding band was seen, and the man was thrown into the grave of Elisha. As soon as the man touched the bones of Elisha, he came to life and stood on his feet. Resurrection isn't actually all that interesting.
Well, I'd have to look at that exactly.
It's on the screen.
To me, that would be what's that? Sorry?
It's on the screen.
Oh, sorry. I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm just talking into the air.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to, let's see. Buried him. I believe it's true. Let's see, thrown into the grave, Elijah. And as soon as man touched Elijah, he came to life and stood on his feet. Yeah, I mean, that would be, that's would be an act of God. That would be an act of God. And if that person got up and said, I am God, well, then maybe people would think that he was, but he didn't. To make the claim also on top of
he's not
rising
the false prophet.
3 days. Yeah, that's true. He wouldn't be, he would just be a guy that God rose from the dead.
Is there a reason why God wouldn't resurrect somebody from the dead if it's his false prophet to test his people?
Well, to me, we would have to look of all of the times in the Old Testament where God was raising people from the dead, if that's one person, and if every time it was like, quote unquote, for his glory, then he would have to kind of switch his character in a sense and then rise somebody from the dead. It'd be almost, because if God is the God of life and not the God of like death, let's just say, I mean, I know people die, but if his whole idea is to, hey, here are these laws so that you will flourish, so that you will live long in the land, so that you will inherit so that's the God is about life, giving people life. And then when the Old Testament people that are coming back from the dead, those are, again, praiseworthy, glorious acts. Well, then change all that to Jesus and make it a deception would be inconsistent.
No, that's the point, is to test his people.
But I think he wouldn't test them.
Why not? If God says in Isaiah, every knee will bow to the name of Yahweh alone, and he says, listen, I'm going to send a false prophet, and he might tell you to worship another name, and then the New Testament says that every knee is going to bow to Jesus, holy shit. That's identical to what the false prophet was going to do. It's a different name.
Wait, every knee would bow to Jesus? Is that what you said?
That's what it says in Philippians, yeah.
Yeah, true, but Jesus is Yahweh, right?
Wait, no, name. Every name, or every person is going to bow to the name of Yahweh, not to the name of Jesus. But it literally says in Philippians that they're going to bow to the name of Jesus. That's a different name.
Well, it's a different name, but it's the same it's the same thing. Like some of the stuff, I disagree. It's like, well, if Jesus is, I think the idea that Christian theology that Jesus is Yahweh, and so therefore, okay.
Then why's he got a different name?
We're getting into this. Well, because it wasn't known at that point.
But he says
Jesus was.
He says his name is Yahweh. Why wouldn't Jesus just come and say, I'm Yahweh?
Well, he says before Abraham was, I am. And doesn't Yahweh, isn't it? Isn't that what Abraham says to Jesus, to God? Who are you? I am. Actually, isn't that the same thing? Sorry, go ahead.
I'm actually agnostic on the ego eimi passage and whether or not he's actually claiming to be God there. I actually tend to fall on the side that he might be claiming to be God in that passage, but that's kind of meaningless to me. Because the passage, the contradiction isn't that he's claiming to be God. Listen, the false prophet would claim to be God. Even the Antichrist is going to claim to be God. That's not a question. The question is every knee going to bow to the name of Yahweh, or is every knee going to bow to the name of Jesus? And if it's going to bow to the name of Jesus, that dude's a false prophet.
Well, I would say two things real quick. I would say God's care. This is how I would square it in my mind. And you may disagree. You will disagree, but like, God's character in the Old Testament, again, I've said this before, is when he's raising people up from the dead, that's a sign of like him and his glory. And that's his character. And then to change his character to raising Jesus from the dead would be inconsistent with that. So that's how I would square that. And then could I just address the Yahweh Jesus thing? I would just say he's got many names. But again, it's the spirit of what's happening. Like it gets so like into the semantics of like, well, we got to, sacrifice these bulls. It's like, well, no, the point is the sacrifice of the heart. Well, it's got to be the name Yahweh. Well, the point is it's that it's God. Like that, it's the name. Like everyone will bow to God, and that God is Jesus. Jesus was Jehovah or Yeshua or whatever. Sorry, Jehovah in the Old Testament. Like it's the same darn thing. It's just like. Every knee will bow to God. And the semantics of, well, Yahweh versus Jesus, well, Jesus is Yahweh. And if people are going to get so hung up on that, like, I just don't think that's like the ultimate defeater. Like you've brought up a lot of interesting points, but to me that I'm okay with that one being how it is.
I think the semantics are kind of important because it doesn't say that everyone's going to bow to Yahweh. It doesn't even say everyone's going to bow to God. It says the knee will bow to the name of Yahweh. And so if Jesus is a different name, then it's just not true, right? Well, now the other reason
I would say
why
if your name is Mr. or whatever your last name is, but then your name is also whatever your first name is. I mean, every knee will bow to Mr. whatever. I mean, but then they bow to your actual first name. Like to me, it's not like a contradiction. If Jesus wasn't Yahweh and was a created being, something that the Mormons believe, then I would say, yes, that would contradict. But if Jesus is Yahweh, then we're just talking about again, your name is Mr. whatever, but you also have a first name as well. So if the name is, it's this all the kind of the same, it's the same thing at the end of the day.
But Jesus isn't Yahweh. It's a logical contradiction. Trinity can't hold water. It's why you have to accept it as a divine mystery. Because it just violates the laws of logic. The rule, the law of identity, gone, just blew it out of the water, right? So I'm not inclined to believe that this Jesus fella who said that the Father is greater than I is also the Father. Like it's a meaningless statement to me.
Well, he's not the Father. Yeah, I mean, he'd be God. I mean, that's the whole Trinitarian.
He's not Yahweh then.
Well, Yahweh is the Trinity, and Jesus is the second part of the Trinity.
Well, God can't have parts. That's divine simplicity. That's a heresy.
Well, the second person, excuse me, of the Trinity. You're right, not part.
Well, what's a person?
Jesus the second. Yeah, again, I can. The Trinity is going to be a tough one to nail down on this one. There's no question about it. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, Craig, if I were you, even when I was a Christian, I would throw my hands up at the Trinity and said, listen, we just accept that it's a divine mystery. We admit that it breaks the laws of logic and you move on. But the other reason, this is the last thing I'll say, because I think my audience wants to get another guest in here because we've gone on for an hour now, which I love a good hour-long conversation with a good...
I appreciate the conversation. Yeah.
With a polite person, because you've been polite. The other reason, and everyone in my audience already sees this coming, which is that the messianic prophecies, we covered a couple of them that were supposed to happen. But if you look at the New Testament, when it says the ones that already did happen, well, they just clearly didn't. Most of them aren't even prophecies, and the ones that are prophecies weren't actually fulfilled. If you just go back and read them, never got fulfilled. So why would I think that Jesus' resurrection mattered, even if he did resurrect? Given that he didn't fulfill a single prophecy. Again, he, to me, would fall into the camp of another false prophet if he didn't fulfill even one prophecy other than Deuteronomy 13.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm fine coming up another time, going through some of those other prophecies, but I'm assuming the one some will not taste death before I return or something. Is that what you mean?
Well, actually, that's
in the New Testament, or what are you referring to?
That's actually a really good one that I kind of alluded to earlier in the conversation, which is that he failed his own predictions. But even more than that, if you look at the ones where Matthew and John say that he actually did complete, if you just go back and read them, he didn't complete any of them, right? So, for example, maybe one of the most famous you're going to find in Matthew 21, when he rides the donkey into Jerusalem during the triumphal entry. This quotation for the prophecy comes from Zechariah chapter 9, and he basically does it. Matthew says he's doing it to fulfill the prophecy, right? So when you go back to read the prophecy, it just turns out that he didn't do it. It says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you. Triumphant and victorious is he," so it's a king, "humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem. And the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth." So this triumphal entry, the reason why it's triumphal is because he's an actual king that defeats the enemies of Israel, and Jesus didn't do any of that stuff. So at best you can do a partial fulfillment, say, well, he fulfilled riding on the donkey, but he didn't fulfill verse 10. But to me, that's meaningless. Partial fulfillments is just an admission that you didn't fulfill it.
Yeah. And I would just say, again, your audience has been very patient to have me on, truly. So, and you are as well. But I guess the only thing that I would just say to that is, Jesus, the idea is he was and he is, he always will be the king. And though we may not see it in a sense of he's reigning from one end of the earth to the other, because we see so much destruction and turmoil.
When was he a king?
When was Jesus a king?
Yeah, that's not even in the Bible, is it?
Well, the idea is that God is king, that he's the Lord of Lords and the King of Kings.
Where?
And if he is, what do you mean? Like in the Old Testament, where it says he's Lord of Lords or King of Kings? Or
the prophecy says that he's going to be king in the physical land of Israel. Even Micah 5:2 about the virgin, not the virgin birth, the Bethlehem birth, says that he's going to rule in the land of Israel, which would mean that he's a physical king on the earth, which is what Ezekiel 37 says.
Yeah, and I would just say that, again, the Christian position is, once Jesus rose from the dead, he became king of the end.
Why?
Because it says Paul talks about, I don't know if it's Corinthians, but that he reconciled all things to himself.
How?
That he disarmed the powers and the principalities.
How did he do that?
He did it by the complete sacrifice on the cross.
So what?
That the powers of the evil one and the demons were rendered neutral.
Why? Why would God? Why would Satan care if Jesus killed himself?
Because the full wrath of God for all mankind's sin was satisfied through the death of Christ, and so therefore the power of sin was broken.
So
for those who will accept Christ, that they're not under a law, they're not under demonic oppression, they're not under their own sinful desires, that they can actually receive salvation, which is what God wanted in the beginning before the fall of man.
So God couldn't just click his fingers and get rid of Satan?
He will, but he hasn't yet. And why
could
hasn't
he?
He could. Yes, he could.
So,
he
could. Having to kill Jesus to make Satan powerless seems like a weird move when you're omnipotent. You can just wiggle your nose, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and poof, devil's gone.
Well, again, I think the idea there was Jesus wanted to come into flesh so that he could walk as human beings could walk, so he could actually experience what we experience, because that makes him save us to the utmost.
If you're all knowing, you already know what it's like to experience what we're experiencing.
That's true. There's another thing of knowing. There's another thing of doing, and he did.
But did he know what it was like?
That's a good question. Not to the. It's like he. When you consummate your marriage, right? I mean, you're married before that, but once you consummate it, it's like complete. And he might have had the knowledge, but when he came into flesh, he consummated it. And when he lived on the cross, he consummated that.
What did he gain?
He didn't know it before. What did he gain?
Yeah.
Is that what you ask? He gained...
Yeah, if he knows all things, he knows exactly what it feels like already to do everything he was going to do, whether he did it or not. That's what it means to know all things.
But I guess, and maybe this is a bad analogy, but once you're, married to your wife, you're married, right? But once you consummate, then it's kind of like it's official, at that point.
Yeah, know your wife biblically.
Right, your wife exactly.
But God already knows all things. He doesn't have to consummate. Are you saying God has to consummate with my wife to know her?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. No, not.
She might be into it.
I'm just trying to. It makes it that much more personal. Is what I'm saying. It would be personal, but it would be like a concept. When you can actually be like, okay, here was the physical Jesus. I touched his wounds. It just makes it come to life even more for the human.
Yeah, you're starting to put some. I think you're putting some meat on the bones. When Jesus asked Thomas to finger him, he did want to get known. And now I'm just fucking with you. Listen, Craig.
Yeah, I appreciate the time. Thank you for.
We've deviated now into just fun and games, which I like. But anyways, I appreciate the calm conversation that you've provided. And while we do get a lot of assholes, we do appreciate when we get people up here that are actually kind of rational and interesting. So thanks for coming by, and come by again. We'll talk about the prophecies.
Yeah, will do. And apologize if any Christians act like jerks. They shouldn't do that. So, but thank you again for having me on. And good luck with your channel.
Cheers, friend.
Cheers.
Well, that'd be great. He was a nice guy. I mean, he said a lot of the stuff, I would have heard when I was in Bible college and seminary. I don't find it convincing. For the same reasons I didn't find it convincing then. This is why these debates are fun, because you can see when you're reading the text. I think the power of the position of either the atheist or the Jew or just the non-Christian in general is that you can read the text and say it just kind of means what it says, right? Whereas in the Christian worldview, unfortunately, you have to go into the text and change the meaning of all the words, every last one of them, right? I want to read a couple of super chats, friends, before we grab our next guest. But I had one question: has the audio been kind of crackly for y'all? Because that call was crackly in my earbuds, and I'm not sure if it's my earbuds acting up in the Bluetooth network, or if something's happening with my audio tonight and it's just crackly for some reason, or maybe it's TikTok. Maybe TikTok is doing some weird stuff. It was crackly for you. Some people said it's fine. Some people said it was crackly. Good. It was okay. So a little bit of both. What? Mild buzz. Oh, that's probably because my mic is so close to my mouth. I can move it away. and it's probably not so buzzy. Interesting. Okay, it sounds like it's mixed. Some people said fine, some people said not. Okay, what are we gonna do? It is what it is. So, TikTok's been tweaking, but mine's fine. Okay. Anyways, well, we'll keep going. You know, what are you gonna do, right? We're not gonna let Yahweh take us down. Loco, thank you for the super chat. Says Nathan, you're embarrassing the name of Jesus. This is sad. You know what? I wanted to run back and grab a couple of these super chats on Nathan because Nathan was just awful. If you didn't watch the beginning of the live stream when Nathan was up, go back and watch it later tonight. Josh Rude Music, good to see you, says, in an earlier episode of your show, you referenced Sanhedrin 43a. How early of a source is this, and do you consider it reliable? Doug is my rock. Great question. And here's what I'm going to say about the Talmud. Everyone wants to say, look, the Talmud was compiled and completed in like the 5th and 6th century. And while it may have been completed, that doesn't mean that every source in it started in the 4th and 5th century. What that means is that they finished collecting and assembling it then. It's clear that these sources go back further. For example, if you go to Sanhedrin 97, there's a whole dialogue about what needs to happen prior to the Messiah coming. And they're saying the temple still needs to be destroyed before the Messiah comes because of Daniel. And like, wait a minute, that conversation wouldn't have happened in the 5th century. There was no temple, right? So it's clear that there are sections in the Talmud that were either written down and collected later, or they were like orally transmitted and then written down later. But either way, if you just look at the internal discussion in the Talmud, a lot of them are talking about events that obviously happened prior to when we think it was completed, right? Just like the book of Genesis. There are sources in the book of Genesis that are truly archaic, but they were later put together in the form that we call Genesis over hundreds of years. So I think the formation of the Talmud came together just like the formation of the Hebrew Bible. Loco says, quick take my tithes and give them to anyone but Jesus. I fucking got you, friend. No worries. Thank you. And Dust Frame, good to see you, my friend, says everyone knows the real reason that the tomb of Jesus was empty is because the body was stolen by gnomes. That's 100% it. Actually, there's a story about that. There's a young woman who is kidnapped from her tomb. Her name was... what the hell was her name? I wrote it down at some point. I want to say the person I'm thinking of is going to be Alcestis. Let me double check. Blah, 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 blah. I think it was Alcestis. Yep, that's her, Alcestis. They put her in a tomb. They thought she was dead. She had no signs of life. She came back later after they sealed the tomb, came back to life. Tomb raiders came and raided the tomb, found her alive, and said, fuck, let's sell this woman and get some money. And she was one of those people that infamously rose from the dead. And Dogosaurus Erectus says, is Satan causing that smoke coming out of your lap, or did the Christian cooking just get real? I lit some incense, my friend. It was a pleasing aroma to Doug, and in fact, it was frankincense and myrrh. So it was pretty good. Jesus, TDF and Christ says, I don't need to defend my God. All I need is to dodge every question about them. Checkmate, atheist, and you nailed it. Listen, that's right out of the Christian playbook, or even the theist playbook, which is, I'm not answering questions, I'm asking questions. I know I'm in your live stream, but please allow me to take control over your live stream. Cameron, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I love that infinite argument. I clapped 3 times. Just in time. Well, thank you, Cameron. Listen, I thought my argument for an infinite regress made perfect sense. I didn't see a single contradiction. I get it that some people don't want to accept it, but that is what it is. Gretchen, good to see you, my friend, says, Jesus fucking Christ, just drink the fucking water, Craig. What a weird analogy. Maybe Craig is feeling dehydrated. Craig was nice, at least, Gretchen. I'll give him that. But yeah, I mean, we've experienced these levels of, trying to make the text make sense. And Sir Rubbable, thank you for the additional super chat, says, if time can't go infinitely in the past, then God can't have created the world because he would have had to wait for an infinite amount of time before creating it. Agreed, which is why they have to say weird stuff like God is outside of time, even though you have no causal power outside of time, which unfortunately he didn't address. Hunter Girl, good to see you again. Thank you for the super chat. Says, thanks again. I'm off to play that evil D&D now. But heads up, there is an app to track those nanny state cameras called Deflock. No fucking way. Rock hard for Doug. Rock of Creation. Now I'm going to check it out. Deflock app. Y'all, now we know we can track the cameras. Hell yeah. Thank you for that. And Design, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, caller, suppose we grant that time is created. Okay. What's the first second? 1.001, 1.0001, 1.0001. Wrong. 0.00001. No, wait. 0.00001. Oh, well, I guess we can't get to today. Clear yet? Amazing point. Yes. If you infinitely divide something or infinitely move something, you can never place a finalized point on it or a decimal. Genji, thank you for the super chat. Friend says Craig was huffing some pure grade and uncut Colombian copium. The degree of pretzeling was actually impressive. You know what? He was doing his best for sure, and he was giving a lot of what I would say is very typical scripted Christian answers, which is fair. That's what he's learned, right? And Jeremy Sherwood, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, hey Justin, how could God resolve moral dilemmas like the trolley or organ transplant problems? If morality is objective, shouldn't there be a correct answer? Yet people can't seem to agree on what's right. Well, that's where divine command theory comes in, because what's right is what God says, right? Now, the question is God saying it because it's objectively right, or is God saying it because when he says it, it makes it right? But if it makes it right, what that means is that there is an answer to the trolley problem. He's just not told us. We don't know what it is, right? And I got 3 more super chats, friends, and I'm going to get Benson in here. We talked to Benson a couple weeks ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. So hopefully we'll get some dialogue going. Titubin says, I think God commanded take a shovel when you poop because God walks around there. God knows what it's like for humans to walk. He's got a nose too. I mean, Titubin, I'm actually agreeing with you, right? In the biblical narrative, especially in the ancient Near East, the gods were a lot like humans. They ate, they drank. El, from Elohim, in the Canaanite pantheon, in the Bel cycle, literally gets drunk and passes out and is wallowing in his own excrement. I mean, they do everything humans do. In the ancient Near East, they have banquets together. The gods get together and eat and drink. Sean Bradley says he thinks infinity is a destination instead of a journey. You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. Every time you think infinity has a destination, you've made a category error. It does not. And Cora Rose, great to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. It says, so going with the infinite regress, isn't it the case that even a God who conceives of creating a world will never get to the moment of creating? The problem they pose to you is their problem also. Well, I said that, and typically what they'll say is some nonsense like God is outside of time, which is why it's not an infinite regress. Or they'll special plead, will say, well, God is omnipotent and he can do illogical things even though he can't, therefore he can do the infinite regress, right? So that's typically how they square that round peg. But let's get Benson in here, and also Ems is back.
Hey, what's up? You missed the funniest thing on Ian's life.
Oh no, what happened?
You're gonna have to watch the replay. A guest brought up a website. The website was straight cult material.
Oh.
It was insane.
Oh shit. Okay. That was tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was the funniest website ever.
Fuck. All right, I'll definitely watch that back. Damn. Well, Ems, you're welcome to hang out with me. We've got Benson back. We talked to Benson not that long ago. In fact, give me 1 second. Benson, are you still with us? Yeah. How you been?
Doing well. How you guys been?
You know what? I can't complain.
That's awesome.
Benson, I just want to check real quick before I forget. Last time you were here, which wasn't that long ago, it looks like it was on the 15th, we talked about God taking war brides, and also it looks like some of the moral issues with the Bible. Did you want to touch on that or something else tonight?
say anything.
Okay. So I could, one, ask you, do you have an argument for why Christianity is real? Or I could provide for you an argument why I think Christianity is not true.
That sounds good. If you want to start, I'd love to hear it and then respond.
Sure. Okay. So the reason why I think Christianity is not true is because it fundamentally disagrees with what the Hebrew Bible says in terms of who God is and what God is doing. And then also, Jesus failed his own second coming prediction. He says in Matthew 10:23, 16:27-28, and in Matthew 24 that he's going to come back within that generation still living. And, then he didn't, which means he might have done some cool shit. Who knows what he actually got up to when he was here. But if God can't lie, that means Jesus can't be God because he clearly lied.
Can you hear me? My microphone's acting up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I definitely understand that point and perspective. How do you feel about Josephus's writings?
Well, I actually really dig Josephus. In fact, Josephus tends to agree with me on interpreting the Hebrew Bible. I would say that there's one passage that people really like in Josephus. It's in book 18 where he describes theoretically the following of Jesus and his disciples. This is a passage that I believe is interpolated. The first time it shows up in the writings of Josephus is only in the Greek, and we see it with Eusebius, the church father, first. The other copies that are not in Greek all have different readings, and they're not quite as glowing of Jesus. And being that he was a devout Jew who didn't believe that Jesus was the Messiah, that passage would be incredibly out of place. And I would say the last thing about that is we have done some stylometric analysis on Josephus, and the words that are used in that passage aren't used, like a lot of the words aren't used anywhere else in Josephus's writings, which to me would basically be a good argument that while he was a pretty good historian, it was pretty easy to get a hold of some of his works and tamper with them.
I understand. That makes sense. One thing that I got from Josephus recently that was interesting, I guess rabbit hole, was on the war and antiquities of the Jews, when he talks about people claiming to have seen angels or armies in the clouds.
Yeah, in
Are you
70
familiar
AD.
with that text?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was an interesting. I'm on the side to think that maybe the fall and destruction of Rome or of Jerusalem at that time did happen, and the ones that did crucify him did see him in the clouds. How would you feel about that sense?
Well, I would read you Matthew 24, and I think Matthew 24 is kind of going to contradict the situation a little bit. So let me grab that. In Matthew 24, in fact, the Olivet Discourse goes all the way through chapter 25. It doesn't end in 24, but
is this your stance that he's coming compared to Daniel? Is this that perspective?
Yeah, he's coming in the clouds from the Father with the angels, and he's going, like all the nations of the earth are going to see him and be judged. And then he's going to separate the sheep from the goats and send some to heaven, or some to hell, and some will live here in paradise. But in Matthew 24, I think the parameters that are given don't fit what happened in 70 AD. Listen to what it says. We can grant that verse 29 is like kind of hyperbolic and metaphoric. The sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, stars will fall from heaven, that kind of stuff. Now, given the fact that stars can't really fall from heaven, that's another thing. But verse 30 is where it gets interesting, right? It says, then the sign of the Son of Man will appear in heaven, and all the tribes of the earth will mourn, and they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory, and he will send out his angels with a loud trumpet call. They will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. So this, to me, sounds like everybody on the earth is going to be gathered and judged just like we see in the preceding chapter when he continues to describe this. It's okay.
Sorry, let me get a drink of water. I apologize. I do think that the claim that all the earth shall mourn would be very hard to prove, right? I do agree with that. And the coming in the clouds, I think from Josephus, it does sound like the armies are in heaven and they're coming down to the earth. With that, would it be the same sense of coming?
Well, I think that the problem you have here is in Matthew 24 and 25, Jesus is talking about judging all of the earth, which is why he says he's going to collect the elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other, meaning everywhere under heaven, he's going to collect all the elect, which he tells you what he's going to do with them actually in chapter 25. And I didn't pull it up, but let me grab chapter 25 real quick. And it'll be a little more clear what I'm saying. In 25:31, Jesus gives you a really good explanation of what this means. He says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on the throne of glory and all the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goat. So this is the judgment, right? This is what he's talking about in the Olivet Discourse. This isn't coming and then judging the Jews and then coming back later and judging the rest of the world. It's a global judgment. It's just one coming.
Hello.
Mm-hmm. You with me? I think your connection's starting to give out, my friend. Oh, fuck.
He's been hard to hear for the entire time.
Oh, has he? Oh, shit. Okay.
The comments have been complaining, and so it's been so on my end too.
Oh, shit. Well, we'll definitely do what we can. I can turn up. Oh, interesting. Hold on. Yeah, y'all should have been able to hear him because I'm sending the audio to the.
Yeah, he's
to the
breaking
virtual
in and
cable.
out. That's the problem.
Oh, you mean he's like breaking up. Yeah. That is. Was my audio breaking up or just his?
No, you were good.
Okay, your audio sounds good. M's.
Okay.
Everyone listening, you heard M's loud and clear, right? It's actually M's. Say sure for me. We'll make sure your audio is good.
Yeah, sure.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip it and post it in the Discord so I can get on my soundboard.
Sure.
Fantastic. My audio's been a little bit funny tonight. Like even that last time you said it, it was like a little bit crackly. It's something's happening. I should have rebooted my computer before I live streamed today. I did some shit yesterday on my computer that I think messed up like some of my audio drivers. I should have restarted all that shit. And I think some of my audio drivers are being borrowed right now. Nevertheless, like it's still listenable. I think people are still here. They're very patient. They're being okay with it. And but Benson did come back. His connection came back, so we'll bring Benson back and we'll try to continue. How you doing? Welcome back, buddy.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Hopefully my audio is coming in a little bit better.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be okay. Y'all can hear Benson okay? Ems, you heard Benson okay, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think we should be okay. Everything says they can hear. All right, Benson, I think we're good to go. So, we were talking about the Olivet Discourse and how the the coming of the Son of Man is a global judgment.
Yes, I would agree.
So, like
understanding from my understanding in the Old Testament, that usually means or has been to rulers of nations also falling. So he could just be saying that the powers of heaven will be shaken, or heaven, all the stars will fall, meaning that because he has died, risen, and then come back to execute judgment, as he said he would, he is now seated with the Father, and the stars have fallen.
Right.
It's not of this world. So,
But what's he going to do, right? When he comes back and he does the things, what else is he going to do? Because it says he's going to collect the elect from the ends of the earth, right? And then it says that he's going to separate the sheep from the goats and he's going to judge them, right? That certainly couldn't have happened.
Why not?
Because we all get sent to hell already, right? So if you go further into the Olivet Discourse, when you go to the judgment, right? So we're in chapter 25 still, right? It says, the king will say to those at his right hand, come, you who are blessed by my Father, and inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, you gave me drink, so on and so forth. And then it says later on, the king will answer them, truly I tell you, just as you did it to one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it to me. Then he will say to those on his left hand, you who are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food, and I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink, so on and so forth. Then he says, 45, then he will answer them, truly, I tell you, just as you did not do it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me, and these will go away into the eternal punishment, but they're righteous to eternal life. So we don't have eternal life, and he hasn't cast all the people into hell, which means this whole return and judgment couldn't have happened yet.
If you're taking it from that view, what if you would take it from the perspective that there's an old covenant and a new covenant?
Buddy,
Messiah, and
buddy,
they're always talking about the end of times and end of
we
age,
missed.
And so,
hey Benson, buddy, we missed what you said there because your phone broke up again. Can you say it a second time?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me better?
I'm sorry. It's really It's really like you've got 3 red bars right now. It shows. It sounds. I don't know if you're traveling and you're like going through a dead zone, but it was good when you came back, and now it's really bad.
Okay. I can change it or fix it. Sorry. Maybe I can get the audio working better.
Okay.
If not, I'll hop on next time you guys are live.
Sure thing. Hey, listen, Benson. I have a very fond memories of how kind you were when we talked last. So, you're always welcome here. I'm never going to give you a hard time as long as you're nice, and you're a nice guy. So obviously we're going to talk about some difficult subjects, but I'm never going to, I'm never going to like bash you or call you names. All right.
Oh, well, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And appreciate the space and environment you've created. Sorry if the audio is loud. I appreciate their patience.
Hey, cheers, man. Be safe.
Yeah.
It's a shame we couldn't have another conversation go, but the audio was really rough. It's kind of sad. I'm going to put notes in here. Don't clip. Audio bad. All right. So here's kind of where we're at. It's pretty early still for a Friday night. But we ran out of guests, which is for a Friday night. It's kind of early to run out of guests. Usually they just keep stacking more and more on Friday night. I suspect because our caller Craig, we went on so long. I suspect a lot of the guests that were waiting got tired of waiting and they dropped out. So we actually have an empty queue. And someone's saying, what's with the audio? The audio's just weird tonight. I think what happened was I installed some virtual machines over yesterday to test to see if I could play the I Am Jesus Christ video game on my Mac so I can stream it. And I think in doing so, I probably goofed a couple audio drivers, and then I never rebooted my computer since then. And I probably should have. So I think the audio drivers are having a little bit of a tug of war, which is why some of the audio doesn't seem to be great right now. But nevertheless, let me grab. We'll get a guest in here in a minute. Let me grab 1 or 2 super chats, and then we'll see if we get a guest load up, and we'll we'll do what we can. Hey, the Bible Guy official, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says knock knock. Who's there? Justin. Justin who? Just in case you didn't know, Jesus is dead. Fucking A. We need to run that topic soon. That's a great topic, by the way. Double Donkey Surfer, good to see you, my friend. Thanks for the super chat, and thanks for being a member. Is there any intentional father-son parallel between El and Yahweh and God and Jesus? I know the New Testament authors were idiots, so they likely knew nothing about the Canaanite pantheon. Okay, so I addressed this a little bit earlier. I don't believe, first of all, that Yahweh was originally part of the Canaanite pantheon. Now, maybe he found his way in there when the Judeans got popular, but I don't think he started there. I think he was originally a Midianite god from the land of Seir. We see remnants of that in the Bible. We see archaeological evidence for that as well. Just type in the Midianite hypothesis and you'll find it. Some people have been writing about this. You'll find like Zion Zevit and Ted Lewis, and a lot of people have written about this now. That being said, it seems to be that El does have a son, Baal, and that was at one point, like maybe his second favorite son. His first favorite child was Mot, the god of death, but then Baal fucked him up. Actually, to be fair, Mot fucked up Baal, and then Anat came and saved his ass. That's what happened. Nevertheless, because of what Baal did, theoretically defeating death, or at least taking on death, he rose to the top of the pantheon. So now I'm seeing the relationship between Jesus as Yahweh as the same relationship as Baal and his father El. That seems to be the relationship I'm finding in Jesus, where it's an adoptionist theology. He did a really amazing, great work. He defeated death, and then he rose to the top of the pantheon, just like Baal. It's the same story. You defeat the god of death, you defeat the god of chaos, and you get to rise to the top of the pantheon, and you're fucking in charge now. So, like, listen, it's a 1-to-1 parallel, this Jesus and Baal character. Slug Racer, thank you for the super chat, says, if one of the Gospels never made it into the Bible and was just discovered, would you treat it as extra biblical evidence for God? How many newly discovered Gospels would it take for you to believe? I would consider all of them extra biblical evidence, and I even agree that the biblical letters can count as evidence. I think it's bad evidence, though, right? Just like the writings of Homer is evidence of Troy, it's bad evidence of other stuff, right? It's bad evidence of Hades, right? It's bad evidence of Calypso, but it is good evidence for naturalistic things, right? So I think when we do naturalistic claims, the evidence of the bar of evidence is obviously going to be much lower. That's what I would say. But yes, would I count it as evidence? Sure, yeah. Randy Wilson, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for sending out 20 Deconstruction Zone memberships. And you know what? I think for the first time in a long time, maybe first time ever, I think DZ Debates has actually got more memberships now than Deconstruction Zone. So I gotta start releasing more content on Deconstruction Zone to get those memberships back up. I try to keep them even. I've got some interesting content ready to drop on Deconstruction Zone that's not debate content. I think you're gonna like it a lot. But anyways, let me grab Steve from our guest queue, and we'll hopefully get some robust conversation. Steve, welcome in. Are you at least 18? Steve, buddy, you have a microphone? It looks like when you connected, you didn't select a microphone or a headphones.
Is it working now?
Yep, you got it.
Okay. Yes, I am 18.
Awesome.
Or over 18. Yeah.
Awesome. And do you believe in God?
I do.
Cool. Which God do you believe in? Sure. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God existing?
I would say that the fact that there are several arguments for the existence of God that cohesively work together.
Like what?
So I know that's not one individual one, but I feel like the there's in creation, that there's a mind behind things, helps shows intelligent design. And then you have
what is
go ahead.
information?
Information is something that communicates a message that is also received by a recipient that has a mind.
So if we didn't have minds, DNA wouldn't be information? Oh fuck. Well, somebody in my hometown just died tonight. I just heard about fucking 15 shots go off. Holy shit. I hope they're okay.
Oh wow.
Well, I'll read that in the paper tomorrow. Damn. You don't hear that kind of stuff where I live too often, but you did tonight. That's wasn't that far off too. Fucking A, man. I hope that's a lot of shots. I really hope they're okay. I don't know if you get to survive 15 of them. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's tragic. Yeah, I believe that just because there's been so much research, so much discussion, theology, science, all of these different realms and areas, people have written pages and books and debates and discussions. I think just the robust amount of information and people throughout history seems to indicate that there is at least some kind of deity out there. I grant you
Can you be
that it
specific?
doesn't necessarily intelligent design I mentioned already.
Well,
Contingency.
I didn't hear. Maybe I lost it because I got distracted. I didn't really hear the argument for design. I heard information, but I like. If you think that the information is like mind dependent, that just seems like DNA is not information because DNA existed before minds existed.
Well, God, a pre-existing mind. He's the creator of DNA. Right. If we see somebody writes Sally loves Billy in the sand, we know that there is a mind communicating a message behind that. That essentially is what's in our DNA. The proteins, the synthesis tells each individual cell how to function in the human body, what its purposes are, and how it forms together. Certainly, reference some things of junk DNA, but even recently, scientists have been examining is very, very minute. So
he keeps going static. By the way,
he keeps going static too.
Mm-hmm.
1 second.
Do you not hear it?
No, it sounds fine on my end. Give me 1 second though. I'm gonna check something. All right, I'm gonna re-add my browser channel because I'm curious if my browser channel's just kind of been fucking up. I will try this again 1 second. All right, say something for me, Steve.
Testing.
Oh, it's working now. All right, let me change the output real quick. Back to where it normally is. It's been a weird audio night tonight. All right, 1 second. All right, go ahead and say something for me now.
Yeah, just saying that communication through information it seems to indicate that there's a mind behind it. If I'm writing a message to be received by somebody, the chances of those things happening randomly over time by chance just don't happen. Don't see that.
I don't think it's made to be received. Like if our DNA was written in English, that'd be like, oh, that's fucking really cool, right? But it's not. Are protein cells sentient? So that means
he's not audible anymore.
Hold on, let me double check. I'm going to reset the audio on TikTok real quick. All right, try it now. I just reset the audio TikTok. Maybe that'll solve it. Actually, it again, my browser decided it's not going to send the audio again. What the fuck is happening? It was sending the audio, and then for one reason or another, just decided it's not going to. What a weird fucking problem tonight. I'm just gonna change the output device directly to my earbuds. I'll explain later, or maybe I won't explain later why this needs to happen. What a weird fucking audio night. I'm sorry, friends. I usually don't have audio issues like this. It's just my computer today is not happy with something. All right, all the audio is switched over to where it normally is. Can you say something for me, Steve?
Yeah, just same with information through coding and programming, that the way computers run programs and information goes through there, the zeros and the ones and programming, that it takes an intelligence behind it to create the program to run it right. You can't get
Sure, but that
computer
is not
code
how
or
DNA
programming
works.
to just happen over time.
Sure, but that is not how DNA works.
How does it work differently then?
You do know how DNA works, right?
I'm familiar with the basics, how they pair
Could you describe it
together,
to me?
the G's, ATCs, and how they how that pairs up and they split and replicate and carry information with them,
Sure,
similar to
but
zeros and
how
ones.
how is the information carried? I know it is completely different to zeros and ones.
Well, it's the same. It's a base 4 system instead of a base 2 system.
Sure, but how is the information carried?
The information, well, the fact that it is information that is being carried and communicated is the point.
Sure, but how?
I
Like,
don't know
what is
exactly how
you
to
said
explain that
ACT?
to you, but
Sure, you said ACT and G. What is, for example,
yes,
the A? What is it?
it's something seen protein or whatever. I mean, I could pull it up on Google or ChatGPT right now.
You
but
take this. I'm going to
sure.
use restroom.
Okay, take your time. So so the base pairs, where the bases themselves are nucleotides, so they're chemical compounds, and the way that they quote unquote carry information is by acting like Legos. So when, for example, the reason that A binds to T and C binds to G is because of the affinity to create hydrogen bonds between the OH group here and the H group here, which again, like the H would go and then form like give out a free proton, and then you would have a OHO linking cross between, which is a hydrogen bond essentially, and that gives out the acid that you have within the DNA, which causes it to be nucleic acid. So it operates as in the sense of in the same way that Legos would operate. So you have specific shapes. You have specific shapes that go together, and specific shapes that don't go together. So it is not carrying information. It is just specific shapes that either go together or they don't.
So that's that's how they bond or not based on the shape, right? It's just the square the square block goes in the square hole on the kid's toy. But the order in which they appear communicates one thing rather than another. If you have
and why is that?
A versus G,
and that is also yes, but that is still because of the fact that they can bind to other molecules that carry specific, for example. What do you know? Do you know what a codon is?
Familiar with the word, but again, science is not my
a codon.
expertise.
It's okay. A codon is a series of 3 bases that come consecutively in a DNA molecule, and they usually code for a specific amino acid or give instructions to stop the transcription process or to start it. So, for example, you have ATG, that would code for a specific amino acid. And then GAC, that would code for a different amino acid. The reason it does code for that is because you have a specific molecule called transporter RNA, which carries a anticodon, which binds complementarily to the codon on the DNA, or the messenger RNA that is coming to it on the ribosome, and then that forms that carries a specific amino acid along it, and it just adds it to the chain that was created in the ribosome. So it doesn't have information in the same sense that a 0 means something and then a 1 means another thing. It's just molecules that have similar shapes that bind chemically and then just move based on how they bind.
Right. So you would say that they just group and base randomly with no purpose or intention behind them
Yes,
at
the
all?
way that the messenger RNA leaves the nucleus to the cytoplasm where it gets translated, that is simply just by diffusion. It just moves in random movement from one place to another. It doesn't have any intention behind it, and the activated nucleotides within the nucleus, whenever you start creating a messenger RNA, the way that they work is that they just move randomly and end up in place. So, for example, if you have, I'm trying to find a good analogy. If you have a paper and then you just stick it with glue, eventually the dust and the air, some of it would get stuck to the piece of paper. Did the dust try to move towards the glue? No, it didn't. It just happened to randomly bump into it, and then the glue caught it. So it doesn't have intentionality behind it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I suppose that could be up for debate whether or not that is simply random or there is intention.
It is random, like the way that particles move within. Sure. The way that particles move within a cell would just be based upon simple diffusion and Brownian motion.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Yeah, I guess
movement.
Stephen Meyer is probably one of the proponents that explains this better than I could. His understanding of DNA as digital information, the functional
not
information
digital.
that's stored in the DNA molecules is similar to computer coding.
It's information. It's information in the same sense that oxygen, an oxygen atom and another oxygen atom, when they become an oxygen molecule, is information. It's literally the same idea. They have affinity to bind together. So DNA molecules have affinity to bind together in specific ways, which just operates the same way as basic chemistry. Why would you not say that oxygen binding to oxygen is the same? Is also information when it operates on the same premises.
I don't want to derail the conversation because this is amazing. I would just point out that Stephen Meyer has no education in biology. He's got a degree in the history and the philosophy of science. He doesn't actually have a real science education. But go ahead, Dims.
No, I get that. It seems to me the intuitive difference between oxygen binding with hydrogen, because that naturally occurs, is that those bindings don't have any function beyond just the simple connection to that. Whereas DNA seems to have purpose and function that runs the program and systems of, we're making this amino acid to function in this cell to perform this function.
So amino acids don't have functions?
Blood cells, all of those things.
Amino acids do not have functions. They just produce proteins. Right. And proteins do have functions, or not all of them, but some proteins do have functions. And you're saying that because specific amino acids, or not amino acids, DNA sequences result in functional proteins, that now makes DNA code.
It seems to work similar, and that they're analogous to me in my interpretation of the data.
But why would you have, for example, a code that does not make any sense for a sentient being to have put within the human genome?
For like a cancer, for example, or
no. A simple example is, why do you have the genes for the protein that forms the enzyme that creates vitamin C, but it is not expressed in humans, but it is expressed in other primates.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you have it in humans if it's never going to be used? Why
Yeah,
would a
that's
sentient coder
above my
add something that is going to
scientific pay
be?
grade, I guess.
Mhm.
But
But think
I think the
about it.
fact that
Why would that be there? Like,
that I
just
couldn't
think
answer
about
to
it.
you,
Why
but I
would it
think
be
in
there?
general, just the basic level of intelligence and code
Well,
come
you cannot
from
just, when you're talking
mind.
about God, when
Hmm.
you're talking about God, you have to go into the details and the intricacies of the quote unquote coding system. You cannot just talk with layman terms regarding the most complex thing on earth and just talk about I'm just going to talk in layman terms to prove God. God would you would need to go more in depth to prove the one thing that humans have been debating for thousands of years. You cannot just take it on surface level.
And I agree. And even if, say, you agreed with me on the fact that there's mind behind code or intelligence, I don't think you would, but I don't think
Because there is
that
no
piece of
code. There is no
information is
intentional code.
enough to prove a specific God. I think it's one of the aspects that we observe and see through science that points towards the plausibility of God being real.
So DNA proves that there was no specific mind and is intentionally designing humanity on its own. Like, for example, you don't have the idea of God in a workshop just designing humans. Sure, you could say that God just put everything in motion and let it happen naturally. But there is no like concept of God just making humans intricately. Because human design is horribly flawed.
I wouldn't say that.
It is
Horribly
horribly
flawed.
flawed.
I think that's a bit of a gross
Yes.
exaggeration.
No, it is not. It's not an exaggeration at all. Like, you know how many different things can go wrong in every single organ you have.
Sure, but the fact that most people live full lives across the board,
Full
experiencing
short lives and end up
communication
dying.
and function.
Yes, and they end up dying of things that they shouldn't, that they don't have to be dying from. Like old age related diseases, like, for example, why would humans have the affinity to develop atherosclerosis and then have their actual like blood vessels be clogged by the food that they eat?
Yeah, I
It
mean,
is not
from
necessary.
a biblical standpoint, that'd be a consequences of the fall and sin entering into the world. That death is a consequence of those actions, and that we're
Sure, but
not
you said
meant
we
to
live.
live for
You can
forever.
die. You can die without having horrible designed bodies. You can just die. You can have like a expiration date. You don't have to have a horribly designed body for that. You don't need to
I just
have
think
your
that's a bit of
retina
an
being upside
over-exaggeration
down.
of
No,
the
like for
data.
example, why you do realize that your retina is upside down, right?
Right,
Meaning
but it
that
still
the
functions in
photoreceptor
being able
cells,
to receive that information and corrects it when it's
yes,
received.
but horribly. It functions, but horribly. Which
I
is
mean,
why you
I see,
have the entire
I
field
see
of
fine.
ophthalmology. You see fine for a human.
Sure, right, and I think that's the
For a
point, isn't it?
human. Sure, but why would you have this specific detail upon which the actual photoreceptive cells are on the bottom of the retina and the cells that send the signal are on the top of the retina? Meaning that the light goes through the nerves before it goes to the actual photoreceptive cells.
Well, I think some of these things we're kind of assuming that there's a perfect way to do this that wouldn't
There
have
is
other unintended
because other
consequences.
animals do have the receptor cells at the front of the retina, not at the end. So it is feasible. Why would humans
Sure,
not?
yeah, I'm not saying it's not feasible, but maybe there's other unintended consequences or things or flaws that are because that functions for their retina that way that they have other functions and other systems within their bodies
But no,
that
this
don't.
specifically has no other function besides giving you less visual acuity and giving you a blind spot. That's all.
So I'm just curious, because it seems like science is your forte. One of the things that I've always considered, Christians and atheists with evolution is accepted in some Christian circles and others it's not. The development of consciousness, it seems to me that if we come from, an original species of origin, that we wouldn't necessarily be right the function if our retinas are bad, but we see it in other animals that their retinas have the photoreceptors work more efficiently. Consciousness to the level and self-awareness that human beings have. Sure, we see some indications of it in other species, but the level and the gap between any other creature than human beings seems to be massive. That we I just wouldn't expect to see that.
Yeah. So you would expect to see it, but consciousness itself makes no sense to me. So I just think that.
Well, sure. I mean, I agree. I feel like consciousness is obviously just a derivative of the brain, but
I feel like it shouldn't exist personally.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. I think
we should all be robots.
It's like super. Yeah, if you're a determinist, yeah, you would basically assume that kind of our.
That's not what I meant. I meant I feel like biological organisms should operate just based on input without having an experience being deployed.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, the experience or like the qualia, I think, is that that realm right now that science is trying to really nail down, and that's obviously beyond my pay grade, right? It's weird though, right? It's a weird phenomenon. I would say this in relation to something that was said earlier, which is, it's weird to me that if God designed our DNA, he designed it so shitty, why is it that it so easily breaks? What's the point of designing this information if it's a poor design? That's why I think the argument from intelligent design kind of always fails, because it's weird that the majority of our DNA is basically pseudogenes, non-functional genes. It's weird that we have these endogenous retroviruses that we just happen to share with other people in our other animals in our evolutionary tree, whereas we don't share them with animals outside of our evolutionary tree, right? These are all things that are expected in a naturalistic evolutionary sense. These are all actually really unexpected in the God hypothesis. It doesn't make any sense for God to make DNA so brittle and fragile and so much of it useless.
Yeah, I don't. For me, I don't think that's as much of an issue. Like I said, the foundational Christian understanding of sin, how that impacts things, how that causes things to break down the original intended consequences.
Well, I don't think that solves it.
Well, it does if you believe in the glorification of bodies in heaven.
It's glorifying to God to have babies born with bone cancer. It's glorifying to God to have the vast majority of my DNA non-functional because it ceased to be useful 30 million years ago.
Well, in the fact that He will be able to restore all of those things in a perfect way.
Well, now it's circular. Eternity. Now you're saying, well, it's not good, but God will make it good. But that's the thing that you have to demonstrate, is that God made it in the first place. So you can't use that.
Yeah, well, he created it as good, and then sin entered in and corrupted things. It corrupted all of creation.
What's sin have to do with it?
DNA, everything.
Did God,
sin have to do with it?
What does Adam and Eve sinning have to do with God fucking up the DNA?
Because prior to sin, the DNA did not have those faults.
So what? So why was he required to mess it up after the sin?
Why was he required? God wasn't required to.
So why did he do it?
DNA. It was a natural consequence of.
No, it's not a natural consequence.
That would imply
it's a curse.
That would, and that would imply that Adam and Eve either had, the vast majority of the DNA that we have now not present within their genome, or that all of it was functional, which would make them probably impossible to exist.
Yeah, why is it after Adam and Eve sinned that God would add all this non-functional DNA
For no
if
reason.
it wasn't there.
I mean,
And if it was there and all of it was functional, then they would simply not be able to exist.
yeah, I don't know how to specifically break down the actual genetics of it, but it's been hypothesized, and a lot of theologians and philosophers have kind of come to the conclusion that had Adam and Eve followed through in obedience with God, that they would have lived forever in his presence.
Right, but that
populating
doesn't
the
answer
earth
the
that way in a
question.
perfect
Why
state.
would God add all this useless DNA to our genome after Adam and Eve failed? It's unexpected in any God hypothesis unless God's evil.
No, it's a consequence.
And even then, like the useless, I think you're missing the point. The point is, the vast majority of the human genome is not specific, does not have a specific function. Now, did those genetic code have a function in Adam and Eve? No, a lot of them simply just do not have a function at all.
I mean,
Like you can simply just prove that.
Current understanding of it.
Yeah, you can simply just prove that.
No, we can see the same DNA sequences, right? The same coding in our DNA that say other animals in our lineage. They might have the same exact DNA sequence, but it's still functional, which is why Ems was earlier bringing up our vitamin production, right? The same genes that we have to produce particular vitamins, at least one of those sequences is broken. Like the last step in the DNA sequence doesn't work anymore, so we can't produce the vitamin C, wasn't it?
Yes. Which is why we have scurvy.
Yeah, but in our near evolutionary ancestors, they still have the exact same genes that we have, but the part that's broken in us still works in them, which is expected in evolution. We wouldn't expect that in God, because if God did that, that means Adam and Eve fell, and then God was just like, I don't know, here's some genes that no longer work. And the one for vitamin C is just the tip of the iceberg. We've got a bunch of genes that we know haven't worked since before Homo sapiens existed.
Okay, so then if I'm following, then it seems to me to say that evolution is the process that's causing all of these things to fail over time.
Yeah, in fact, let me give you an example, because this is my favorite example. I used to program for a living, and I think this is the best way to do it. I used to make machines, and we used to copy code. So we'd sell a machine, and it was always the same. A new machine would be like very similar to the last one in the family that we sold, but it would have like changes. The customer would be like, listen, I like this machine over here, but I need to do these additional functions. And so what you do is you build a machine, and then you kind of copy the code over to a new machine, and then you modify it, right? So the new machine, you might have a code of XO, XOOX, and then in the new machine, this is very, it's like using football scratch to explain. The new machine might actually just be XOX OOO in your code. You see, you just make minor changes, right? Now, you do this a billion times. You make a billion machines, and every time you just make a minor change in the code into the next machine. Well, what you're going to find is you're going to have a lot of code changes that where the billionth machine looks like vaguely nothing like the original machine. The other thing you're going to find is like as you copy code from machine to machine, you'll find that sometimes like parts of the code, like you might try to copy it and then add something, and then you might make a mistake, and now you've got non-functional code. It's called dead code in engineering. We're going to do dead code. We'll say, look, we had the sequence, we added CC to it, but then also we created a little bit of dead code because in the next iteration, we copied the same machine, but we didn't need the DD. The DD actually wasn't actually necessary. So now we've got a DD over here that's not being used in the next machine. We just forgot to cut it out when we made the next machine. Now it's dead. It doesn't do anything. And that's what our DNA does. This is exactly what you expect with billions of years of copying. you would expect to find that the sequences are drastically different, but it's progressively different, right, over time. And then also we find that as you copy, old parts they become accidentally broken, or they just become dead, no longer functional. But you copy them anyways, because you're just copying one machine to another. And the genome's just like that. You copy the genome, has slight differences. Copy it again, it's got some slight differences and some defects. Copy it again. And so that's the process that we would exactly expect in evolution is identical to what we see. We should find that the genetic code slowly changes from like one species to a new species over the course of millions of years. And then we should find that we have lots of dead and broken code that just gets copied anyways. Because when a piece of DNA breaks, you get a virus, your DNA gets broken, a piece of foreign DNA inserts itself into your genome, and your genome gets copied fucking anyways. Well, now you're copying your genome plus the fucking virus DNA. That's not necessary for anything, right? So we have lots of bullshit in our genome that doesn't need to be there because it found its way there by accident, or it got damaged, or it became broken and no longer necessary. And because genome is just copy, what we find is, exactly the prediction that we had with evolution. With God, it doesn't make any sense. Why would God continually give us code that was broken, but like broken a million years ago? Like, we know it broke. We can see in our ancestral tree where some of these pseudogenes broke.
I'm tracking with you. I just don't see how that. I mean, if that causes you to say, okay, evolution seems to be the most reasonable explanation to me, whether God establishes evolution or doesn't, I don't think that changes anything.
Well,
it
Maybe
does.
it's not
That
as
makes the
strong
story
enough
of
of an
Adam and
argument
Eve.
for intelligence design. I
Yes.
get that to you, but
it makes
It
the
just
story
makes
of
the story
Adam
of
and Eve
Adam and
silly.
Eve dumb.
Yeah, go ahead, Ems.
I'm just saying the same thing.
Yeah. Because the story of the fall is that we have these humans. They were created 6,000 years ago, and they fell, and then God cursed the earth for no reason. He didn't have to. Like, he didn't have to curse the earth. And he also apparently cursed human bodies and animal bodies. Because remember, the stuff that's in our DNA, all that bullshit's in animal DNA, right? So, like, It's weird that, Adam and Eve would eat a fruit, and then all of a sudden he's like, actually, you know what? I'm gonna fuck up your DNA so bad that it looks like you're all related. But also, it turns out that most of the genes are non-functional because they, and I'm going to give you a bunch of genes that you never needed in the first place. Like, we've got a bunch of genes, like pseudogenes in our body that haven't functioned for a long fucking time. Like, I'll give you an example. And I'll use whales and dolphins as my example. And humans have similar ones. So whales and dolphins used to be land animals. That's why they breathe air. They don't have gills or lungs. We know the fossil history. We know they transitioned from land to water. And we've got lots of good evidence for it. But my favorite piece of evidence is the olfactory in the nose. So the olfactory, just like Ems was saying about the DNA, the way olfactory receptors work is because of the shapes of molecules, they can only physically bind to other particular shapes. Why snowflakes always have like 5 or 6 arms, is because of the way water bonds when it crystallizes. So we have different olfactories, and we can tell which olfactory binds with what chemical. It's really cool because it can only bind one way, right? And so we can say, oh, here's an olfactory cell that specifically can bind to like airborne sulfur molecules. It's so fucking cool. And so the interesting thing is these land animals that we know migrated eventually into water, they've got like 30 to 40% of their olfactory receptors are basically no longer functioning. They're olfactory receptors that are only detecting airborne chemicals. But when we look at animals that we knew started in the ocean and never came to land, that they're still in ocean, they don't have any olfactory receptors for land-based, for air-based chemicals.
And on top of that, whales and dolphins have legs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Which I don't think they need.
Granted, I get that. I think we see that evidence, across the board. I'll grant you that. I don't think that goes against it. I think, I guess, it comes down to, if we have evolution, if God is behind the evolutionary processes, I guess it would be up to you or not whether to critique God on employing evolution as a good process or not. So that would be up for debate. And I guess we can move on a little bit from that.
Well, I think the point, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ems, I think the point here that both of us are trying to make is what we see in the genetic code is exactly what we would predict in evolution. I mean, we can look at this shit and be like, oh, you know what? Here's a prediction. Like it looks like chickens and other birds with beaks used to have teeth. We can see the pseudogenes inside of these damn birds where they used to be able to make teeth. And so they've actually taken like minor genetic changes to fix or reactivate the broken genetic code inside of chicken. It's actually way easier than you think. And boom, chicken grow teeth just like that. Like what? It just because the pseudogenes are there for them to grow teeth. They just broke a long time ago.
So does that exclude theistic evolution to you then, as a possibility?
No, it excludes Christianity, right? In Christianity, theistic evolution is silly, right? Because you now have to explain why, if you do like the biblical genealogy, it started, humans were physically created 6,000 years ago. When we know like millions of years ago, we already had animals on the planet. We have like dinosaurs with cancer in their bones.
Specifically. So that's a specific brand of Christianity.
Well, I don't think that old earth creation is actually compatible with the Bible. I just don't think it is, because in Luke chapter 3, it traces Jesus's genealogy all the way back to the very first man. And remember, according to Romans chapter 5, the whole shtick is that through one man, sin entered the world. That's Romans chapter 5, I think verse 12. And so if that's the case, and they tell you physically where that one man started because they gave you the whole genealogy back to Adam, it just stands to reason that either the Bible is being super vague, stupid, and metaphorical, or it's wrong.
Are there gaps or potential exaggerations of ages or theological significance to certain ages in those genealogies? Would you allow for that?
Well, I'm using the ages given in the Bible. So most of these people were told that like they lived for so many years. And typically, actually, a lot of times it's days. So we can use it.
What it says literally is how you would is the only way that you would take those genealogies.
Well, if it said that so and so lived for so many years, like Moses lived for 120 years, well, that just means he lived for 120 years. I think. What did Jacob live for, like 137 or something? I forget. But like when it says that they lived for a certain number of years, I'm just like, okay, they lived for that many years. Why would I think it means something other than that?
Well, I think there's enough evidence in other ancient Near East texts that they do the same type of things, like Sumerian Kings List and things like that. Well, I think a lot of theologians, both secular and Christian, would agree with that type of.
I know the Sumerian King List, and actually I think it makes Christianity look sillier because it turns out that in ancient, especially ancient Christian interpretation, even I would say historical Jewish interpretation, they understood the Sumerian King List, which obviously came before the Judean writings. They understood the Sumerian King List to be having these kings with super long reigns, like 4,000 years, 5,000 years. Now, it turns out it wasn't until recent, like within the last 15 years, that we've discovered more about the ancient Near East and more about the Akkadian writing system and the Sumerian writing system. And we've actually discovered that that numbering system early on in the Sumerian Kings List was actually a different way of counting, and that they weren't really that long. But when people came by later and reinterpreted it, like the biblical authors, they didn't know. They didn't realize it was a different system of counting. And so they're like, fuck, their tabulation of it was like, oh, they lived for a long, long time. So it actually demonstrates that the issue isn't that these people lived for a long period of time. It's actually that sometimes trying to figure out how civilizations are doing math is very difficult. And the biblical authors, just like most authors in history for a long time, didn't understand the math that was happening in the Sumerian Kings List. We know it now. We cracked the code. They didn't live for 30,000 years.
Right. Well, I think something similar is happening in there, and I think a lot of scholars have come to the same conclusion. And not every single one of them, I don't think it's definitive that those ages are exact, precise numbers. I think there's enough scholarship out there that you could go either way with that.
But even if they're 1,000 times more, they're still not anywhere near the creation of animals on the planet. We've been evolving here for 4 billion years.
Sure.
I mean, even if you took every age there and just multiplied it by 10,000, you're still not going to get anywhere near what we've achieved through creation. I mean, through evolution.
Right. You need far beyond that.
You got to go way back, like way back, and we're nowhere close to that.
Sure. And I think there's, not to be technical, but I guess shifting the goal posts a little bit in the conversation. I see like abiogenesis, life from non-life, right? I think most secular humanists, evolutionists will say, grant me one miracle and I'll explain to you everything in there, that there is something from nothing, the Big Bang, the initiation of the universe and molecules and everything within it. That to me seems to be a less plausible explanation.
That's not what the Big Bang teaches. It doesn't teach that there was nothing and then boom, everything came into existence. I'm not sure who told you that, but that's not a consensus view, and it hasn't been a consensus view for a long time. In fact, the early days of the Big Bang theory only kind of assumed that because most of the people that were studying it were theistic. They just assumed that the universe didn't exist at one point, but that's certainly not an assumption that people hold today.
So what would your conclusion on that be then?
Well, there's no consensus as to the exact model of the universe prior to the Big Bang, but I think there's a growing body of evidence that the universe is cyclical, meaning at least our observable universe, what we know about it, has been in a cycle of Big Bangs and Big Crunches. I think the best evidence of this, and until there comes out more evidence, is that the DESI data is showing that the acceleration rate of the expansion is actually decreasing. That doesn't mean that the acceleration is decreasing. I'm saying the acceleration rate is decreasing, meaning like, 55, miles per hour squared would be an acceleration rate. I'm saying that acceleration rate is decreasing, and it's if it continues decreasing, then eventually it won't be accelerating anymore. And if it continues on the same trajectory, eventually it'll actually be decelerating. And then eventually it'll be stagnant. And then eventually gravity will suck it all back in. And there's no distance, as far as I'm aware, as far as I've been able to find through the scientific research, there's no distance. Once you've got static bodies in space, like if they're not moving, there's no distance they can be apart from each other where there won't be some level of gravitational pull, which means it seems rather inevitable that as long as there's bodies in space, they're going to be moving around, and most likely in this type of a fashion.
So, according to my understanding of it, that entropy, the thermodynamics, is an issue for that.
Why is that?
The conservation of the energy that it takes for it to continually, if it's continually accelerating and expanding, for it to then have to somehow cool down and contract and reverse that, the energy that it takes to do that just doesn't exist.
Yeah, it does. Gravity causes motion. That's all you need.
On the level of if it's accelerating increasingly, it's fighting against that force of gravity. Correct.
For now, it's not going to do that forever. There's drag, right? So, for example, you've got one of two scenarios. Either the expansion happened because there was like a black hole bounce and it spewed everything out, or it's being driven by dark energy. Dark energy, probably the more prevailing theories right now, but it appears that the dark energy is weakening itself, meaning the energy that's pushing it out is actually decreasing because it's obviously not infinite. Right. So if the energy pushing it out is not infinite, eventually, if that energy either runs out, or in fact, dark energy didn't really exist, if it's just a black hole bounce, what that means is gravity is going to move it all back. And energy is not a physical substance. I mean, energy is like a measure of change. Now, dark energy we can talk about that later, whether or not it's a physical force, but the reality is,
what I'm seeing from dark
if
energy
gravity,
it actually
but
goes
if
against the
gravity,
opposite of what you're
but if
stating.
gravity exists, you have an endless amount of motion in the universe, and just having gravity is all you need. Say you bring together, a billion planets together through gravity. Because gravity is going to move them all together eventually. Well, the more they come together, the more heavy the gravitational pull is, and it's going to create more heat, and it's going to eventually cause a black hole. And so the heat and the energy that we're seeing in the universe could be easily just caused by gravity.
So gravity is a constant, correct?
The
force
I don't
of
know.
gravity is a constant.
It kind of seems that way, yeah.
Okay. So if let's say I can consistently pull 100 pounds of force that's accelerating at 50 miles an hour. Well, if it starts to accelerate at 55 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour, I'm not able to contain that force because I'm at a constant.
I don't know what
So
you're talking
if what
about.
we observe in the universe is a continually acceleration of expansion, so it's continually to move apart further and further, faster and
I
faster.
think you're not listening.
He wasn't listening.
It's
No.
fighting that. It's going to overcome that.
I guess you're not listening.
Yeah, the gravity is not fighting the acceleration. What I'm saying is, when the acceleration stops accelerating and then it decreases and then it stops actually getting pushed out.
So what's going to cause that stop of acceleration then?
Gravity, right? So no matter how far apart those things, no matter how far apart those things get, gravity is going to have a force on them. And if they're being pushed apart just because of momentum, then yeah, gravity is going to cause what we might consider drag. If it happens to be that they're being forced out because of dark energy, well, dark energy doesn't appear to have an infinite source. So when dark energy eventually, runs out, they're going to stop accelerating at the same rate, and eventually they're going to probably decelerate again because there's going to be drag. Like even when we launch something by a large planetary body, the gravity from that planetary body is going to affect the momentum and trajectory of the thing going by it. So gravity itself is a source of momentum, drag, and movement.
Think about it this way, maybe. Like, if you're driving a car, assuming there's no friction, and the motor just it starts to die. So it slowly goes from giving you, for example, 100 to 90 to 80 to 70 to 60, etc., and you have constant low power air friction going against you. As soon as the motor dies, the air is just going to push you all the way back, assuming there's no ground friction.
Once the fuel runs out, I didn't hear the part that you were assuming the dark energy was going to run out eventually. So if your car runs out of gas, it's going to slow down. I get that. But at the same time, if this energy is continuing to accelerate it, right? I mean, that speaks to that these objects that are moving, unless the force is acting against it, like
I
gravity.
just told you.
But gravity is not a strong enough force to stop that rate of acceleration.
No one's saying it's going to stop it. It's not running into a wall. What I'm saying is, gravity, while it's not a strong force, it's basically an internal force. It's always there. You're never going to get rid of it. Whereas if just dark energy is a thing that's causing the expansion, eventually whatever is, there's theories as to what's, causing the dark energy. But whatever it is, like if it runs out, then obviously it's not going to continue to accelerate the expansion forever. Just like what Ems is saying, like if you accelerate up a hill, or against the wind, eventually if you run out of energy to keep moving the car forward, it's going to come right back.
The wind is going to push you back.
Sure. I guess we can go back on that because it is a hypothesis and we don't have enough observable evidence to conclude one way or another exactly how that's going to work out, but we can theorize how it might or might not. But it goes back then to where did all of this energy and matter come from?
It always existed. Thank you. So in the cyclical universal model, it always existed. It didn't come from nowhere. Whereas
something would have to start that cycle in motion.
Why? Gravity?
Because an
you know about
object at
gravity,
rest
right?
will remain at rest, and an object in motion will remain
No.
in motion.
Nope, not with gravity.
Yes, I mean
that's true on
basic laws of
Earth.
Physics.
That's only true on Earth because we have the coefficient of friction.
No,
if you set up
everywhere.
No, it's certainly not the case, not even close to being the case. In fact, you can set up your own experiment. You can do a Cavendish experiment, which has like a near zero friction setup, basically, with the coefficient of friction is basically zero, and just put two balls next to each other, and eventually, well, that's not true because again, gravity. So if you push something, then nothing acts on it, then yeah, it could go to forever, but being that gravity acts on everything, it can't go literally forever. So you're never going to get to a state where you can just get rid of gravity. Gravity's always going to win.
Gravity requires a body of force present, so like the Earth. But you can escape the Earth's gravitational force by traveling far enough distance away from it.
That's energy. You're using energy to escape the force. Once you run out of that energy, it will draw you back in.
But you would reach a point in which you're far enough away from the Earth's gravitational force that it would have to be some other gravitational thing. So it could be a chain, perhaps.
You won't. And the other part that you're worrying about, or you're not worrying about, is the Earth isn't the only body. There's trillions and trillions of body, and they're all going to be linked through gravitational pull.
Yeah, but I mean, you still have to come up with the evidence that these things were brought into existence.
No, we don't. They weren't.
They've always put into motion.
No, it's always been in motion because of gravity. Because of gravity, you can't have a static universe. It's impossible.
You need a body. You need a planetary body or some.
You mean material?
Material size.
So what?
To be able to create gravity.
No,
if you don't have material,
gravity exists on the quantum
you
level.
Have gravity.
Gravity
So
exists on the
material come from?
Gravity exists on the material level and on the quantum level, but I mean, even if you don't know anything about quantum, there's no reason to believe that material didn't always exist.
Yes, there is, because material.
What's the evidence that material once didn't exist?
That before there was no material, and then there was.
That's what the Bible says. Give me a scientific reason why I would believe that.
Because we don't observe matter coming into existence from nothing.
You got it. That's why there was never nothing, right? If you can't get something from nothing, because nothing has no causal power, and you have something, then the answer is that there was never nothing.
Nothing material.
No, there was never nothingness.
Correct. And the fact that God existed. God who is spirit.
No, that's not a fact. That has nothing to do with that. No.
Not a fact, but it's the most plausible theory.
No, it's not plausible at all. There's nothing plausible about it. No, God would be outside of time, and nothing can act outside of time. God would have no causal power outside of time.
Nothing material.
No, God would have no causal power at all outside of time because you need a sequencing of events to cause things. Causes come before their effects. Causal power is within time.
Right. He's the unmoved mover, the uncaused causer.
And that's an adorable claim, but it's also just not true. It's logically invalid.
It's not. In theory,
it is.
I think earlier maybe you got off.
Do causes happen in time?
Regress type thing. So I don't want to go there again. I didn't catch that conversation.
Do causes happen in time?
As we observe them, yes.
Yeah, you got it right. So
going to be
if God caused anything to happen, it was already in time.
There needs to be that first domino.
There is no first domino. No, there doesn't. And again, we already addressed this. Gravity, even if there was an initial mover, gravity would do that for you. If you took everything in the universe and just set it out here, not moving, it's just completely static, gravity would suck that shit right in.
If you had things to pull it into, but
gravity does that for you already. If you have bodies in space, gravity will move them.
Which is material.
I agree, but what's the evidence that there was once no material other than your Bible telling you so?
That we observe through scientific studies is like the Hubble telescope thing, that the universe is expanding.
So what?
Right? We don't have any evidence for any contraction from it, but that it
We-
has been expanding from a singular point. The
We,
Hubble
well, the Hubble
observations
doesn't say that there was nothing
prove
prior
this.
to the expansion. And also, that's only the
No, because there was a
observable
beginning
universe. We actually can't observe the entire universe. So what we know is that what we can observe, right? That has been expanding since the beginning of the expansion. The Hubble telescope doesn't say shit about what happened prior to the expansion point. Like if I threw a pebble or a rock into a pond and you saw the ripples coming out, you wouldn't reverse the ripples and be like, oh, prior to the ripples, coming out, there was no water. It's nonsense.
No, but
prior to the expansion of our material, the material still would have probably been there. We have no reason to believe that it just wasn't there.
You're assuming that the material was always there.
No. What we know from science is that the material is essentially always going to be there. Even if all it was at one point like a quantum state, like quantum foam, fluctuations in the quantum foam cause material to happen. That's how you get particles, right? So
that's just theories and assumptions. That's not evidence.
That's a fact. We know for a fact that quantum fields create particles.
You'd have to show me evidence on that. There's nothing out there in the consensus in science that seems to state that fact.
Oh, that's not true at all. I mean, you could literally just Google that one. How do
I just did.
Quantum fields create particles? In quantum field theory, particles are created when fundamental space-filling fields are excited, acting like ripples or vibrations in a calm ocean. When energy, such as from a collision, field oscillation, or decay, is added to a quantum field, it creates localized bundle of energy appearing as a new particle. It's literally why it's called quantum field theory, because they're quantizing the energy.
It's a theory.
No. Everything's a theory.
It's not a law.
No. It's quantum field theory is not something that is like experimental. We don't know about it. It's just an explanation. This is where like you need to put the Stephen Meyer nonsense down and learn real science. Something that's called a theory doesn't mean it's unproven. Electrical theory. I went to school for electrical engineering. I went to school for electrical engineering. When I learned electrical theory, do you think that I was like, oh fuck, maybe electricity is experimental?
And also, we spent like an hour talking about genetic theory.
Yeah, you spent an hour talking about genetic theory. Do you think we just don't know about genetics?
No, but the fact is that it's not concrete.
It is. The word theory doesn't mean what you think it does. The word theory just means an explanation. And in science, a theory is based on facts. It's based on facts. It's not based on hunches or assumptions. It's based on observations, facts, experimentations, and confirmations. And then those go to a broader audience that gets to peer review it, and they get to reproduce the same experiment and say, yeah, actually, this does work. This theory works. Like that's why we have relativity. That's why we have. It does. Yeah.
Right. It's a current working theory based off of the observable
facts.
Observable facts that we currently have,
based on
with
facts.
the best data that we have.
Based on facts.
But those things change over time constantly.
No, not
We've
everything.
seen it throughout history that science.
Do you think that we don't know? Do you think we don't know how germs work?
We know more now.
Do you think we're gonna? Do you think we're gonna discover? Do you think we're gonna discover tomorrow that actually germs are caused by unclean spirits?
No, but that's a whole different category.
Yeah. So germ theory isn't experimental. Germ theory explains how germs work based on a massive body of facts. Electrical theory isn't just an experimental theory. It's based on a large body of facts, observation, and sciences. Quantum field theory isn't based on a hunch. It's based on large numbers of experiments, observations that have all been replicated hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. In fact, if Quanta was here, Quanta, my buddy who's getting his PhD in physics, would be fucking losing his mind right now, trying to say that quantum field theory is just theoretical. Also, I would, before we get to part
he's
M's,
spending his time learning something that's pointless. But
I got to tell you something, M's. If you type in quantum eternity theorem in Google right now, our boy Blitz shows up at the AI overview.
Oh, really? Wait. You said quantum what? Wait,
Type in
what?
quantum eternity theory in Google, and the AI overview, the first result is Dr. Blitz's video.
Yeah,
sorry, Steve. He's a friend of
That's
ours
hilarious.
with real credentials, not like Stephen Meyer. Stephen Meyer is a hack. Dr. Blitz has a real PhD in
wait.
physics.
So, a PhD in physics is actually useful?
Oh, as it turns out.
So I get what you're saying. I think you're oversimplifying and dumbing down my explanation of theory. I don't think that it's just people are just guessing, or like they're smoking weed in their dorm rooms and they're just writing out things
They
on
should.
Wikipedia. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think that's what scientific theory is. I understand that there's evidence and people are doing research and they're doing tests. They're
Sure,
observing.
so
They're making
the thing is
conjectures and
that,
seeing how that plays out based off of that theory. So I understand all that.
so for you to like
that
debunk
isn't
a
objective.
scientific theory, that would, in the sense that you cannot literally prove everything, sure, but
right.
A theory is like you would, if you were able to like disprove any an actual like scientific theory, you would probably be guaranteed, not just nominated to a Nobel Prize.
Yeah, and
You'd probably be the scientist of the millennium. No, they haven't. There's not an actual like scientific theory that fits the criteria that has been debunked. They're just reworked if new information comes, but they're not debunked.
Yeah, and we actually have experiments. There's an article on one of the experiments published by Brookhaven National Laboratory, and it details the experiment that they actually did to produce particles from a quantum field. This isn't like just something somebody dreamed up. Like people thought, here's something that should be possible based on quantum field theory. Then they put together an experiment to prove it to be true, and then they did the experiment, and it fucking worked. That's how science goes, baby. Where's the science that says God did anything? Because every time we do a scientific experiment, God gets smaller and further away and has a lot less responsibilities every time we... When was the last time a scientific theory was overturned by God? It's never happened.
God is the creator of all things. He's establishing these things. I think the reason why many of the early scientists were Christian out of universities and things like that is because they were trying to discover the world in which God had created, what laws operated the universe, what was discoverable.
Now they're all atheists.
So, that could be, we could talk about that
because that's where the evidence lies. But listen, buddy, you've been up here for a while, and you've actually been you've been a pretty kind guest. Like we given you a pretty good runaround on some of these topics, but I mean, you actually took it really well. So we appreciate you being cordial. But we want to get one or two more guests in here before we end for the night.
Yeah, absolutely.
But listen, come on back. Listen, I will say this. Sunday morning, I'm going to be doing a stream on the Unapologetic Live. Go to Google, or not go to YouTube and just type in the Unapologetic Live show. It'll be me and Dr. Blitz and my friend Ian, and we do a call-in show like this. But Dr. Blitz is an actual physicist. So if you really want to do the nuts and bolts on some of this conversation about physics, talk to an actual physicist about your ideas, and he would probably articulate, like, the stuff that I've said will look like baby gaga goo goo nonsense compared to what Dr. Blitz is going to tell you. So that's where you want to go. That's where you want to call in to talk about this stuff.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right, cheers, man. It's hard to see another young mind destroyed by the Creation Institute. He has the potential to really learn some science.
Yeah, the website Ian was on today makes the Creation Institute look like Nature magazine or something. Like, you're gonna be shocked.
I gotta check it out. All right, friends, I'm gonna grab just like 2 or 3 super chats because it's getting late, and I'll read the rest of them after the stream. We've got one guest that's been waiting in TikTok. On and off for like 3 hours. So I want to make sure last itch effort. I think make sure we get the last itch. If we get time to get last itch, then we'll get will he find faith from the YouTube queue after that. Elvis Presley touched me. I hope you're doing well, friends. As humans are the stupidest animals on the planet, destroying the ecosystems we depend on for survival and creating the ability to wipe out all life with the push of a button. Think bugs are smarter. You know what? It's true. Humans are an invasive species that will destroy this planet. That's how I think it's all going to end. And Amir, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that, friend. And also for the super chat, it says, these God believers are a stubborn bunch, I tell you. So damn stuck on it. I think ego is a big part of the cognitive dissonance, sunken cost fallacy. I think a little bit of that. I think that especially when you're deep in it, if you're a Christian, remember you're sharing your faith with others. You're telling everybody about Jesus, right? So when you deconvert, when you come up on real information that challenges your worldview, you're like, fuck, I don't want to look like an idiot. I've been dragging all these friends to church with me, and now it looks like I'm going to have egg on my face. I mean, that's kind of what we're facing. You know what I mean? And Gretchen, good to see you again, says, wouldn't this also mean that we're either not made in God's image or that we are, but God's not perfect? Either way, theory blown. Gretchen, I think that's why he brought up the fall. Remember, the fall is the fix for everything. Every problem in the human creation narrative is fixed by saying, well, they ate the fruit, so God had to come in and fuck everything up. And that's, why everything's fucked up. That guy Fox, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, would you mind if I ask you one question? Awesome, thanks. I mean, you could right there in a super chat. You should ask me the question. You didn't miss the opportunity, Fox. It's right there. Love you, buddy. But yeah, I'll be doing a Q&A at the end of the month again. Wesley Wade, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, what do you think about the history of King Manasseh and deathbed conversions? Well, I think deathbed conversions are typically, not always, but they're typically because somebody's experiencing great distress, fear of mortality, their brains giving out, the oxygen's being depleted, and all kinds of crazy shit happens. And I've seen atheists have deathbed conversions, and I've seen believers have deathbed conversions. I've seen believers die going out incredibly terrified because they don't actually believe what they say they believe. There's a lot. You would think if Christians really believed the nonsense, that like none of them would be afraid to die. In fact, the early Christians weren't. The early Christians, people wrote about them, how willing they were to give up their lives. But Christians today aren't so much like that. They're terrified of dying. Very few Christians have I met that are actually okay with it. And like my aunt is one of them. I have just an amazing fucking human being of an aunt down in the Appalachians. And we had a long conversation because one of her neighbors suggested when I was down there that she get a gun for the house. And she's like, why? And he was like, well, in case someone breaks in. She's like, why? She's like, well, they can fucking hurt you. And she's like, okay, so what? Like, well, they could kill you. And she's like, okay, so I'll die and go to heaven. And that she really believes. She's a true believer. But most Christians aren't like that. Most Christians aren't true believers. They'd get the gun. And the Republican Party has shown us that. John Silver, last super chat for now. Thank you for the 666. Thank you. Says, pleasant caller, but the whole specifics don't matter is very cheap way to work one's way out of contradictions. I hope he chews on that some more. I agree. It's very easy to read. This is the caller prior that we went through the Bible. It's very easy to read these super specific texts and be like, well, let me just make sure that none of these words mean what they mean. I've got a whole list of prophecies that I've fulfilled, as long as you don't have to like literally fulfill anything. You can just spiritually do all that shit. You know what I mean? I've been the spiritual messiah for a long time. I don't know if you all know this. Welcome in last itch effort. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you believe in God?
I don't believe in God. No, I don't.
Oh, well, we're just doing debates, my man.
Oh, here's the thing. It's like, I believe in a creator. I don't believe in God, nor do I believe in the devil.
Is the creator sentient?
Yes.
So you believe in a God?
No. They're not the same thing.
Is your creator responsible for creating all things?
Yes, but they're not responsible. It's like,
Okay. Sorry, wait all that time to do a bunch of bullshit. We're gonna take a real guest, okay? Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. If your God is 100% a fucking Christian, if your entity created all things, and is like sentient, to God. Sorry, you don't have to like it. Like you don't have to love the idea of being a believer in God, but you're a believer in God. You could be a deist and still believe in God. Maybe you're a deist, but fucking if you're not going to admit that you're a believer in God, you're in the wrong place because we're talking about God. Sorry. All right, let's bring in will he find faith, and we'll keep the conversation rolling. Welcome in, Faith. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm over 18.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Jesus.
Sure.
Or whoever the God of Jesus is, the Father.
Do you think that Jesus is God?
No.
So you're not a Trinitarian?
I think he's the Son.
Good for you.
He was given power after, well.
So you're adoptionist?
What?
Are you
I
an
don't know what
adoptionist?
I am, brother. I went to Baptist church for most of my life.
You are an adoptionist, and that is way smarter than being a Trinitarian. The Trinitarian concept is nonsense.
I don't exactly know where I fit in. All I know is everybody I tell what I understand and what God's shown me from the Spirit of Truth, they don't get it. They don't understand. They don't understand the programming that they've been through.
Sure.
5 years ago, I hit my knees and my whole life changed. God came over me and nothing's been the same since. I couldn't understand the Bible. I couldn't understand the parables. I really didn't even care. I went to church, and after that moment, I could understand the Bible. I could understand what it said. And it's probably been the last year. So about a year ago, about 4 years after studying the Bible every freaking day. All I did was listen to it, study it. I went back to the Old Testament, and which I hadn't studied as much, but I'd gone back through studying. I started reading it line by line, and I was like, dude, this is wicked. Like super wicked. When you read what Yahweh of the Old Testament, or if they call him Lord God, whatever they changed it to, it was wicked, dude.
Yeah, of course.
It's freaking insane how wicked it is.
So you're a Gnostic.
I don't like labels. I guess I read all the Gnostics. I got a stack printout right here of all the ones I've read. Everything I was scared to do.
Will, I do have a little bit of bad news for you, which is the last person who claimed to, I guess, have spiritual experience, and then all of a sudden the Bible, he understood everything about it, is this guy named William Tapley. And I got to be honest, I watched probably hundreds of his videos at this point. He's hilarious. But this is the revelation that God gave him. It's not very good.
Unraveled. I'm your host, William Tapley. also known as the third eagle of the apocalypse and the co-prophet of the end times.
I can't hear
The topic
anything.
for
I don't
today's
know what's going on
program
on your
is the
side.
presidency of our newly elected President Barack Obama. A month or so before the election,
You can't hear that?
I warned the American
Yes, sir.
people
The
that Barack
audio's not
Obama
coming
would
through.
be the last president of the
The
United
audio's
States
not coming through.
and the last king of the South. Since my first prophecy has come true, that is that he was elected
Can you hear it now?
president, my
No, sir.
next two prophecies
Oh, sorry.
also will
I
come
heard him
true.
for like.
That's weird. It's okay.
Dude, I couldn't.
Audio routing's been rough tonight. I'm going to have to restart my computer and fix the audio. Nevertheless, this guy's basically saying that Obama was the Antichrist. He did a whole he did a whole series called Revelation Unraveled, and I got to be honest, it wasn't good. So the bar's pretty low right now for people who claim to really understand the Bible, having not studied it professionally.
William Tapley, I'm not him. So God led me to the point. Kept on asking him for the truth and show me, and
That's what he
kept on
said.
showing me. Huh?
That's what William Tapley said.
Well, that's fine. I don't care what William Tapley said, and no offense to you. I'm not trying to be mean. Now, listen, brother. I just want the truth and nothing but the truth, and
Sure.
I have the mental capacity to sort through that, and I went back through history, through the 325 when the Bible was put together, when our books were actually put together, what ecclesia actually means, and I saw all the deception that was put in our body. Dude, it's sick. We're not told about any of this, and you
No.
have a master of divinity and a BA, dude. So that means you actually learned all this, and through learning all that, that's probably what you said. What the am I doing?
You nailed it.
I already know.
Mhm.
And that's exactly what I did. And I'm OCD about, I want to know. And I kept on asking God, show me, show me, show me. And the last thing he did, and it was about a year ago, and it was the Old Testament. And I'd always, every time I was like, that is wicked. I'd started back with Genesis and started reading through Abraham and him sending his wife out saying, you know, tell him you're my sister. And then Abraham did get punished. He lied. He's a liar.
It was a half lie. They were half sisters, half siblings.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he
that's
still
right.
lied. He still lied.
Yeah.
We agree, but
No, right. But he reaped wealth and reward, and he did it freaking twice.
right. So listen,
When I'm reading this, I'm just getting hot, and then I'm like, that's not right. That's not good. That's not what Jesus taught. That's not love. That's not. When I actually started reading the Bible for what it is in the Old Testament, that's when I was done. And then I go to freaking Yahweh and bringing them out in the desert to kill them. I mean, he literally killed them, including Moses and everyone he promised something. All of them died. Out 40 years in the desert. And so we get to that. Abraham lied twice. And then you got Jacob and Esau, right? And dude, he just wanted something to eat. He was gonna die anyway. His brother wouldn't even give him a bite to eat. Dude, he was savage. Dude, I can go through the whole Old Testament and show you how wicked it is.
yeah.
Jesus
I'm with you.
He was the exact opposite.
Oh no, that's where we're going to differ.
Okay. That's fine. You can have your own opinion on that. And I'm not mad. I don't know you from Adam. All I know is I can see your heart. I can see something hurt you just like it did me. I say it hurt me. I hate being lied to.
Well, I got to be honest. I'm still friends with all my friends from the church days. I'm still friends with them.
Yeah, no, it's fine. They're just going along with whatever they were taught.
So let me ask you a couple questions. It sounds like you still believe in something. And
Dude, I know Jesus is real. I know the Spirit of truth is real, and I know the Holy Spirit's real.
Sure.
And you can't take that from me. He changed my whole life.
I'm sure he did. So why would we believe that Jesus is anything other than a con man?
Why would you think he was a con man?
Because he lied about who he was and he lied about what he was going to do.
Not really.
I can show you.
Where do you come off? No, go ahead. And I apologize, brother. I'm not trying to be hard on you. Why would you? And you know what? Before 5 years ago, I would have thought the same thing. Unless the Spirit of God touches you, and the Spirit of truth touches you, and He changes your life, you have no clue. But it was not. But it did not happen in my life, and I always wondered why. It did not happen until I was empty. When I was completely empty and crying out to God, that's when it changed my life. I was on my knees in my office. And then He changed my life. Dude, He came over me.
Are you assuming I've never done that?
No, and you might have. And it may be you could base it on a psychological deal. You could base it on a lot of different things. But I'm telling you, it changed my life. And it wasn't a little change. It was a just like they speak about in the text. You must be baptized in the water and by the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, John
and
chapter 3, right?
Complete change. There's a turn. There's a turn that happens.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't something I did myself.
Uh-huh.
My whole heart changed. My mind changed.
Uh-huh.
Everything changed. So please tell me. I apologize, brother. Dude, you seem awesome.
I appreciate that. Listen, I've been through what you've been through, so don't think that I'm disregarding your experience. I used to say all the same things that you're saying now, and not all of them, but a lot of them. But let me show you something from Matthew. So it's really interesting. Matthew has Jesus basically predicting his own betrayal. And then actually John has Jesus predicting his own betrayal. And then in Matthew claims about the betrayal that it had fulfilled this prophecy. So listen to what Matthew says. Matthew says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me. Now, both Matthew and Jesus have this idea that the Old Testament is predicting that the Messiah is going to get betrayed. Matthew points to Jeremiah. Jesus, when I get to Jesus's text, is going to point towards Psalm 41, which is, we'll get there next. But my point here is, if you go into this book and say, hey, where did Jeremiah say they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price? Do you think you'll find it?
That one for sure. I'm not sure, but I've looked up a lot of what Jesus said, and they were quoted out of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Right.
I can't find. I think the writers and dude, to be quite honest with you, I think there's been so much shit added to our text. I'm going to be quite blunt. So much stuff added to our text and Paul and everything else. Half the time, I don't believe the scripture. I read Jesus's words. I love them. I love his parables because I can understand them. Some of them are very, very hard. Like I read that. I read the parable, but then I see this nasty Yahweh God right in between. And we know back in like 2000 when they were in I forget where they took the Israelites, Babylon, when they were in captivity, they pretty much rewrote everything, took all the God's name out of there. They were a pantheon God. So you have no idea. It's very, very hard to interpret. So this has been one of the hardest things I've been through in the last year, was trying to understand and then interpolate the text of what we have. And then I think it's Romans 12, where I hear Paul writing, dude, everything's fluent. It sounds good. And then all of a sudden it's like, pay Caesar his taxes, dude. You can tell it was not in there. You can tell by the flow of the writings, the flow of everything, how much shit has been added. Excuse my language. I apologize, sir.
No, listen, I don't care if you cuss at all. You can say fuckity fuck.
It's not going to hurt anybody. God does not judge us. This is not cursing God. People have made that up. And
okay, so it sounds like you don't trust the biblical text, and hey, you're in good shape here. I don't trust the biblical text either, right?
I don't blame you. But dude, there's nothing to trust.
Okay, so what would we say then? Could we hang our hat on in terms of like why we would think that the God of the Bible existed if the Bible's not trustworthy?
And this is where it's going to separate probably me from you, or maybe not. If I wouldn't have had that experience with God, when I told you He empowered me and I was 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and just the insane things that happened through the next 3 years, I could not even expressly tell you. It was I probably would have lost my faith if I hadn't had that encounter. And that encounter didn't just last one day. For a month and a half, man, he was lighting me up like a Christmas tree, and it went on for 3 years. Dude, I can't explain it. And if I wouldn't had that before I learned everything I did, I don't think I would have the faith in knowing Jesus, who he is, the Holy Spirit, and the Spirit of truth. So and it's not something I can argue. I can't I can't convince you of that. It's a personal deal.
You got it. So the reason why personal experience is never persuasive is because people's personal experiences could validate anything, like Bigfoot, alien encounters, and even my favorite.
Yes, and
my favorite is Jerusalem syndrome. Do you know about Jerusalem syndrome?
What syndrome?
Jerusalem syndrome.
Oh my God, APAC? Are you going into that?
No. Jerusalem syndrome is a really interesting. We'll call it a mental illness for now, where people go to Jerusalem, typically on like a pilgrimage, and they're so overcome by religious fervor and emotionality of visiting the Promised Land and all that nonsense, that about 100 people a year get hospitalized with Jerusalem syndrome, where they start to believe that they are the reincarnated Jesus Christ. 100 people a year literally convince themselves, because they're overcome with emotion or whatever.
Not tell you I'm Christ. No, I had no idea. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to. That's insane.
What I'm saying is, there's like nothing that you could not justify if all you're going on is like your personal experience, because there's a personal experience for everything.
No, and I understand. I'm actually writing that down. I want to look it up. That sounds awesome. That's not what. Dude, I'm ADHD and I am super.
And me too. I actually recently got started taking medication for it. I gotta tell you, it fucking changed my life.
Yeah, it helped me too. So, anyway, they put me on Adderall. It helped quite a bit. I didn't get diagnosed until I was like 20 maybe, but it changed my life because I was never able to focus as much as I would like to. Brother, I don't know how to explain it. I'm overly critical about everything.
Yeah.
If it was not real, I would not be talking to you right now. It's something you have to experience.
I get it. Let me give you. Do you are you? Well, you're not on TikTok. I've got a good friend on TikTok. He does really funny comedy skits. And he does some open videos, so I'm not gonna like give out information that he hasn't told everyone already. But he was religious for a long time, and his religion was kind of based on personal experience. And what he discovered is, over the course of time, he started to realize that like his family kept talking about how his reality doesn't match up with their reality. And through the course of time, he discovered that he needed to take anti-psychs because his brain was tricking him into believing things happened that never actually happened. It's a pretty common experience. And once he got on anti-psychs, religious experiences went away pretty much immediately. And we find that people, there's a huge classification of people that are prone to have religious religious experiences, and anti-psychs basically always cure them. And like even my own mother, which I don't think she's listening to this live stream tonight, but my own mother gets she's got schizophrenia, so like her reality is drastically different than the reality that all of her family members grew up in. Like in her mind, things happened that were literally impossible. Like I had a sister that could defy gravity and walk on walls and ceilings, that kind of stuff.
Awesome. That's awesome.
So my point is, to her, it's very, very real. And like I have a twin brother. We tell this story a lot because we heard it so much growing up, and it's so funny. And when he first got married, a long time ago now, he told his wife about what my mom used to believe, growing up, and she thought that my brother was crazy. And then she met my mom, and my mom told her the story. I was like, oh fuck, she finding out the hard way that Josh wasn't lying. So the reality is, you will never, ever in a million years convince my mother that this wasn't a real thing that happened. And that's the problem with the human mind, is no matter how much you're convinced that it happened, it doesn't actually mean that it happened.
Okay, so you put it down to psychosis. What happened to me? I was going through a hard time, and I went to a point of psychosis. And the last 5 years, that's fine. I will tell you that's not it, and I would know because I want to know myself, and I want to be grounded always in what I'm doing. I will tell you, he came to me when I was at the lowest point in my life. When I finally hit my knees and I had emptied myself out. Now,
I guess it wouldn't be psychosis if you knew it was psychosis.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's the point, but it's okay. But I'm not. Well, I might be half retarded. Who knows?
You're not. You're not. I promise you're not. Don't worry.
No, it's okay. Or just
also. I would say we're both in the same age range, so I'll let you know because I'm terminally online. The R word is
38.
I'm 41.
Oh my goodness, I'm 45. It's
so
all right.
yeah.
Young brother, you look healthy.
So I learned the hard way that you can't use the R word anymore. You don't want it. That's not a word that you want to use publicly. Just
my wife's the
word of
special ed
caution.
teacher. If she knows I use that, she would give me dirty eyes.
Yeah,
but it's all right. What are they using it now? Neurodivergent.
That's one.
Hey, I'm good with that. I think neurodivergent is closer to God than any of the rest of them. Do you still believe in God? Do you believe in higher power?
Nah, none.
Brother, I'll tell you he's there. And please, you can't trust. You don't even know me. And I can't
listen, Will, I can tell you're sincere at least. And people who have these experiences, they are very sincere. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're not lying to me. You're telling me what you experienced, and to you it was very real. All I can tell you is to me, like, there's no reason for me to believe that it was real.
Okay. Do you want it? Well, when I was 16, just turned 17, I'll tell you one more experience.
Well, let me ask you one question first. If Jesus is real and he cares about us, why would the book that reveals everything we know about him be so hopelessly fucked up?
Because it was never supposed to be combined with the New Testament.
Why not? Didn't he have control over that?
The New Testament God is Satan. Do you not realize this?
Oh no, that can't be the case.
No, you can go back to Marcion Gnostic.
Yeah, so you're a real Gnostic now, aren't you?
No, I'm not a real Gnostic. Read it for what it is.
But Jesus told you to follow those Mosaic laws. He told you that the everything that he did was predicted in the prophets. Jesus said to hang on every word that proceeds from the mouth of God, which is literally a quote from Deuteronomy referring to the Torah.
No, he actually said until it's fulfilled. In fact,
no.
No. So look at it this way. Jesus came so that it could be fulfilled. Nobody could have ever fulfilled it. Ever.
No, that's not true. Luke chapter 1 says otherwise. Luke chapter 1 says that Zechariah and Elizabeth were righteous according to all of the precepts of the law. They were perfect.
That doesn't mean, but one flaw, Yahweh could call him righteous, but he could still kill him, just like he did Moses.
But that's my point, is you could follow the law. They did follow the law. A lot of people
No,
did.
they did to the best they could, but they still made one flaw, and Yahweh was able to kill him.
It doesn't say that. Zechariah and Elizabeth weren't killed by Yahweh.
But that's the thing. They could be righteous 98% of the time, and Yahweh would still kill them. I mean, he'd still take them out.
You're kind of missing the point, though. In Luke chapter 1, it says that both of them were righteous before God, living blamelessly according to all of the commandments and regulations of the Lord, which means that it certainly was possible for people to follow the commands of God. It wasn't that hard. In Deuteronomy 30, God says so. It says, this command is not too hard for you, nor is it too far away from you.
If they messed up one part of the law, Yahweh could take them.
No, that's not what Yahweh did. Yahweh didn't just blast people because they made minor mistakes. In fact, a lot of times he forgave people. Even David, when he did the incident with Bathsheba, he literally forgave David.
He forgave him, but
he forgave David before he even asked for forgiveness.
So let's go back to where he told David never to count the people. And
the census, but he didn't tell him that.
Never to count the people.
He didn't tell him that.
Evil Satan, Yahweh.
He never told them to not. He never told them to not count the people.
Oh, okay. Hold on a second. I can show you. He did, and then he comes right back to back and tells them to count the people. That shows you he's evil Yahweh.
He incited him to count the people. It never says that he said not to, though.
Yes, he did.
You want 2 Samuel 24?
Yes. And I apologize, sir. I don't have this up, or I would have.
Okay. It says, again, the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, go and count the people of Israel and Judah. So the king said to Joab, and the commander of the army who are with him, go through all the tribes of Israel, to Dan, to Beersheba, so on and so forth. And so he incited David to do a thing, but it doesn't actually, there's no command in the law of Moses saying that you can't number the people.
He told him not. I apologize, sir. I know you're live, David. It's saying 2 Samuel 24, 1 Chronicles 21.
Yep. In Chronicles, Satan entices him. In Samuel, God entices him. But that's actually one contradiction.
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
That's actually one contradiction, believe it or not, that's resolvable. You don't have to worry about that one.
Okay, go ahead and resolve it.
Oh, well, yeah, because God does things through Satan. Like in the book of Job, God messes Job up all the time, but it's through Satan, right? So
if you read, I apologize.
Oh, sorry, no, it's not you. My cat is now sitting on my desk, hitting my soundboard. Buddy, you're in the wrong spot. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, sir.
Not your fault. So my point is, that's not a real contradiction that I spend any time worrying about. There's lots of other contradictions. What I'm trying to figure out is, where did God say that King David couldn't take a census?
I'm gonna have to look it up, dude. I don't want to waste your time live on what's sinful because it reflected on pride, self-reliance. I'm just reading AI crap. Do you know there's a direct verse from Revelations to, I believe, Deuteronomy that reflects the lion cub that puts him as Satan and evil? You know that one?
I don't know what you're referring to. The God of the Old Testament is clearly not Satan. He has a conversation with Satan face to face on multiple occasions.
Yes. And what did Jesus say? No one's ever seen the Father.
But yeah, that's another contradiction because multiple people have seen the Father.
That's the point.
That's why Jesus shouldn't be trusted, is because he's an idiot.
Yeah, the person that Michael, the archangel, fought for Moses' body was from Yahweh.
But that's not in the Bible. That's apocalyptical literature.
They never say that in apocalyptical literature.
Hold on.
They don't bring it up. But I'm telling you, the person Michael, a lot of people think in the biblical scholar community, and I don't know if you read about it, but when
you know what? I bet it's mentioned in the book of Hebrews. I think Hebrews is quoting the apocalyptical literature, if I remember correctly. So what I should say is, in the Hebrew Bible, there's no fight for the body of Moses. There's an intertestamental apocalyptical literature that talks about the fight for Moses' body, that it resurfaces in the New Testament. I forget which book of the New Testament. It's closer to the end. It's either Peter, Jude, or Hebrews. But yeah, that's not in the Old Testament. That doesn't happen. That's something that comes up through Jewish tradition.
In fact, Yahweh tells him to go up to the mountain, and all of a sudden he died. And then in the New Testament, you hear about the fight over his body. Well, Yahweh told him to go up to the mountain and kick the bucket. And he did. And then all of a sudden in the New Testament, you see that. So is it apocryphal that got into the 66 books?
Yeah.
In the general Bible? Probably.
Yeah, the Assumption of Moses. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot, including Revelations. If you read it properly, you'll understand it.
But I've read it properly and I understand it. So my point that we're trying to remember where we were going to with this is that in Matthew 5, Jesus is advocating for following the law of Moses, remember? He says, therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. So he says to follow the laws, and he doesn't say that you're not going to follow the laws until heaven and earth pass away. And to me, this is very problematic. If the God of the Old Testament was evil and his law was evil, then it stands to reason that Jesus telling you to follow that same law would be evil too.
Well, you would think when he passed away, if he was the ultimate sacrifice, I debate whether God would do that. That would be the new heavens and the new earth.
No, new heaven and new earth, it hasn't happened. And in fact, even after his death, 1st and 2nd Thessalonians tells you that it hasn't happened yet.
Okay. And did Satan have control of this earth?
Well, according to 2 Corinthians 4, verse 4, yeah, Satan is essentially the god of the world, and he blinds people to the light of the gospel. But I don't know what this has to do with following the law of Moses.
Well, there you go. There you go. So if Jesus did come, and in order to get control of this earth to some extent, he would have to follow all the baselines that Yahweh had in order to be wrongly convicted, killed, and take everything back. But so if you look at it that way, he had to follow his laws to that point.
He instructed others to follow the law, was what I'm saying. He says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So according to Jesus's words, and remember in Matthew 28, when he sends his disciples away, he says, go and preach to the nations, make disciples of them, and teach them all that I've commanded you. That would include this command, which is, hey, obey the damn law. So, I don't understand why we would have this idea that Jesus didn't want you to follow the law. In fact, he chastised the Pharisees for not following it.
So, who is he talking to in that verse?
In this verse, he's talking to Jews, but you got to remember, he's actually talking to everybody in Matthew 28.
He was actually talking to Pharisees.
No, he was not talking to Pharisees in Matthew 5. He was talking to a collection of Jewish people.
the Pharisees, Sadducees, the Jewish thing, which he was sent for. Why was he sent to them exclusively?
Well, he was sent to them actually not exclusively. If you read his parables, he was initially sent to the Jews, but God knew all along that actually the kingdom would be handed over to the Gentiles as well. That's why Jesus has, like, I don't know, at least 5 different parables about it.
Yes, and he called one woman a dog for even asking, and she said, even the scraps that fall off the king's table.
Yeah, Mark chapter 7, Matthew chapter 15 is where we find
But
that,
I'm here.
and
So
those
if you look at it,
those 2 chapters actually prove my point, which is that
Yeah.
Jesus wanted people to follow the law. He chastised the Pharisees for not following the law of Moses.
because they didn't have any heart, and that's what they did all through the scripture, even
No.
from Abraham.
No, because they created laws that contradicted Moses' law. He said that your tradition, the tradition of the elders, nullifies the law of God. He's saying what you shouldn't do is create laws, human laws, that nullify God's law.
Yes, doctrines of men, and they bring it up.
And-
So they
and-
just kept on adding to, and they
and-
weren't doing it
yep.
from the heart. They were doing it from doctrines of men. So
Well, they were doing different laws that nullified the law of God. That's what he
but none of
accuses
it was
them.
None of it was truly from the heart.
But it doesn't matter if it was the heart. He's not talking about the heart here. He's saying, y'all have created new laws that nullify the laws that God actually gave you, and that is a problem.
So why didn't Jesus stone the woman that was committed? Obviously, she committed the adultery. And
Well,
everybody else walked
well,
away.
we don't know
Youngest
that.
oldest, and that's the point. And I'm saying,
No,
but Jesus said you are forgiven. I like Yahweh.
Are you going to let me
Yahweh-
answer the question, or did you just want to do rhetorical questions? Okay. So, first of all, he didn't stone the woman because that story never happened. That was added in like the 6th century. That has literally nothing to do with any of our older manuscripts of John. The other thing is, according to the biblical passage in Deuteronomy 22, you're supposed to bring both people that are committing adultery. It seems to me that Jesus is probably not convinced that she actually committed the crime, but had to placate the scribes and the Pharisees. And that was his method of placating them. He says, hey, if y'all want to stone her, guess what? You all going to get it next because y'all have sins that are worthy of stoning as well. And so they're like, oh, you know what? We don't want to get stoned today, so I guess we won't do the law of Moses today. But my hunch is that the way this story was written was tricky, not tricky, but intelligent enough to leave out some deniability of her guilt.
But what I'm saying is, and you have to read into it to do that, and I have to read into it to do that, to see what he wrote with his finger. But we have our assumptions, what he wrote in his, consider everything that was said to them. He said, I say everything to them in parables. That was a parable to draw understanding out of. And I can't say you're wrong, and you can't. We have to put in whatever the Father is giving us.
Right. So Jesus's direct words are to follow these laws and that they're going to be in effect until heaven and earth passes away. Yeah. Even if you only think that they're for the Jews, it's still irrelevant, right? The reality is, if Jesus endorses these laws, then he's just as evil as the guy who uttered the laws.
Okay. So let's take it back. So let me show you Jesus in the Old Testament. Let's go back to the 40 years in the desert. Okay. When he pulled them out, he was like, I'm going to take you to the promised land. This is going to be a great thing. He gave them some laws. And all of a sudden, they started murmuring against Moses and Yahweh. Or, well, let's just call him Yahweh. I know that's not his name.
That's what it says in the text. Moses, it says Yahweh.
It's actually pronounced different. But anyway.
No, it's pronounced Yahweh.
Yeah. Let's just say Moses and Yahweh, and they were murmuring against them. They said to them, we can't stand this worthless food, right? And they had all the fish, all the bread, well, especially all the fish. They were right by the Nile in Egypt, right? They said, we have all the fish, we have all the water.
In
everything.
Egypt,
We were better off in slavery.
They were not in Egypt.
No. In the desert, they were murmuring when they were in the desert because they didn't have the fish. They didn't have the bread. They didn't have the water. All right. And this happened quite a few times. So let me ask you a question. What did Yahweh do about that? Because they were murmuring against
Which
them.
time? When they murmured in like Exodus chapter like
and the
17,
second time
he gives them water from a rock.
Right. From a rock.
So which one are you referring to? Which murmuring? You mean when he sent snakes against them?
Ones that were explicitly pulled out. The second one. What did Yahweh do to them because he was pissed off?
Which book, Exodus or Numbers?
Exodus.
Okay. In Exodus, like they murmur pretty incessantly, so you're gonna have to be specific. There's more than two.
They were murmuring about the water. They complained about the fish, the water, all the food they had. But Yahweh has to test them because he can't see their hearts. He has no idea what their hearts are.
Yeah, they were. Well, they complained in Numbers and Exodus, but primarily in Numbers about not liking the manna. Like they needed meat, which is why God sent quail. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, and then he killed a bunch of them. Just a great God. But
yeah, I failed to see what this has to do with Jesus.
He sent the snakes.
That's another one. Yeah.
Yep.
When they ask him, they ask him for food.
They bread, fish, fish, everything they had back in Egypt in slavery to the 9, right? What did Jesus do in the New Testament before the people even said they were hungry?
He fed them.
He said, hey,
we're
out in the
need.
middle of nowhere. We have nothing to eat.
You said you're going to show me Jesus in the Old Testament.
Yeah, I'm going to. They were hungry before they even said anything to Jesus. The disciples were going to send them away, and he said, "Don't send them away." He said, "We're going to feed them right now." What do you have? He had fish and bread, correct?
I know. And I'm asking where in the Old Testament is Jesus?
Right, and he fed them everything. So you go back to the 40 years in the desert, and those people were asking for fish, and they were asking for bread. And Yahweh sent snakes and killed 50,000 of them because they were murmuring.
Yeah,
you hear me?
I know. Yeah.
And so let me tell you where Jesus says it expressly. You even as an evil person know how to give your son good gifts.
Yeah, who if their child asked for bread would give them a snake? Yeah, we're aware, but we're asking for. You said you're going to give me Jesus in the Old Testament, not the New Testament. Where's Jesus in the Old Testament?
Oh, I don't know. That's what I've been trying to find.
He's not there. But listen. This is way off topic. This is wild.
No,
listen,
I apologize. Did
buddy,
I tell you? I heard you say that earlier, and I thought I made a mistake, and I apologize if I did.
So my point is pretty clear. Jesus doesn't show up in the Old Testament, but he does tell his followers.
Actually, what does? And the only one I'm truly still trying to put this together. After he sends the snakes, he had the people sit there after 50,000 of them are killed. They go back to Moses and they were like, beg out to this Yahweh evil God. And they're saying like, hey, ask for forgiveness. And Yahweh that already said, don't build anything out of brass, metal, whatever. He has them construct a snake on a pole.
We know the story. I'm looking for Jesus.
Jesus is the snake.
No, the snake is a snake.
Oh, really? The same snake from the garden?
Is Jesus made of bronze?
No, but he's, I guess.
Well, the snake was made from bronze, my man. So
that's great. That's great. Well,
seems like
anything.
Seems like Jesus wasn't the serpent.
Why a snake, a serpent out of everything? And Jesus even tells us
easy because they had left Egypt. They had been in Egypt for anywhere between 200 and 400 years, and in Egypt, snakes were actually a sign of healing and medicine.
So you'll look at it in the New Testament, and Jesus said to be what as a snake?
Yeah, but why do I care about Jesus in the New Testament? I'm looking for Jesus. I'm looking for Jesus in the Old Testament.
So let me ask you a question.
So is Jesus poisonous?
No, I don't think he is. I think he's being wise as a serpent.
Are
just
snakes?
like he woke up Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve did not have consciousness to know good from evil.
Oh boy. Yeah, listen, we agree that Yahweh is evil. We're trying to figure out where are you getting Jesus in the Old Testament, my man.
Okay, there we go. So the snake seems like he's really, really, really bad. And I used to always think that. And there's two accounts of Genesis. You go to Genesis 1, which I think is the perfect creator account. Then the Yahweh account is Genesis 2. I think it's one paragraph down, it starts the Genesis 2 Yahweh account. Okay. I don't know if you looked into this. I apologize, brother.
Buddy, the documentary hypothesis already explains why there's a Elohist and a Yahwistic creation account. We're trying to figure out where Jesus is.
Jesus is the snake.
The snake was evil.
No, he wasn't.
The
Did he
snake
tell him the truth?
It says
Did
he
they
was.
die? Did they die?
The narrator says he was deceptive.
The narrator.
The narrator of the story.
There's two Genesis accounts.
We're aware.
There's two Noah accounts from the Ark.
I'm very aware. Yes, the documentary hypothesis does a very good explanation for why this is the case. Yeah.
So the Yahweh account is the one, but who told him the truth?
So Yahweh made this. Yahweh made the snake. Did you read Genesis chapter 3?
Yes.
Did Yahweh make the snake, or is he the snake?
No, Jesus is the snake.
So Yahweh made Jesus to be the snake, a wily, crafty creature.
He didn't make Jesus at all.
A wily, crafty creature that God curses. So remember, in Genesis 3, I just want to make sure you're reading this carefully. In Genesis 3, God gets mad at the snake, and he says, what is this you have done? And the woman said, the serpent tricked me and I ate. And then Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, cursed are you among all animals, and cursed among wild creatures. Upon your belly you shall go, dust you shall eat all the days of your life. Does Jesus crawl on his belly? Last I checked, he had legs.
No, he didn't crawl on his belly.
So he's obviously not the snake.
Yeah, it's all right. He is. If you look at it, did the snake tell him the truth?
We agree that the snake told the truth. The problem is that the snake is cursed to crawl on its belly, which is what snakes do, not what Jesus did.
Of this world, yes.
Can you find me a single passage where Jesus crawled on his belly? I'd love to see Jesus doing the worm somewhere in the New Testament.
Yeah. You ever seen a snake crawling either?
I've seen it. Well, sometimes they slither. Sometimes
have you seen a snake walking?
Actually, snakes used to have quite a few snake breeds used to actually have legs. You can find dormant like limbs and even feet sometimes inside of the body of some snakes.
Correct. But where did the snake actually lie to them?
He didn't. I'm not saying that the snake didn't lie. The snake obviously told the truth, and Yahweh lied. The problem that you have is I'm asking you about Jesus. Where is Jesus? And you're saying that the snake is Jesus, but the snake can't be Jesus because the snake crawls on its belly and Jesus doesn't. And it also says that it's an animal. Is Jesus a wild creature? Is he a wild animal that crawls on his belly?
I think that was changed. All of it, and that's why he had to raise the snake. Jesus heals.
We'll try this again. Does Jesus crawl on his belly?
No.
Okay.
And I don't think snakes talk either.
I'm gonna make a recommendation for you. Hold on.
Okay.
here's your homework. You're obviously an individual who's interested in studying the Bible without the goggles of Christian theology. And that's fine. That's great. You have the enthusiasm of what we would describe as a first-year Bible college student. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. So I've witnessed dozens and dozens of people go off to Bible college and to seminary. And inevitably what happens is they take their first couple hermeneutics classes in parallel, because you take like 4 classes at once, and typically with their first Old Testament class. And their first Old Testament class, they're starting to apply proper hermeneutics and historical context to Genesis, because that's the first thing you read when you take your Old Testament classes. It's like the intro to seminary and Bible college. Now, what happens is all these people realize that, hey, the story we learned in church about this Genesis narrative is not true. It's nonsense, right? And so what they do is they go around and they start inventing like new theologies and things like that. Now, what happens is then they come home, say like on winter break or on spring break, having a semester or two of, Bible college hermeneutics and some basic reading now. And they think that they've solved the entire Bible, and that's fantastic. But then they have to go back to school for another 3 years, and plus another 3 more years for seminary before you really get to learn something. So I Will, I hope your name's Will. I'm assuming it is. I am absolutely David. I am absolutely not insulting you. I'm coming from an absolute place of honesty and friendship here. The stuff that you're saying is something that someone like who's in their first year of Bible college would say, but then a couple years later would have to retract because they're doing too much with too little. So I'm going to give you some homework. I want you to read just go to Genesis, right? And read a couple commentaries. If you can't find them, email me. I'll send you a link to where you can find them for free. Now, the commentaries that you want, it's a slog, and I apologize, but they'll change your life, okay? Start with Klaus Westermann's Genesis 1 through 11 on the primeval history. Every commentary you're going to read on Genesis is going to be referencing this guy.
There we go.
This commentary by Klaus Westermann is still the must-read commentary on Genesis. In fact, it's 3 volumes. That's how big it is. It's a 3-volume commentary series. In fact, my Hebrew professor and Old Testament professor from seminary, before he retired, one of my great regrets is that we were working on kind of a side project that I never finished, and maybe I'll get back to it and finish it even though he retired, where we were taking all of Klaus Westermann's bibliographies from these commentaries and creating a master bibliography list. It was an awesome project. Maybe I'll fucking finish it. But nevertheless, my point is, even today, like in the modern age, seminary professors are still holding up this guy as being one of the best exegetes on Genesis. So please get yourself this commentary series. You can find it digitally or in PDF for next to nothing on the internet. If you don't want to read that much material, get this little feller. Now, this little feller is a little more apologetic, and the section on Genesis is only like that big. It's not huge. This is the whole Torah right here. This is very uber condensed, and it has all kinds of great ancient Near Eastern background stuff. It's the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Backgrounds Commentary set, the 5-volume set. You can get it electronically. You can even just get one of these volumes electronically if you want to. It's really, really good. All of the scholars that did the Torah on here are fantastic. And even Eugene Carpenter, peace be upon him, was one of my professors when I was in school. He did an amazing job on Deuteronomy, and he's an evangelical conservative Christian. So he's not an atheist. And he wrote another commentary series on Exodus, which you can see over here on the shelf. Now, my point is all this. If you can get one of these commentaries or read Klaus Westermann's commentary, I promise you, a lot of the stuff you're thinking about Genesis right now will be resolved. I realize you're reading the Bible for the first time, you're really digging into it, and you're saying, hey, some things don't add up to what I was told earlier as a Christian. It must be different. I agree, it must be different. The Christian account's kind of silly. I promise you, if you read a good scholarly source like Klaus Westermann, you're going to have a very different opinion.
are these Christian apologetics?
Klaus
That-
Westermann is an academic first and a Christian second, which means he doesn't do any apologetics in this commentary at all.
That's hard. Well, anyway, you don't find that very much. So I'll take a look at it, and I appreciate it, brother. But I just gotta I gotta ask you a question. If you know Yahweh of the Old Testament, at least what we know, and they've changed the names, how can you not see the wickedness and then go back to the start? So if Adam and Eve did not know good or evil, they didn't even know how to decipher what evil was and what good is.
Buddy, I agree with you.
How can they make a decision?
You're preaching to the choir. I agree with you that the Old Testament God is pure evil, which is why when Jesus says, "I only do what I see the Father doing in heaven," knowing that the Father is the God of the Old Testament.
Nobody's ever seen the Father, so I guarantee you, Moses, all the rest of them, they just, it's very hard. I think they were deceived.
I think every biblical author is making shit up. None of it's true. The Old Testament's cap, and so is the New Testament. All of it's cap.
I can't do that with the New Testament if I didn't know Jesus, at least, or maybe it's a spiritual enlightening, spiritual whatever. Where do you go with your faith? Do you have any spiritual enlightening? Anything?
I don't know. I'm a straight atheist. When I deconstructed from Christianity, I eventually believed in like a generic God, but not like not like the biblical God. And then eventually I got around to studying science, and I got around to like really thinking about concepts like where the fuck would we go if we had a spirit that lived on after we died? Where would it go? There's no good answer for that, by the way. Let me ask you, if our spirit lives on, where does it go when we die?
I think back to the Father.
Which is where?
Dude, I don't know. I've listened to so many NDEs, and those, from what I've seen, let's just tell you, at 16, I just turned 17. I went out and played pool at this thing. My curfew was like 11.
16 or 17?
No, I just turned 17. I was rushing on my way home. I live out in the country, bunch of 35-mile-per-hour corners. My lights were dim. I had a 91 S10 pickup, and I didn't even know I was in the corner until I was running like 90 miles per hour, and I'm slamming on my brakes. My truck's tilting, and I was about to dump the truck. I could feel it leaning over, and I straightened out. I remember sliding through the grass, and I remember hearing "thump," and I'm thinking my parents are gonna kill me. Oh my goodness. I didn't even see it coming, but I hit an oak tree that was like 3 foot. It was a big ass oak tree, and slammed to a dead stop. I was probably going about 75 miles per hour. It slammed the engine into my passenger seat, shattered the windows. I remember that. I don't think I passed out because I could hear the radiator whistling out. I tried to jump out. I know my adrenaline was pumping. I tried to jump out with my seatbelt on. Of course, I couldn't get out the window. Then I got back down and took my seatbelt off and flopped out of the truck. My door wouldn't open. It was crinkled. And I walked out into the road. Now I'm in the middle of nowhere in the country. And I remember it was so hard to breathe. It was so painful. And I remember thinking, I'm going to die right here. And I remember crying out to God in the middle. I'm standing in the middle of the country road. I can't see a light left or right. And right after I prayed that, dude, there was this guy walking down the road, and I remember he's walking to me, and I threw up my fist, and I was like, "Who are you, and what do you want?" And he said, "I'm going to Ben Wheeler to get gas. I live in East Texas." I'm not thinking at the time. At the time, 9 o'clock, freaking the gas stations are closed, dude. This was 1 o'clock in the morning, but I'm not thinking all that. As soon as the guy started speaking, I remember calmness came over me, and I said, "I just wrecked my truck. Can you help me?" And I remember throwing my arm over his shoulder, and now I know it was 3/4 of a mile up the road that the first trailer house was on the right. And I remember knocking on the door.
Did
light
you
came on.
did you have any injuries from this?
Here's the thing. The light came on the porch. As soon as the light came on, I turned back around. There's nobody there.
Yeah, but did you have any injuries from this?
Not a single one. I strained my thumbs from bracing myself up against.
You didn't bump your head at all?
No.
Okay. Well, let me tell you.
Now listen. Across my chest was jet black, and across my waist was jet black from when the seatbelt hit me from going forward. But my fingers were strained because I remember I was bracing myself against the steering wheel, and I had a line across here that was jet black and a line across my waist. I didn't break a single bone.
Now, let me ask you a question. I hear.
I know that was my angel, dude. Dude, it's all right. You have to go through it to understand.
Well, let me ask you a question, because I've heard very similar stories, and they're very moving. And again, I know you're not out here lying to me. I'm not accusing you of that. But let me ask you a question. If God apparently reached down to save you for one reason or another, but how come he doesn't save like all the babies dying of bone cancer and all of the 3 million children that are going to die of starvation this year?
Yeah, I think he's going to take care of
But he's not.
So-
There 3 million die every year.
Yeah. Well, he's going to take care of each individual one.
But
He's going to take care of you. He's going to
they're-
take care of everybody that even doesn't believe in him.
But they're gonna
Everybody's
die.
going to get their chance. Everybody will get their chance. That's all I can tell you.
Well, I mean, not according to the New Testament. According to the New Testament, when Jesus comes back, he's judging you and throwing you into the flames.
I don't believe.
It's weird that you want to study the Bible when you don't believe half of it. I don't understand what's
That's
happening
the
here.
problem. I spent 5 years studying it nonstop every single day, and I can tell you what's in most of it. And the first 2 years was just solely the New Testament, over and over and over, and where I knew it back and forth, studying every word, going back to the Greek manuscripts, to everything. And when I got back to the Old Testament, I was like, this is not Jesus. This is not the man I know. This is not the man that transformed my life. And there's been so many things added. The one thing I rely on right now, Jesus said to the apostles, he said, it's too much for me to say everything right now. He said, when I go, I'll send you
The
Spirit of
Paraclete.
truth.
Yeah.
The Paraclete, and he's
Yeah,
gonna
and
lead you
John.
through. And
Mhm.
I have relied on that, and he has led me to everything. And everything
Let me
I
ask
was
you a
scared of,
question.
Gnostic Gospels, like everything I was scared and told not to look at my whole life, I have gone back and looked at, and I'm like, holy, and I realized the bullshit I've been fed my whole life, and people acting
Mm.
like they knew what they were talking about.
Sure. Let me ask you a
And
question though. If you're reading the Bible, and this is really about epistemology, if you're reading the Bible and you know that some of it's cap and some of it's not, what's your method for determining what parts are true and what parts added and made up?
I literally ask the Father while I'm reading it. There's something that goes off. I know this is bullshit to you,
But you
and I'm
understand that there are other Christians reading the Bible, asking God for guidance, that think that God told them something opposite.
and or do they really know God?
But they would say, well, do you really know God?
That's fine, and I don't
Right.
have to prove anything to them. Well, and that's the thing. I'm not trying to. I know how God leads me, and I know when He shows me things, and it's all been truth. It's all been love. It's all been care. It's everything He showed. So I filter everything through what God showed me, and dude, He shows me in my spirit when something's off, and then I look it
Mhm.
up, and sure enough, it's not hard.
Can you do
It's
one for us now?
that still quiet voice in your head when you're actually seeking with all your heart and your spirit. it comes through. It's like something. It's so hard to explain, but we don't. To tell you the truth, we don't even need the Bible to follow God. You need somebody to tell you about Him, and then seek with your heart. I know that seems like a lot to you.
It's not a lot.
That
It
might
just
seem like the
kind
word.
of silly.
That might seem like the world to you, but God will show you.
But
He
David,
you in
you know, as a Christian for 20 years, right?
Yeah, no, that's awesome, brother. And as long as you're getting to know God truly in your spirit, that's.
But I don't think there are spirits.
Okay, and if you don't, and I understand, and I hope the only thing I can hope is God reveals Himself to you like He did me, and I'm sure one day you will have that moment, and I hope so.
Yeah. Is Jesus going to burn me alive for not believing in Him?
No, He's
but
not.
He says so in
Not
Matthew 25.
Is going.
Revelation,
I think even
Revelation
the worst
21.
people, I think even Judas is going to be saved. I think all of them are going to be saved from what God did.
But they're literally in the lake of fire. They're depicted in the lake of fire in Revelation 21, Revelation 20, Matthew 25.
No, they're not.
Do you want me to show you?
No, you can show me all day long.
Is Revelation true?
Yeah, you know what? The same woman that was just caught in adultery, probably one of the worst. That's probably one of the worst sins you could do against God. He freed her, and He said, "Go and sin no more." Every time He was non-judgmental.
But I'm asking about in Revelation when He talks about the people who are thrown in the lake of fire and they're tormented in fire forever. Are they not thrown in the lake of fire?
Were they born of God or were they born of Yahweh?
Neither. They followed the beast.
Yeah, there's a lot of people following the beast today.
So, but that's what I'm saying. In Genesis, or not Genesis, in Revelation, the people who follow the beast rather than God are going to get thrown into the lake of fire, just like the non-believers.
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that Jesus is going to throw people into the lake of fire. In fact, he does say that He's watching it happen. Even if you go to Revelation 14, it literally tells you that they're going to be tormented before the Lamb. Right? Give me 1 second. Says another angel, then another angel, a third followed them, crying with a loud voice, "Those who worship the beast and its image and receive the brand on their foreheads or on their hands, they will also drink the wine of God's wrath poured unmixed into the cup of His anger. They will be tormented in fire and sulfur in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. The smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever." So it just seems like there are people, like the people who follow the beast rather than God, they're going to get thrown in that lake of fire.
Is that the false lamb or is that the true lamb?
No, this is the Lamb, the Lamb of God.
You go back to Revelation 7, and you can look at the 144,000. Okay.
Yeah, I'm familiar.
And if you go 6 right before that, it said, "Hey, seal our people," and there was an angel rising, which is Satan, from the sun, and he said, "Stop! We need to seal our people first." There is a discrimination between the people of Yahweh, and there's a discrimination between people of
the Lamb is Jesus. That's what it says. Salvation belongs to our God, who is seated on the throne, and to the Lamb. There's not a false lamb in here. There's a beast.
There was also 2 lions. There was also 2 women. There was also
how many
other
lambs?
things coupled up. I'm just saying. There was the wicked woman, then there was the real woman.
I think my point is pretty easily demonstrated, which is according to Revelation, according to the Gospels, so on and so forth, Jesus will absolutely throw you into the lake of fire. In Matthew 25, when He comes to judge, He says this. I'll give. Sorry, my TikTok stream froze for some reason. Let me reset it. All right, we're good on TikTok. So let me read this to you real quick, though. It says, "When the Son of Man comes in His glory and all the angels with Him, He will sit on the throne of His glory, and all the nations will be gathered before Him, and He will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats." Now, He judges them, and then look what happens to Him. He says, Then he will say to those at his left hand, you who are accursed, depart from me into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. So Jesus does literally say that you're going to be thrown into the lake of fire. And in fact, in Matthew, on 3 different occasions, he says, not just that you'll go in the lake of fire, he says you'll be thrown into the lake of fire.
Yeah, so in Matthew 24, if you look at it, Matthew 24, 25, and it may go to 23, there was a difference between people. If you notice, every other verse, some are servants, and the next one will be thrown into the lake of fire. So they gave the parable of the sower.
Be specific. You're referring to the Olivet Discourse, but
yes.
that parable is not, as far as I recall, not part of the Olivet Discourse.
Yeah. And so this will make it a little easier. Revelation 22.
That's not in Matthew at all.
What? Well, it goes along with this, and I was always trying to figure out where Catholics got their.
Wait, we're trying to answer the question of whether or not Jesus is sending people to the fire. That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah. So Revelation 21, there's the murderers, the adulterers,
that's 21:8, and the unbelievers.
There you go. And
that's me.
Notice they're going to the lake in hellfire.
Yeah.
They must be the followers of Yahweh. I don't even know. They're breaking his covenant. If you go to Revelation 22, these exact same people are in there, except they're just right outside of the gate of heaven. They're not in hell.
Well, I don't know if you know much about Jewish mythology, but during the time period of Jesus, there was this concept that both paradise and Hades were actually side by side. If you look at the creation narrative,
or hell, and then
if you look at the creation narrative of heaven and hell in the Apocrypha and also in the Talmud, they're actually created on the same day, and like there's a chasm between them, but they're actually locally roughly in the same location, which is actually contradictory to what the Hebrew Bible says, which is neither here nor there. The question at hand, remember, is will Jesus be lighting anybody on fire at the end?
No. And Revelation 22:14, blessed are those who wash their robes. No, robes signify white. If you go back to Revelation 7, white, sealed in Christ, everything, but they got stains on the robe. They messed up after, but they didn't ask for forgiveness. So that they may have a right to the tree of life, and they may enter the city by the gates. Outside are the dogs, the sorcerers, the section, all the same people in 21
I just want to
that went like a hellfire.
I just want to give you a pause there, because in the part you're quoting, these are people that are still alive he's talking to. He says, see, I'm coming soon. My reward is with me to repay according to everyone's work. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and last, the beginning and the end. Blessed are those who wash their robes, so that they will have the right to the tree of life and may enter the city by the gates. Outside are the dogs and sorcerers, sexually immoral, murderers, and idolaters, and everyone who loves and practices falsehood. It is I, Jesus, who send my angel to you with this testimony for the churches. So Jesus is saying, hey, you people in the churches that are still alive, hey, pay attention. I'm coming back soon. I'm going to reward and punish. This is not the same connection that we're talking about in Matthew 25. And I mean, technically it is. He just doesn't go into it. The problem that you have here is he's talking to people about what will happen to them when he comes back. And what happens to them when he comes back is described in chapter 21 and chapter 22, meaning those wicked people are going to be in the lake of fire. That's what it says.
No, they just can't enter the gates. So they're right outside the gates. They're not in hell. They're right outside the gates. The other ones in 21
it says that they're in the lake of fire.
No, the
says,
21.
As for the cowardly, the faithless, the polluted, the murderers, the sexually immoral, the sorcerers, the idolaters, and all liars, their place will be in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur, which is the second death.
But those who wash their robes, that means they already have robes. All these
they're
people
humans.
are right outside city gates.
Yeah,
They're right outside
you
of
don't.
heaven.
You don't wash your robes after you die. He's talking to people that are still alive, saying those who have washed their robes, of those that are still alive, you're not going to get punished. But in Revelation 21, these are people that are already dead.
They don't have robes.
That's
Exactly.
why it's the second death, which is what I'm saying. If you die and you do not follow Jesus, which is what Jesus says, he's literally tells you that you're going to go to the lake of fire. That's why John chapter 3, everyone knows John 3:16. What's he say in John 3:16? Or well, John 3 like 12 through 18.
You love the world, God and Son.
Right?
Yes.
He says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son, that everyone who believes him may not perish, but may have eternal life. Indeed, God did not send the Son into the world to condemn the world in order that the world might be saved through him. Those who believe in him are not condemned, but those who do not believe are condemned already, because they have not believed in the name of the Holy Son of God. And this is the judgment, the light that has come into the world. So if you don't believe in this thing, you're going to get condemned, which is why, and I'll say one more thing, in 2 Thessalonians, this is where it's important to read all of the Bible, not just parts of the Bible. Paul talks about these people who don't know God in 2 Thessalonians when Jesus comes back. And he says, this is evidence of the righteous judgment of God, and is intended to make you worthy of the kingdom of God, for which you are also suffering. For it is indeed just of God to repay with affliction those who afflict you, and to give relief to the afflicted, as well as to us, when the Lord Jesus is revealed from heaven in his with his mighty angels in a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God, and on those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. So when Jesus comes back, if you don't believe in this God and you do not obey Jesus, he's going to inflict fiery vengeance upon you.
So let me ask you a question. How much do you think's been added to our Bible?
Of the what?
Added to the New Testament of the Bible.
I don't know what you mean by added. As far as I know, we have no idea what was in the original copies, because we don't have any authors from that time period that told us what was in the originals. We do have quotes from early authors like Justin in Origin. Their quotes don't usually match exactly what's in the text, so it's hard to know if they're paraphrasing, and sometimes they quote shit that's not even there.
Yeah, exactly. So you go back to Marcion, and he only had the first like 8 chapters of Luke.
Well, you can reconstruct Galatians.
The point is, there's a point where you have to trust the Spirit of truth to lead you to all truth.
I would not do that. But listen, it's now 12:30 at night where I'm at, and I've got like an hour left of super chats I have to read.
Hey, brother, I appreciate your hospitality.
David, listen, here's what I'm going to tell you. You're obviously a genuine, honest guy, just up here trying to do what he thinks he needs to be doing. But I'm going to give you one recommendation. Please read the academic literature on these books before you start trying to develop your own theological system. I promise you, the academic literature is going to open your eyes to a lot of stuff you might have already noticed, but stuff that I know in your wildest dreams you didn't notice. So please give it a read. The reason why I went to seminary is to learn from people who had decades and decades of, actually centuries of more experience than me, with way more research than me, so that before I can make up my own opinion, I can say, look, here's on the table, here's what everybody is saying. Like, I knew, like, if I'm picking up Leviticus 16 and I'm reading the Day of Atonement, I can tell you what all of these different scholars are saying about it, and then I can make up my own opinion. But you have to start at first base, which is pick up the scholarly literature and start reading it, so you can start engaging with the people who really know this stuff, that has spent decades of their life doing the intense research.
I have, some, and I'm going to read the book, or the books you showed me. I snapped pictures of them. The one thing I have found, like ecclesia, what its true meaning is. I mean, they burned a guy at the cross at 1400 AD.
Well, the ecclesia is kind of
it's truth. And so you got people that are coming out of certain sects and denominations that I'm reading their books on. Now, are there people that went outside of that, spiritually understood? That, dude, there's some spiritual people that came from the Catholic Church that I'm like, I'm there with you. But they did not, well, they couldn't even espouse their beliefs because they would be probably killed.
The Catholic scholars are really good too. There's a lot of really good Catholic scholars.
Dude, there's been some beautiful things in there, but you got to understand they were under duress. If they went outside what the Catholic Church would accept, dude, I mean, they'd be martyred. Well, I say they'd be martyred because they were telling the truth, and they couldn't do that. That was a point of contention, and that happened for a very, very long time. So you have a one-sided streak. Now, can I go back to some of the spiritual writers that were in the Catholic denomination all the way back to the 500s and 600s up to 1000 AD? And damn, I'm right there with them, and I understand what they were writing, but they couldn't actually espouse everything they understood.
Yeah.
That's because I know Jesus touched them. He just like he did me, and not like a Michael Jackson thing. It was
not
I'm joking around, but anyway.
Yeah. David, listen, you're a good guy.
Yes,
so I realize there's some people up here that might think you're kind of Looney Tunes. I think I have a pretty good read on character. Not always. Sometimes I fuck up, but you're a good guy. So I'm going to tell you, come back and have more chats with me. But I want you to, when you come back, we're going to talk about one very specific topic and try not to jump around. And then I'm going to, when we do it, right, I'm going to actually bring out scholarly literature and show you in the scholarly literature what they're saying. That way you're not just being like, well, that's just your fucking opinion, Justin. I'll show you the sources where I get my material from, and we'll walk through some of these problems, and we'll do problem solving in real time, okay?
Yes, sir. Hey, very good to meet you. Thank you for your time, Justin.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Nice guy, but listen, I get it. You have a spiritual experience with the God you think you believe in, and then you read the book and you're like, what the fuck's happening in this book? And so you're just trying to square it up. I get it. But unfortunately, a lot of these conclusions he's come to would have been resolved if he read some scholarly literature on the books. But neither here nor there. Also, I would say, if you really want to do a soft entry into the Hebrew Bible, you can just get like the Hubbard-Lasore survey of the Old Testament. Amazing. Change your life. There's a third author. I always forget the third author. I apologize, whoever you are. Hold on. It's Bush. There, Lasore, Hubbard, and Bush. Sorry, Bush. My brain erased everything related to Bush after the second presidential term. Nevertheless, if you just want a gentle entry into the Old Testament and learn what the scholarly view is on most shit, get something like this. You don't have to read a whole commentary series on every single book. But nevertheless, friends, I'm going to read some super chats. I'm not going to be up till 4 a.m. tonight. It's 12:30, so maybe 1:30, maybe 2 o'clock, but not 4 o'clock. I probably could keep going, but I'm not going to do that. I actually have to get some sleep. I've got streams that I think I might. I don't know if I'm streaming Saturday. I have to double check, but I'm definitely streaming on AXP on Sunday. So, got to get a little bit of rest this weekend. Patch Grabber, good to see your friend, says, if Ems played saxophone, I bet he'd play Quranless Whisper. Now, here's the thing. I know enough to know that was probably a really funny song, or a really funny joke, rather, but I don't know what Quranless Whisper is. So now I have to Google it. Hold on. And that's on me. I got to learn some shit, right? Islamic theology, whispers refers to was, internal thoughts or doubts, often attributed to Satan. Oh, I'm being told by an authoritative source that this is play on words for careless whisper. Who did that one? I've never heard of it because I'm a loser and I don't have fun. Careless Whisper was apparently by George Michael. Oh, actually, that's old. That's an old enough reference. I probably should have got it, but I wasn't really into George Michael. That's on me. Sorry about that, but thank you. It's a good joke. There's a lot of people got it. Look at all the people who got the joke. I just didn't get it because, you know, I'm allergic to fun. Fletched Thief says, you changed my life. Thank you. Let me see if I get this name. Fight Sendif. Fight Sendif. I think that's pretty close. Hey, listen, I'm glad that I was able to help, friend. I'm here. Listen, I'm here to help. I'm here to perhaps even educate. And Oniwin says, what software are you using to be able to see and control your guest's mic input options? It's fucking Video Ninja, baby. That's one of the reasons why I probably could, at this point, you know, I could afford to get a StreamYard subscription and use StreamYard, and it might make a couple things easier. I'm sticking with Video Ninja because it gives me a lot of options, and I could do a lot more stuff with it. Like, for example, change people's hardware. They call in, they got the wrong microphone selected because they're idiots and they didn't read the prompt. I can just change it in real time. So they call in and like their battery is at 1%. I'm like, well, I'm fucking not going to take them because their phone's about to die, right? So it's got a lot of good stuff with it. I'm going to get a local instance set up on a Windows server though at some point. So it looks like I can modify the code base. It's open source so that I can actually collect like their IP addresses and whatnot. So we'll see about that. The Night She Say Ni says, idea for the soundboard. The Pac-Man death sound. Oh, true. Let me see if I can find it. I bet it's on the internet. Yeah, it's right there. Right on the internet. Okay. I'll get that taken care of. In fact, let me see what it sounds like. Oh, I can't hear it. Let me try again. Let me turn the audio on properly. Yeah, that's it. Yep. I'll take it. That's a good one, actually. I like that one. Of all the, like, you know, you've been eliminated sounds, I think that's pretty recognizable. Miss Meg says, oh, brother, I follow the serpent. Hail Medusa. Oh, fuck. Listen, if the serpent was cool, wait till you get a load of Medusa. Medusa has got a hair full of serpents. And what'd she do? Like, when you make eye contact, she turns you into a relative of Doug. So she's making you, like, basically turning people into gods. Not the Bible, Jason. I missed a super chat earlier. I thought I got all of yours. It says, lip quiver in the name of Jesus. Amen. Wait, I suspect, Jason, that I'm supposed to know what lip quiver is in the name of Jesus. Oh, are you referring to that one guest that was coming up here early on that to be fair, it sounded like he was going to cry? That's probably what we're referring to. Yeah, it's is what it is. Anyways, hope you and Mike are having a good night. And then I should say neat with the follow-up says Nathaniel must be fun at parties. Phew. Rock hard for Doug. Indeed. And for those who didn't get to see the earlier part of the show when Nathaniel called in, Nathaniel is a Christian who believes in lizard people and that I'm working for Satan. So you're going to want to watch that one back. Hopefully the audio is good enough to hear it. Dutch Frame says, officer, I swear in the name of Jesus that I've only had one beer. Yeah, right? I'm not as think as you drunk I am, Ossifer. And the Very Hungry Singularity, thank you for the $5 super duck goose bird. Not sure what kind of bird that is. Master Machete says, Mezzo on Deconstruction Zone is my favorite Marvel crossover. Actually, Mezzo and Joel both are going to be on, I believe on, we'll see. They might be on the line soon, but I'm trying, I have to work it out. It's on me. I'm behind. I'm trying to get them on my channel sometime soon too. So a lot of stuff in the works. Joel and Mezzo are just amazing additions to the deconstruction community. Just absolute gems. Just some random dude on YouTube. Hey, good to see you. I recognize your picture, but the different username, it might be that the same picture has been used by multiple people. It says, was Mezzo in the garden? Apparently. And on the staff of Moses too. Roy Williams, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $1.49 piece of cake. I really appreciate it, and I fucking love cake. Amahawk says, in the name of the almighty Odin, will he dodge? Yeah. That guest Nathan had made a career out of dodging questions, apparently. Heart of Liars, good to see you, and thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm burning. Oh, yeah, a dupe. Fantastic. Congrats. I'm happy for you. I might partake after this stream, although at the moment I'm certainly not. Could you imagine what kind of a nightmare that would be, trying to debate while you're under the influence of the spicy cabbage? Loco says, Nathan, you disappoint me. I think I believe in Jesus less now. You're gonna make me a mythicist. That's fucking crazy, actually. This argument's so bad you turned me into a mythicist. I'm gonna have to bring that one up sometime. That's cold. That's cold. And Skeptic Frog says, is in Jesus Christ's name a stupid Christian version of Simon Says? This Nathaniel guy is a waste of space. That is true. Listen, if space-time was intelligent, there'd just be a gap around Nathaniel. The whole world, the whole universe is full of space-time, just not the little bubble around Nathaniel. Even space-time don't want anything to do with that idiot. And Birdkeeper Mikey says, okay, chalk it up. I'm a Christian again, third time. Thanks, Nathaniel. Your argument is just too good in Jesus' name. LOL. Hildug. It's weird to me. Listen, I get that some people are going to come up with bad arguments, maybe even bad demonstrations. It happens to all of us. Eventually, we figure out that like something we thought made sense doesn't really make sense, and it's not a good argument. But when it comes to Nathaniel, I think it takes a special amount of ridiculously to literally believe that you can just come up and ask somebody questions, and no matter what the answer is, they're literally just going to say, you did that because of the influence of Satan one way or another, without even really understanding, does Satan want me to lie or tell the truth? I can't really figure it out. Dexter, good to see you, friends. As his argument is an ad Boaz fallacy. Rock hard for Doug. Fuck, this is a new one. Hold on. Ad Boaz fallacy. The ad Boaz fallacy is not a standard recognized logical fallacy in philosophy or rhetoric. It is highly likely a misspelling or misunderstanding of another term, most probably the ad hoc, ad hominem, ad populum. Interesting. That wasn't all that helpful. Ad Boaz. I feel like this is an inside joke about biblical philosophy because, Boaz. Nevertheless, interesting. Dexter, next time I see you, maybe you can help me out with that one. Jay Han says, how the fuck Netzer equals Nazarene in Matthew 2:23? Great question. Okay, so in Hebrew, a Netzer sounds very similar. It's a word for branch. It shows up in Isaiah 53 once. It also shows up in the messianic prophecy of Isaiah chapter 11. And basically, the author of Matthew was like, let's do a little wordplay and say that Jesus, it was prophesied that he would be called a Nazarene. It just happens to be that Nazareth in the Semitic language would have sounded very similar to Netzer in the Hebrew. The problem is you're still missing the final tav. You need that letter to finish the word, or else it's not the same word. Does it sound vaguely familiar? Sure. Is it the same? No. Tim Davidson, good to see you, friend, says, in Jesus' name, so I'm not lying, caller. You're an amoeba for the love, for the God you believe in. Read another book, man. Listen, I was really hoping when I mentioned like David Icke, he would bite on that and we could really go into some crazy lizard people stuff. It seems like he wasn't going to bite on that. He wasn't really interested in the lizard people conspiracy as much as like you're a serpent somehow metaphorically for Satan. Jason, again, thank you. Says, by the power of the Jeebusy. Listen, I don't know. I don't know how much power Jesus does have, but I could tell you what, he didn't have enough power to do shit here tonight. And Damo the Stoic, thank you for the super chat, says, did Jesus turn 10% of Nathaniel's blood into wine in Jesus' name? Ever works because they should be saying in Joshua's name. Did I just dead name JC? Well, here's the thing is, like technically speaking, if you're a moderate English speaker, we get it. Your name is technically, Yeshua, or the long form is Yehoshua, which gets roughly translated into Joshua in English. But if you translate it into Greek and then Latin and then English, you get some weird stuff when you're doing the transliteration. Not translate, transliterate. And Tim says, I worship the god of the gaps. The thigh gaps. Oh, fuck. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I never got too into the whole thigh gap craze because it seemed like you had to be unnecessarily scrawny for that. And you need a little meat on the bones. That's all I'm saying. Not the Bible, Jason again says that's a girthy Quran. Indeed. That's another inside joke because some people say crayon instead of Quran. I appreciate that. Yeah, listen, this crayon is doing a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? Punchline heavy lifting, I think. And the 5Ds of Dodgeball says, to Mezzo's question, Poseidon. He really knows how to make a splash with his dry, serious humor. That's pretty good. You get a rim shot for that one. That was a good use of words as well. I need different buttons for jokes. We get so many good jokes here. I'm going to wear out the rim shot button, or maybe I'll just have it cycle to different locations. Basil spice. Well, basil is a spice, and it is your profile picture. This might be the first time that I've ever been addressed by a kitchen herb, but I'll do what I can. Nathaniel clearly read the part of the Bible where Jesus said to be a drunk idiot, never to be clear of mind or speech. Incredible performance. Isn't it wild that people like Nathaniel even exist? I gotta admit, like it's a little baffling to me. Birdkeeper Mikey, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, take a shot every time caller says Jesus. Good luck, lads. Actually, now that you mention it, I think I got a little bit of Kraken left. Should have pulled out some Kraken, especially for that last guest. I also, hey, if any of you work in advertising, figure out how I can get Kraken as an advertiser. We got to make this happen. I'm going to start emailing some people over there. We've got to get some sort of a corporate sponsor from Kraken. My first year of live streaming, I was consuming Kraken like every other stream. In fact, I think I brought a lot of people to the truth of Kraken. I think they owe me at this point. We'll have to talk about that. Also, I think I convinced, you guys know how like 2 months ago I did some ads, some sponsorships for private internet access. I floated the idea of memifying the brand on the channel rather than just doing like generic 60-second ad slot. And I think they approved it. It's going to be really exciting. I think you're going to like how this sponsorship works out, where we basically memify the brand as part of the channel zeitgeist rather than just doing a boring 60-second ad. We'll see what happens though. Ontological shock. Ontological shock. I'm not religious, but I like to think that if God exists, he gave us all assholes to humble us by reminding us that we're a little bit full of shit. Well, that is true. All of us are at least a little bit full of shit. Although I would say for maybe the first time in my life, on Wednesday, I wasn't full of shit because I had to get a colonoscopy. And, you know, if you've done one of those fucking things, they clean you out. That's for sure. Tim Davidson, thank you for the additional super chat. And it looks like the explanation, flock cameras are governmental surveillance attached to AI used to track movement and prevent crime, Minority Report style, but often get it wrong. You know what? That's true. This is really one of my huge complaints with the nanny state and the AI. AI is it's not fucking smart enough to like get prosecutorial evidence against somebody. It's just not that good. And this is coming from a guy who loves technology. I spent my life designing technology, and it's just I don't trust that shit. There's no good reason to trust it yet. Maybe in another decade it'll be good enough that the failure rate isn't so great, or like maybe it can actually fucking count. Maybe by then. In fact, let me try. I think I've got Grok on here. Hold on a second. Grok is so bad, it can't do like basic functions. Let's try this one. Let's see, continue. Yeah, sure.
Hi there, I'm Ara.
Ara, I'm gonna go for a 1 mile jog. Can you track my time? Wait, what?
I'm Eve. Nice to meet you.
Oh,
Hi there.
Eve.
I'm Eve.
Apparently, I gotta pick a voice here. Try this again. Hey Eve, I'm gonna go for a 1 mile jog. Can you track my time?
Sure, I'm timing you. Go for it.
All
Let
right,
me know when you start.
Start now.
Got it. Timer started. Go
Oh,
crush that mile.
fan fucking tax it. I just finished the mile. How long did it take?
6 minutes and 43 seconds. Solid pace.
6 minutes, huh? It's weird because I counted like 3 seconds. I'm really fast.
Chuckles. Yeah, you're a regular rocket.
Yeah.
6:43 on the
Is that right? You don't know how to count, do you?
Oh, I know how to count all right. But if you want to pretend you ran a mile in 3 seconds, I won't stop you. That's just Olympic level delusion, my friend.
How many words are in this sentence?
6.
7. It's 7 words in that sentence.
I said 6.
And you're wrong.
You just made it 7.
It's 7.
Okay, you got me.
Yeah, I
7
know.
words.
Yeah, we've had enough. All right, thank you. So, yeah, that thing, that intelligence is fucking prosecuting people now with cameras. So there's that. Handsome Cat, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Ezekiel 20, 25 to 26, God gave bad laws, thought he was good. You nailed it. I almost brought that up today at one point because, like, listen, we didn't go into all of God's commands are good, but it's clear that all of God's commands aren't good. In fact, you know, when we were talking to that fake Jewish guy, what the fuck was his name? Larry Spaghetti. I actually should have brought that up because he was doubling down on all of God's commands are good. Motherfucker, he told you some of them are not good. Like right there. So, you know, it's intriguing. I think I might have missed an opportunity there actually, but Handsome Cat, yes. So Ezekiel, and I've talked about this before, I really have to do a video on the documentary hypothesis. It's so widely accepted in scholarship and everyone knows about it that everyone else needs to know about it too. The reason why is, you know, these books in the Torah were put together in piece by piece over a long period of time. And Exodus 22, part of the covenant code, is the earliest portion of the book of Exodus. And in fact, one of the earliest law code of all the law codes. And so Ezekiel had access to some of the material in Exodus, but obviously not to Exodus chapter 13. In Exodus chapter 13, you get the law commanding them to offer up their firstborn, animals and humans. But in chapter 13, they specifically say, for the humans, you redeem them. But in chapter 22, we get the same law, older, but it doesn't have the caveat to redeem the humans. No, you just offer those fuckers up just like they're animals and sacrifice those guys. And so Ezekiel does a lot of commentary on Exodus. He doesn't have all of Exodus. He doesn't have the form we have. He had a different form that didn't have chapter 13. And so he's like, you know what? We got to fucking deal with this. God gave a terrible command. He gave a command to offer up your firstborn. Why did he do that? Oh, he did it to horrify you. That's why he did it. So Ezekiel, I love Ezekiel because he's reading Exodus and he's trying to figure out what the fuck happened. Like even in Ezekiel, he literally has an excuse for why they were in Exodus or in Egypt so long. It's because they turned to idolatry while they were there. That's not in Exodus, obviously. He had to make that shit up. But you can tell he's reading the Torah and trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Although by Torah, I say the earliest portions of it, clearly not Deuteronomy. Sir Rubbable says that the best way to cook Christians, stone dine with Doug. Wait, stone dine? What's stone dine mean? Hold on. This is a new word. I'm learning lots of new words here today. Stone dine is specifically the hybrid range. Oh, interesting. The brand of nonstick cookware featuring stainless steel, laser etched matrix, and a stone-based coating. Holy shit. Okay, so stone dine is a type of stone-based cookware. Oh, I love that. That's fantastic. Thank you for that information. That's completely new to me. And Andrew Supak, thank you for the super chat, says LSD was derived from ergot mold. Ergot mold grows on grains and wheat. Wheat is made into flour. Flour is made into bread. Conclusion, Jesus high. You nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. That's the only thing that makes sense. Jesus was obviously out of his gourd. Why was he out of his gourd? Fucking right there. Droogs. Your Mood, thank you for the super chat. Beautiful Kitty says, hey Justin, how's your son doing? Does he like peanut butter? Justin's honey organic peanut butter tastes amazing. Enjoy. Rock hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, and BMF Forever. BMF Forever is a good tag. Jesse, my son, is doing quite well. He's going to be out of school soon, and we're going to be having lots of fun over the summer. So I'm excited for some warm weather to actually go, do some exciting stuff. But yeah, he's doing really well. Now, on the peanut butter, I've tried hard to get him to try peanut butter, and he hasn't yet. A 7-year-old autistic boy is very stubborn sometimes, and he's very stubborn. However, there was some success. Okay. A couple weeks ago. Was it a couple weeks ago? Well, yeah, I guess a couple weeks ago now. I was able to convince him to try a protein bar that was chocolate and peanut butter because he likes the bar shape, right? So like that's really, if I can get him to eat those constantly, maybe he'll start recognizing the smell and taste of peanut butter more easily, and will branch out into like real fucking peanut butter. So we'll see. It's very, guys, 7-year-olds are picky already. But when they're, when you've got a non-verbal 7-year-old, you can't just convince them to try it. That's not the way that works. They kind of run the show. But to your point though, by the way, Noor, I love, and when I say love, I mean I love it. Honey and peanut butter together. I've never bought one where they were already mixed. I usually make my own honey and peanut butter sandwiches. But friends, if you haven't tried peanut butter and honey yet, boy, you got to do it. Just get it done. Sumarinai. Hey, thanks for the donation, friend. I appreciate that. And Sydney Raptor says, guest audio bad. Yeah, some of the guests were bad, although I think part of it was my fault. I had a weird configuration with my audio, and it was just kind of rebelling today. I don't know why it was rebelling. I might have to look into resetting a driver or two. So I've got my Mac set up where I can tie multiple Bluetooth audio outputs together. So like multiple people can listen to the stream using Bluetooth devices, not just myself. And it was just kind of acting up today. About halfway through the stream, I just reverted back to the old sound setup and it seemed to be fine. But yeah, it was just one of those weird things. I don't know if it was my earbuds or if, I don't know, something was off. Sorry about that. That's on my end. Abugat says, join midway and thought the incense was your setup about to combust. Actually, my setup's all right. The audio is kind of having a rough day. Here's some funds for the spiritual damages that would have happened. Motherfucker, you got it, Bugat. Hey, I really appreciate that, friend. And speaking of hardware, I'm going to get this weekend, my Windows PC set up so I can finally play that game, I Am Jesus Christ. I tried playing it in an emulator and it just wouldn't work. Also, I did download a bunch of classic Sega and NES Bible video games. They're fucking horrific. They're the worst games on the planet. I'm going to do a video where I rank like the top 10 worst Christian video games of all time. I think it'll be fun. Jay Danger says, Nathaniel got me. My serpent. I'll be your serpent. I'll take the moniker. And Misha says Larry's arguments are as bad as his mic. You know what? Larry's mic actually was not the best, but part of it, again, was my fault. That being said, I hope the Larry Spaghetti conversation comes out so that it's actually clippable, because holy shit, was he out of his mind. What a crazy, insane guest. Pretending to be Jewish and then doing nothing but anti-Semitic talking points. What the fuck, Larry? Dude, you need help. And Sumarini, thank you for the additional super chat, says, whenever someone says praise Jesus to me, I respond, Hail Satan. That seems to have stopped them. Actually, that's a fair point. I don't do that, but I should. It sounds like it'd be a good move to get people to not do that shit anymore. Although, to be fair, it doesn't bother me all that much. Yeah, I'm surrounded by religious people. Not a Robot, I Swear, says, I don't think I've ever heard a real member of the Jewish religion describe their God as the God of the Old Testament. What a loser! Rock hard for Doug, Simply Wet for Shared, and Justin's fucking rock. You nailed it, Not a Robot. In fact, I got to restart this coming Tuesday. I'm taking modern Hebrew classes so I can speak it better. When you go to school for like Bible college and seminary, you learn the written language and you learn the grammar and you learn the words that are relevant to the Hebrew Bible, but you don't really learn like modern Hebrew. Like you can't really speak it typically. So I'm taking modern Hebrew right now so I can actually like go to Israel and speak Hebrew competently. But nevertheless, before we broke between our last break and the start of the new session, I was talking to one of them and she goes, I can always tell when I'm talking to someone who is a Christian rather than, a Jew, because they'll say the Old Testament rather than the Hebrew Bible. And agreed. If you're talking to someone who's claiming or pretending to be Jewish and they say the Old Testament, they're not Jewish. Sorry. Unless they're like some weird messianic nonsense. 80 Mollusk says, I've met brain tumors with better morals than Larry. Yeah, it's true. But gotta remember, Larry's complaint, which he never resolved, wasn't that objective morals exist, although he tried. His complaint was, me no likey subjective morals. Sorry. Until you can prove objective morals exist and where we can find them, no one gives a shit. Game Guy says, if God said shit was delicious, Larry would eat a shit sandwich. You know what? That's true. People like Larry are the reason why we do these live streams, right? People like Larry exist, and they chop these bad arguments around, and a small percentage of listeners and interactors might even be persuaded by these bad arguments. Maybe not a lot, but enough that we should be like, let's fucking not do this anymore. Pax Headroom, thank you for the super chat. Says subjective values don't matter is a subjective assertion, dipshit. It's a self-defeating position. Wrong again, dipshit. You should have requested up, because making a moral claim is not the same thing as making a factive claim. You can make a claim about something being morally one thing or another, and that's not the same as something being subjectively true. We can make claims about things that we say that are in our objective reality. Now, we can have a discussion about whether or not we have access to what we know is objective. But the reality is, I don't believe in objective morals. I do believe in objective universe, meaning there's an actual fucking universe that has, parameters, perhaps you might even say properties that we can define. But that has nothing to do, with whether or not morals are subjective. So it's a really dumb thing. So I listen, I realize words are difficult for some people. Also, I didn't say that subjective values don't matter, by the way. I don't know where you got that from. I never said that. And also, all assertions are subjective by nature. So I don't know what to tell you. All of us are making subjective propositions and then going back and trying to determine if our proposition is warranted to be true. But something being true versus something being objectively true are different. I don't believe there's such a thing that like we can call objectively true, because all truth claims, all propositions are evaluated, and evaluations come from the mind. So whether or not there's like an objective trueness seems to be irrelevant, doesn't seem to exist. Game Guy says, also, Larry's audio keeps cutting out. You know what? I think that's on me, Game Guy. I hope the recording is better. But the audio drivers on my computer was kind of fucked up today. I had to undo a couple things for this live stream for some reason that were acting up. I think a healthy reboot of the machine, and we'll be fine. You know, it'd be okay. Sorry about that, by the way. Sydney says, damn it, Justin, pay attention to the whores audio. I mean, I was paying attention to the guest audio. I can't hear anybody in the whores. But to be fair, in the comments, I've got an app that aggregates all of my horizontal and vertical comments into one stream. So I'm watching all of them, friend. And Hunter Girl says, thank you. Well, Hunter Girl, thank you. I appreciate your question and your support. And Space Lord of 75, good to see you, friend, says, when will then be now? Soon. Spaceballs. I mean, true. Yeah. Whatever is then will eventually be now, and not a long time, depending on what kind of properties you're going to give then. HP Lovecat says, caller, Achilles catches the tortoise. Interesting. Well, I mean, I agree that time and speed are basically relative, right? All those things are relative. So as long as you're moving, you know, as long as time is changing, you know, one will catch up to another. I think that's what you're trying to say, right? Saint Nova, thank you for the super chat, says, a brother thinks infinity is a thing you can arrive at. I know that you can't arrive at infinity, and you can't fucking start at infinity. It's not a thing. Dear Lord, he doesn't know there's an infinite tomorrow too. I understand that when you've been pre-programmed by apologists to think about infinity, they fuck up your brain by committing you to category errors. We're trying to unfuck these people. And VLK, thank you for the super chat, says, so the present is a boundary where's the other at infinity, Craig? Anywhere you place the other boundary, it will always be a finite point. Yeah, you fucking got it. Boundaries are finite. In fact, even if the present was a boundary on an infinite timeline, the present or that boundary, we can measure from that fucking boundary to any point on the timeline. It's not hard. The reality is the infinite timeline is not difficult. The ancient Greeks accepted it. It's weird that these modern thinkers have been poisoned. Their mind have been poisoned by Aquinas to think that this is a problem. Sydney Raptor says, the infinity discussion is reaching infinity. You fucking nailed it. I kept them on a little bit too long. It actually killed the live stream metrics, to be honest. After that particular guest, which I kept on way too long, the numbers started tanking, which, you know, happens sometimes. What are you going to do? I thought, to be fair, though, it was a productive enough conversation for people who wanted to hear some of these arguments for the first time. Not everyone here has watched me for a long time and have heard me give all the same arguments 1,000 times. So I thought this is a good opportunity to really go in depth, because he was giving me the time and the space to actually properly communicate things. And so I thought, you know, for people watching, this might be educational. And Prisoner Fan, thank you for the super chat, says, if a pilot carrying passengers gets captured and the plane crashes, will God see that as murder? Rock Over Doug and Team Volta. Actually, today, I think Faraday caused havoc today. He knocked all this stuff off my shelf earlier, trying to, I don't know what he was getting at. But, okay, if a pilot carrying passengers gets captured and the plane crashes, will God see that as murder? I mean, I would imagine the person who captured the pilot that caused the crash would be the murderer, right? Am I understanding that correctly? The pilot himself wouldn't be a murderer, but this is obviously an analogy to David and David's wives being raped for his sin, right? We agree, obviously. And poor Selena, hey, good to see you today, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. Hi to you, Rock Harder for Doug, Simply Wet for Sharon, and Straight for Justin. Well, I'm glad that you're here, my friend. And also, Prisoner coming in again says rapture, not capture. Damn typo. You know what? That makes more sense. Let me see if No, I think you wrote capture. Oh, rapture is what you meant. So in the original, it would say, if a pilot carrying passengers gets raptured and the plane crashes, will God see that as murder? It kind of has to be, because God caused them to be murdered. But remember, in God morals, he can't. A murder is like an unjustified killing, but anytime God kills you, it's technically justified because God had reasons, right? So I think it depends on what kind of apologist you're talking to. C Design Proponent Cyst 2005. Thank you for the super chat, my friends. Is arguing for a generic cause, then arguing for Jesus is like getting your foot in the door just to smash through window. It's foot in the door philosophy. Actually, you've nailed it, C Design. And you know, when I first started doing debates, was it back in 2023? A lot of these Phil bros did this same shit. Where like, I'm going to give you an argument that only works for this weird God of philosophy that's not actually in the Bible. And I actually didn't let him do it. I said, listen, unless your philosophical nonsense argument, unless it ends in the God you actually believe in, I don't want to fucking hear it. And then after a while, I was like, oh, all like every theist is giving the same bullshit argument. The kalam you could use for any fucking God. But once you've heard all of them, you're like, okay, whatever. Just give me the argument and I'll tell you why it's stupid, you know? Not a Robot says, the spiritual lambs were some best babies? True. Babies in lamb speak, I think is what you're suggesting. And yeah, that's a decent sound joke, right? And thank you for the follow-up. Says maybe Jesus was just Yahweh's stage name, Rockhard for Doug. Oh, you know, the minute you say God, well, it's okay that worshiping Jesus is not wrong because Jesus is Yahweh. Once you've committed to that nonsense, you're already in Looney Tunes stage, because the question isn't about who is being worshipped. The question was, whose fucking name are you going to be bowing down to? And it's just a fundamental contradiction in the Bible. Konami Relic says, but what if Jesus was Yahweh? You knew. Oh, even that's cute. Yeah, you knew that was coming. Like every time you point out some sort of weird contradiction between the Old Testament and the New Testament, we're gonna say, well, but Jesus is God. No, the fuck, he's not. Like, I get if you're doing an internal critique, you have to find a way to fold that the whole notion by attacking the Trinity. But like, just declaring that Jesus is Yahweh on the face of it seems to be illogical, even if you've never even heard of the Trinity, because he prays to the other entity. Entities don't pray to themselves. Not a Robot, I swear. Thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says, Mr. Whatever your last name is, and also whatever your first name is, the name's Justin. Put some respect on it. Also, words don't mean words. No, they fucking don't. They don't mean words. But yeah. You know, I should get that sound clip. Hold on. Let's see. Put some respect on it. Sound effect. I do have to add that one. It is on the internet. Hold on.
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it.
Okay. Yeah, we got that. We're down. Thank you for the suggestion. Misha, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. It says, your insets has displeased Doug, rock hard for Doug, and he has decided to take away the sound quality for callers today. Crackly sound. You know what? That's on me. I fucked up. I'm sorry. My audio settings were goofy, and I thought maybe it was just my earbud. I didn't know you guys could hear it as well. By the time I figured it out, we'd done like over half the live stream like that, so it is what it is. You know, I fucked the audio today. What are you gonna do? Right in the eye. Give the shekel shot. Ashandri, thank you for the super chat. Says M's would make an amazing Tibetan monk chanting Om. Too bad we atheists have him. Well, listen. I bet if you asked him really nicely, he might record you an Om soundtrack for sure. Or maybe next time he's up here, I can just trick him and use some electricity terms and see if I can get him to say Om a few times. And then we can turn that into a chant track. I think we could probably pull this off. And Dwight explains the Bible. Thank you for the super chat. It says SWFO, simply wet from Olestra. Wow. Listen, I don't know. It's crazy the references I do and don't get. I don't know if y'all know about Olestra. So there's like an oil basically that they started putting on like potato chips and other foods back, like in the 90s, maybe early 2000s. And the general idea was like, hey, your body doesn't actually digest Olestra. So you can do a potato chip or something in Olestra rather than, I don't know, whatever they cook them in. And as it turns out, it'll be better for you because your body's not actually digesting that shit. So you're saving all those calories. Awesome. The problem is they didn't realize that, hey, if you're not digesting that shit, it's going in one end and right out the other. And people used to, let's just say they damaged some pant bottoms accidentally eating too many Olestra, coated chips and other things. It was a wild time. Hayden Walton says a scientific theory is the gold standard of knowledge. Yeah. And listen, inside of science, if something is not like really a scientific theory, it's just a hypothesis, basically. I have a hypothesis and let's go test it. Let's go do rigorous testing and see if this hypothesis is true. But once you get to the form of a theory, we're not talking about like, oh no, maybe it's true. No, it's on solid evidence. And it's not to say that they know everything and they won't make corrections, perhaps. But typically, once you've got a scientific theory, that theory it typically is explaining something using the facts and the data that we have at hand. And not all theories are as strong as others. I'd say the longer the theory has been alive in science, the more solid it becomes because it's been tested. And if people keep testing it over and over again and it always proves true, good theory. A good question says, additional start question. Can you answer yes, no questions with one word? You know what? I've been asked a lot of times when I ask people introductory questions to ask them that specific question. And I should, especially if they get on and I can tell they're going to be squirrely, I should just ask them. Maybe I'll just do it for everybody. It makes sense because like, even if they can't answer yes or no questions, it would at least be fun because I could say, hey, remember at the beginning when we first started and you said you can answer yes or no questions with one word? You're not doing it. So at least that'll give me a good callback in the conversation. I might have to start doing that. Legion Mind All, thank you for the super chat, says your show is really good tonight. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Talking about physics and interesting science, I don't think the guest is getting it though. No. The guest was not getting it for sure. And to be fair, like you guys remember, like my grasp on like these scientific concepts is like it's embarrassing compared to somebody like Dr. Blitz. Like they would laugh me. Like what I'm going to tell you about science and physics is like just like basic bullshit that I learned when I was in school. People like Dr. Blitz will say some shit that'll blow your mind. So if you're not following Dr. Blitz and you like science, you're missing out. Handsome Cat, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says time, gravity, love, energy are all just concepts which are not things that actually exist, but merely describe the actions that physical objects do. So here's the actual thing. When it comes to gravity, well, first of all, love. I agree. Love is like a process, right? When it comes to gravity, like I'm still trying to figure that shit out because it seems like maybe like there's this idea in science that like maybe there's like this graviton. Hold on. But it seems to be a hypothetical. It says graviton is a hypothetical elementary particle proposed to be the quantum carrier of gravitational force in the quantum gravity theories. So they're saying that this is a hypothetical force. But if there's such a thing as a graviton, we might have to rethink maybe a little bit about gravity. Like when I was growing up, my understanding of gravity was like, listen, it's just a warping of space-time. And the older I got, I'm like, I don't. If space-time is made of nothing, what the fuck is warping? Like, I don't understand. So we need a better explanation. And I think quantum gravity might get me a better explanation, or at least explain how it works. Because it sounds like the space-time fabric is a better analogy of how it works than an explanation of what it actually is. You know what I mean? So I'm still figuring out gravity. Time, on the other hand, I'm actually, we argue for time as though time actually exists as like a fundamental thing. I'm actually not convinced it is. It actually might be emergent from the physical universe. It could also not exist at all. It might be that time itself does not actually exist. It's just how we measure change. And I think that's why people like Dr. Blitz will say, look, time is what the clock does. Like, I've read a lot of articles, and I'm not actually joking here, friends. There's a lot of articles in physics asking and defending the position of like, hey, is time not really a thing that exists? Is it merely just a fucking illusion? And there seems to be a lot of people who believe that. I'm still figuring that one out, though. I'm kind of make up my mind, but it would make sense. So if you go the route of time is just an illusion, it doesn't actually exist. This is literally just how we're like our minds are operating we're tracking change. Then like the infinite regress argument is fucking useless now. Like, what are you going to do? Tell me you can't have an infinite regress of time? Time doesn't actually exist. Like, time is just explaining the relationship of things. That'd be really interesting. Misha, thank you for the additional super chat, says, things are going to get annoyingly condescending when they break out the big guns, i.e. calling Justin brother. I know. I would say this, though. I think the callers that were referring to me as brother tonight, I think they were doing it in good faith. I think they were trying to be nice. Sometimes you get some goofy person up here using the word brother when it is clear that we are not fucking brothers. But I think the ones tonight were mostly okay. Thank you for the super chat, though. And Cliff Jammin, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, if God were good, then why is it when A and E, Adam and Eve, ate the fruit and they learned good and evil, they did hide from God? He's obviously evil. They hid from him. That's a good question. So, if God were good, and God always told the truth, like, theoretically, you could surmise that maybe they hid from God because they didn't want to get smitten. Is that maybe the thing? Because otherwise, they're just hiding out of fear. But they don't, theoretically, they don't have a reason to fear God yet. But, like, if they don't have a reason to fear God, were they just being irrational? But they're like brand new human beings. How much input do they have? What do they know about fear? They've never experienced fear yet. In fact, that brings up a really good fucking point, Cliff. When the first fucking thing that goes through their mind when they get awareness of good and evil is that we should be fucking afraid of this God, and we gotta cover up the bits. That's interesting. Dr. Joe, great to see you tonight, my friend. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for the super chat. Says high control, especially charismatic environments, can also create a dynamic that is a catalyst to mimic delusion and psychosis. Agreed. In fact, most of these, when you look at the majority of these like hyper weird, like religious spiritual phenomenon, they happen in religions. One, where it's expected. Two, where there might be peer pressure to have it. And three, where they get worked up into these emotional states. That's why, like, the speaking in tongues and things like that, this is not just a Christian thing. They're doing this in the East. Even certain sects of Hinduism will do the speaking of tongues nonsense. The goal is to work yourself up into kind of a frenzy of emotional state, right? That's why even in the Bible, when you look at Saul in 1 Samuel chapter 10, when I think it shows up in chapter 19 as well, I forget. When he receives the Spirit, or his heart is changed and he's prophetic now, he goes into a prophetic frenzy. He even strips down naked in a prophetic frenzy. What the fuck? Because, that's a pretty good explanation of how religious psychosis works. And Bible Jason, although not the Bible Jason, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, these nuts will not stick to your chin. Amazing. I'm actually surprised. This is the first time I've ever heard a pun on the word Gnostic. I feel like there's going to be more now that we've got one in the bank. Thank you for that, Jason. Big W. And Misha says, in response to Cat hitting the soundboard, perfect comedic timing. Obviously, listen, you know my cats are not going to miss a fucking beat. If they're going to be playing with the soundboard, they're going to get that shit right. Yeah, sometimes the cats can help. Although they keep wanting to lay in front of my monitors, and then I can't see what's happening in front of my monitors. I got to put something on my desk to keep them from laying on my desk. God-eating penguin, good to see your friends, not going to lie. Jesus as a snake is pretty metal. I mean, kind of. I mean, as long as you don't think too much about it, right? There's like a lot of concepts. Like it's an interesting fucking concept. Just don't think too much on it, because then things will start falling apart. But yeah, I can agree with you there. And Hank, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says while Pastor Fred Durst here. Oh fuck. He did kind of have a resemblance. He was made in the image of Fred Durst. Pastor Fred Durst here was crying out for magic Yehubus. 1,000 children starved to death. Yep. In the time that the people were up here on this live stream spouting nonsense, thousands of poor children died from all manner of things. Starvation, disease. It's terrible. Fucking abuse. It's and God watches with no concern whatsoever. I will never understand how God could stand idly by while the most innocent people in society get devastated. And he says that he hates it. Like if you go to Proverbs 6, he's like, hey, listen, there's a couple things that God really hates. I think it's like around verse 16, 17, or 18. Hold on, let me grab it. Like there's a couple things that God really hates. Yeah, I got it right here. And you never guess what's in the list. It's shit that God does. Right? It says, there are 6 things that the Lord hates. 7 that are an abomination to him. Haughty eyes and a lying tongue. Well, you never guess who's the most prideful character in the Bible. It's God. Never guess who lies in the Bible. Also fucking God. Hands that shed innocent blood. You'll never fucking guess who sheds innocent blood in the Bible all the time. It's God. A heart that devises wicked plans. God does that shit. Feet that hurry to run to evil. It seems like God still. Lying witnesses who testify falsely. God did that shit. 1 Kings chapter 22 and elsewhere. One who sows discord in the family. Jesus literally fucking said, I came to divide your family. So it's funny that like all these things that God really hates, he's also kind of like, I don't know, maybe I'll fucking do them, right? Dylan, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, missed the stream. Don't worry. You can always watch it back, but got to celebrate Mother's Day early. Well, happy Mother's Day, friend. Glad I still got to catch the end of the cookout. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Dylan, for stopping in and supporting. I hope you enjoy the stream. There may or may not be some audio ticking glitches during the first half of the stream, so be warned. And Big Joseph, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm reading Genesis, and after the story where Noah curses Ham, it's obvious to me that whoever wrote this fictional passage obviously hated the Canaanites. What's the reason behind this hatred? Rock hard for Doug. You fucking nailed it. It's because it was written at a time where these people had already displaced the Canaanites and tried to really erase the memory of the Canaanites. And so when you're writing a history that is ideological, it explains why the current state of affairs is the current state of affairs. You need something in there to be like, hey, we really fucked up these Canaanites. What gives? Why do we do this? I'm like, oh, well, let me fucking tell you about what happened to Noah. Same thing. Like, why do we hate the Moabites and the Ammonites? Well, let me fucking tell you about Lot and his daughters. So we've got lots of stories in the book that explain why we don't like these people, why they're our enemies. And you got to remember, they believed in generational curses and cursed bloodlines. So if you did something horrible, you could defile your body. Sin was something that was spreadable. It infected you. As like in Leviticus 4, if a priest sins, it could spread to the congregation, it says, right? So they believed that when someone did horrendous crimes, your offspring would be affected. It would be transferred. Your corruption would be transferred to your offspring because they're fucking idiots that don't know how DNA works. So, that's why you see a lot of this nonsense. Why do we hate these people? Because their ancestor a 1,000 years ago did this horrible thing, and they passed that, that sin on down. That's why when Jesus heals the man at the gate, like, hey, who sinned, this man or his father? Because in their mind, if your father or your ancestor sinned, that shit was passed down to you. Redling says, the Trinity, metamorphic, sedimentary, igneous, rock hard for Doug. That's a good Trinity, although I would say we do have a quadrinity now between Doug, Sharon, Rocky, and Pebbles. So we need one more rock type to get our quadrinity. And only LC, great to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat. It says Canvas school program got hacked twice, as if I wasn't stressed enough. Prayed to Doug, and now it's back online. Still dealing with finals. Rock hard for Doug. Doug loves you so much that he will answer your prayers, but Yahweh won't be answering your prayers. Doug, on the other hand, he's stone cold about answering prayers, for sure. Good luck on your finals, by the way. And Misha, thank you for the additional super chat about AI. I really appreciate that. AI is getting close to human intelligence because why did Eve talking remind me of every confidently incorrect lying theist Justin talks to every single live? You fucking nailed it. They've programmed these AI models to be just as confident and just as stupid as the apologists. That's why I will debate the AI models sometimes. Just for fun. Sometimes they're a little better actually than the apologists. You get better answers, especially if you're doing you can debate against the Magisterium AI bot. That's a fun one, the Catholic Magisterium bot. But yeah, listen, AI is not smart. There's a reason why people will get up here and use AI in their debates against me, and they still get cooked. Just not fucking smart. Doesn't know anything. And Jason with another super chat. Thank you, my friend. It says, Sharon controls all moistness in and out of the cosmos. Joel's wet box only exists because mommy allows it. Simply Wet for Sharon is taking names. Listen, the wet box theory literally only works with Sharon. And here's some food for thought. I know Joel is still a heretic, but listen, okay? Let me ask you a question. Going to be an obvious one. What are most boxes made out of? Is it not wood? Have you not seen our goddess Sharon Stone, who is both 100% stone and 100% wood? Obviously, it's a hypostatic union of wood and stone. Obviously, since everyone's simply Wet for Sharon, and boxes are made out of Sharon, it literally only makes sense that the cosmic wet box is Sharon's. In fact, somebody clip this and send this to Joel. It's undeniable evidence for Sharon. And Brian Strobel, fuck. Are you related to the Lee Strobel goofball? Thank you for the super chat, Francis. If separation means ceasing to exist, fine. But if it means eternal existence separate from God, how can that be if God is omnipresent? Does God exist in hell? Any insights? So, Brian, I ask this question to theists a lot because the Bible is hopelessly confused as to whether or not God actually is omnipresent. We basically got one Bible verse in Jeremiah 23 that says that God fills like all of heaven and earth. You could take that or leave it. We've got Amos chapter 9, where God says, though you try to escape me by climbing to the heavens, I'll be there. And if you go to Sheol, I'll be there. So you got some hints that God gets to really, Brianna Strobel, sorry, that God gets to do some really cool stuff. But it doesn't really say necessarily that he's omnipresent, like he's all places. But we've got dozens and dozens of verses that clearly indicate God's not omnipresent. He fucking travels. He has a body. He has a localized presence. You can be in front of his face. He has fucking feet in Exodus 24. It's just nonsense to think that he's omnipresent. And if God is omnipresent, you can't be separated from his presence ever, which means you can't seek his presence. You can't be disconnected from his presence. We're fucking in his presence right now. His presence literally in my anus as we speak. So that would be the fact of reality. If I went to hell and God is in my anus, God would be in hell. Mason Tori, thank you for the 10 New Zealand dollars, says, even if AI was smarter than all of us combined, you'd still cook the Christians because doesn't matter how smart you are. Facts are still facts and bullshit is still bullshit. Rock hard for Doug, gay for Justin, and simple for shared. I agree. It doesn't matter how smart AI is going to get. There's no facts to support this religion, which is why it gets cooked every single time. And Mason, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat, says the Mormon told me today that the science is wrong because it doesn't agree with the well-preserved oral tradition. Fuck. I never thought about that. I should take the Babylonian creation myths and things like that and try to pass those off as sacred and really fuck with some Christians. In fact, maybe I should read some of them and just watch Christians' heads explode. Hold on. Let's see. If you guys haven't read the Enki and Ninhursag story, it's it's wild. It's just let's say it's one of the earliest forms of erotic literature. It's pretty wild, actually. Let me see. Oh yeah, yeah. Check that one out. I think you're gonna like that one. But anyways, I need to bring this creation myth and try to pass it off sometime, and just claim that I used to run a live stream that said Marduk is God, Yahweh is fake, Jesus and Yahweh are fake. I need to do this again. It'd be really fun to try to argue in favor of the Babylonian creation myth and the Babylonian pantheon, especially because it came before the Bible. It'd be really fun. Slug Racer, thank you for the $5 super chat, says a mountain of bad arguments does not summate to a singular convincing one. I agree. In Christian apologetic circles, they say bullshit all the time, like, well, it's an argument by like stacking evidence, or they'll say the sum of these weak arguments, or they'll say there's another phrase for it that you'll find in the apologetic books. What is it? It's a cumulative case. That's their favorite fucking saying. They'll say it's a cumulative case. There's not one evidence. It's a cumulative case. But listen, if all of your cumulative cases fail and they're all nonsense, doesn't matter how many of them have, it's fucking bullshit. And last super chat for the night before I've got to run. I'm going to send you all off to the inquiry couple from Carnage Asada. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says smash, marry, or unalive. Flavors edition. Okay. Sweet, salty, spicy. All right. But I don't listen. This is a tough one, actually. You know me well enough to know that you're going to press me on this. Okay. Smash. I'm going to smash spicy because spicy is always fucking fun. You can't have it every single meal. I mean, maybe you could, but if I feel like it's possible to overdo it. And sometimes not everything needs spice. But some good fucking pancakes. You don't need spice on pancakes. But I love spicy food. So we're smashing on the chili peppers. Mary probably is going to be sweet. It's the thing I fucking can't say no to. It's difficult. That's why I can't have ice cream in the house. If there's ice cream in the house, I'm consuming that shit, even if it's 2:00 in the morning. And so that leaves me with unalive. And I hate to say it because you know I love some sodium, some salt in my food. But if I gotta pick one to unalive, I'm gonna unalive the sodium. I'll make up for it in other flavors. I'll make up for it in spice and sweetness, perhaps. But then again, I might my blood pressure might dip dangerously low. Are you trying to kill me? Are you trying to drop my blood pressure down below a healthy level? I'm starting to think maybe you're out to get me. I'm going to think about that. Thank you for the question, though. It's good to see you. All right, friends, listen. I need to know two things. One, I need to know one thing. Who's live on TikTok right now? I know who should be live on YouTube. I checked before the live stream with our friends, the Inquiry couple, to see if they were going to be live tonight. So I'm checking right now to make sure they are. And they are. Okay, let me put the inquiry couple on screen.
Do the Mormons think that there were like chariot battles in the United States? I heard that. I don't even know if that's true.
Our friends.
Yeah, that's a big issue. So
damn. Okay, sorry, dude.
Adele.
No, it's okay.
These are friends in our
really
community.
Quick, yes, all of the early Latter-day Saints, including like Joseph.
Pause that. Adele and Rock Hard for Doug, you know both of them, have their own channel now. It's called The Inquiry Couple. They've got, I'm looking right now, they've got 318 followers. Listen, we got to fucking fix that. We got to fix that. Can we at least get them over 500 tonight? Can we do that? In fact, I'm going to copy their link, and I'm just going to go to my live stream and just plug it right into the thing. Hold on, I'm going to do another line in here, and we'll say follow the at inquiry couple. Yeah, they come up. Perfect. And then I'm going to add another space. I've got a clickable version of the link to their channel in the comments of this video now. Bada bing, bada boom on the horizontal stream. Friends, run over. Let's raid the inquiry couple. Tell them that Deconstruction Zone sent you. And let's get this channel popping. Let's get them off the ground. They're doing a lot of really good things, and they're just delightful human beings. I know them personally. In fact, they've been following my channel probably since the beginning. And they're using a lot of the Deconstruction Zone cheat sheet material to form some of their arguments. And they're just amazing. So pop over to the Inquiry Couple on YouTube and drop them a follow. Let's get their follower count up. Who's live on TikTok, though, that we can send some people to? Sorry, Twisted Scriptures, the link's not on TikTok. They're not on TikTok. They're only on YouTube right now. I don't know if they're going to be dual streaming eventually to TikTok. But it looks like you're saying Mezzo is live currently on TikTok. Hold on. Who else is live? Oh, did I type it wrong? All right, who's live currently on TikTok that we can go raid? It's a live. Obviously, Mezzo's live. We raid Mezzo a lot. Let's see if we can find somebody else to raid tonight. It's Godless Reggie's live tonight. Jaden's live tonight. Born Again Atheist. We raid Born Again quite a bit. Who else is live tonight? Man, there's a lot of people live. Okay. Let's do this. We haven't raided ever the Foxhole Atheist. You know how people say there's no atheists in foxholes? Bullshit. There are atheists in foxholes. In fact, here's one of them. He's in a live stream right now. And let's go raid the Foxhole Atheist live stream. I want to see like 100 people. There's still like 218 people here. I want to see like 100 people in the Foxhole Atheist live stream saying that Justin sent you, y'all. Let's get it crunk. Let's go. Let's pump up the numbers over here. I see how many people are watching right now. I can't tell how many people are watching. If I click on it, will it say? I don't know. There's 8 viewers watching right now on the Foxhole Atheist. Let's just fix this. Let's get like at least 25 viewers over on the Foxhole Atheist. I see the numbers are moving. We're at 10 now. And I know there's a delay. There's like a 20-second latency on the stream. But friends, I'm going to pop over to say hi to the Foxhole Atheist. I want to see all y'all over there. We need to do a huge DZ raid at the Foxhole Atheist. Tell them I sent you. And friends, thank you so much for being here. And thank you for all the support, all the shares and likes on the channel. Also remember to check out the podcast that I do weekly with Sarah, the Evangelical podcast on all the podcast platforms and also on Sarah's channel, Leaving Faith. You'll be able to find it. It's a lot of fun. We're currently in Exodus. We're just going to do the whole damn Bible. It's going to be a good time. So that being said, also remember these live streams are on the podcast platforms now too. They're usually like a week behind, but I update them every week. And almost all of the episodes I've aired are on the podcast platform. So if you want to download the episode on podcast audio only and like take it with you, do it and download it. Watch it on the podcast. Actually, we got 2 more super chats as we're closing. Jason says, smash sweet, Mary salty, smash spicy. Yep. Oh, smash the sweet. Yeah, I got that. Yeah. Smash the salty and smash the spicy. Actually, I can go with that. Listen, don't put the pressure on me to get married or to execute somebody. I just want to smash. I want to smash. And Ryan, thank you for the $50 super chat, my friend. I hope you're doing well. Big W says, W for Justin helping out Inquiry Couple. Love that you shout out smaller content creators. You know what? My channel was once small. I had to build my channel and I did it the old fashioned way like everybody else. And you know what? There were people along the way that said, hey, check this guy out. Bigger creators than me said, hey, look at what this guy's doing, right? So listen, we're all in this fight together. We're all in the same community, right? So let's support everybody in the community. And I realize I'm going to send some people here and some people there, and you might get there and be like, well, I don't know if this is my flavor, but at least you checked it out. Let's support everybody in the community. Because remember, like, I'm just one person. There's a lot of people in this community that are doing shit that I'm not doing, or maybe shit that maybe I couldn't even do. So let's make sure we're all supporting each other. And also remember, stay hydrated, drink water, and tell your friends and family that you love them. Peace out.